Sen South
You don't deserve me. I'm not some bridge you can cross. You're always letting go of me, but I'm just not strong enough. And I don't think about it no more. I know you can't believe it. You can drown in your own tears tonight. I'm gone, I'm falling out of sight. Baby, I gave you a second chance. I know sorry's breaking glass. I don't believe you, no, I don't believe you. You deserve this more than my love. Baby, you're just not enough. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I should never leave so you don't see the light. And you just wanna be loved. You wanna play like a drug. Celebrando duro esta noche. Muy borracho me olvido de que existe. Puedes encontrarme con otra en la disco. En mi vida te boté, ya se acabó. Pa'l carajo yo te mandé. Y ese tipo que tuviste en lote. Mami, no hay nada más aquí. You just don't deserve all of me, yeah. Baby, I gave you a second chance. I know sorry's breaking glass. I don't believe you, no, I don't believe you. You deserve this more than my love. Baby, you're just not enough. I don't believe you. I don't believe
guys, welcome to the stream. How is everybody doing this morning? Jinx, thank you so much for 10 gifted subs, you fucking lad. Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna try to work on my posture. Wait, no, we're good. Naughty Pop, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna try to work on my posture. I have shitty posture. So I'm gonna sit up. Great. Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. I haven't woken up entirely yet. Where I'm at right now. Mira, Sir Lance, The Badger, Lopsided Pixel, C-Note, Little Boots, General Martok, Farfar the Mouse, The Britannic, Jay Greaves, Squeaky Duck, ACL, Naughty Pop, Jinx, Jay, did I say Jay? Welcome, guys. Abaddon, welcome to the stream. Caramel Cold Brew, Chordium, Green Gable, Bomb City Broadcasting, 4 a.m. Luke. I think Hutch would submit to Bill Clinton's sexual advances. Maybe. I don't know. I can't say. JS Mythic says a lot of y'all need to get on Threads. Yes, it's an echo chamber, but everything is being posted on there right now. I'm sure on Twitter too, but I'm not on there. Okay. 100 over Batman Braun. What's up, buddy? We're just gonna jump into it this morning because there's a couple videos that I want to get through. The Pod Boys, they're inviting just fucking everybody on their show. Emma Vigland made an appearance on Lovett's podcast. I'm going to try so hard to not get triggered. I need to stop getting triggered, okay? You know? Need to calm it the fuck down. Are we finishing that video from yesterday? Oh, yeah. Yes. We should, because that had like 20 more minutes to go. Thank you so much for reminding me. What were we watching again? Hold on, let me find it. It was... Okay, so we're going to finish up this conversation between Jon Favreau and the guy from Deciding to Win, who came out with that report that pissed a lot of people off. And it's basically like a roadmap for how Democrats can, you know, start winning elections in red areas. And we got through most of it yesterday. We did not get through all of it. So let's go ahead and finish that up. And then we'll get to the Lovett Emma Vigland conversation. Hutch making a goal to not get triggered is good, but picking an Emma Vigland video to do it is bold. There's just there's like a smugness, you know, and I'm sure, to be fair, I'm sure they would say the same thing about me, but there's a smugness, you know. They're so confident that they have the secret sauce, that they have the secret knowledge of how to win more elections and blah blah blah. And a lot of the times it's not really based on anything. And that's what frustrates me. I just want people to ground their analysis in something tangible, like something. Election results, polls, you know, like some kind of empirically established thing. And then as long as it's based on that, then we can kind of get into it and we can debate it, and I'm not going to get triggered. But if you're making these bold kind of proclamations and you're treating them as though it's just conventional wisdom and everybody should know it, but it's not based on anything, and in fact there's a lot of evidence to the contrary, that's what makes me upset. That's what gets me kind of like triggered, you know? Posture. posture. I'm just trying to sit up straight. I'm sitting up right now. So. Inquiring minds want to know, did you take your meds, and do you think mango tits have sexual relations with that man? Are you guys memeing right now? What's happening? What are you referring to? Some of you guys are saying that Donald Trump sucked Bill Clinton's cock. Like, what happened? What's happening? I don't know what you're talking about. What about the emails? Wait, what about them? Was there an email that I missed? I don't understand. Mr. 216, did I get you for 4 years? For 4 fucking years. Thank you, buddy. Epstein said Trump blew Bubba. Oh, that's what he meant? No, there's no way. Come on. Ain't no way. Come on. We're not actually believing that, right? Did you see that Hassan shocked his dog? I read about it. I haven't seen it myself.
That he said, in an interview, look, I don't like Trump, but I don't support illegal immigration. And we need to have a secure border. If you don't have a border, you don't have a country. And look, Joe Biden didn't do it. And I got to give credit to Donald Trump for securing the border. I think that's something that's going to be hard for a lot of Democrats to say. But I do think that if we're going to regain credibility on the issue of immigration, it is the kind of thing that we're going to need to say. We're going to need to say that, yeah, we messed up. And yeah, Donald Trump, for all his flaws, for all the horrible things he's doing, he is handling the border in a way that was better than the way Biden handled it. And I think
this is actually so important because candidates all over the country, in my opinion, candidates all over the country in 2026 and in 2028, all of them are going to be asked the question, what do you plan to do about securing our border? The progressive people are going to be asked this question. The center left people are going to be asked this question. The conservative Democrats are going to be asked this question. They're all going to be asked this question. And if you don't have a good answer to that question, then I think that is going to matter. Immigration was slightly behind the economy, but like it was a huge liability for the Biden administration. He waited just way too long to take action, and by the time he took action, people just felt like, well, if you could have done that the whole time, why didn't you do that before? And it damaged Biden. And I don't think you're going to be able to get away with saying, well, don't worry about the border because immigrants don't commit crime at the same rate as native born Americans. I don't think that answer is going to do. I think you need to give an affirmative, yes, I will take border security seriously. And if you do that as a progressive candidate, I think you're going to piss off a lot of people. But I do think I think Democrats have to say that. Every Democrat has to say that. Maybe you don't need to get into the weeds too much on policy. Maybe you don't need to get too far into the specifics, but you need to at the very least say, of course I take border security seriously, and of course I would take measures that would secure our border. I think you just have to do that. I don't know. Probably going to be not that many districts in the country where you can get away with not saying that. Carson with $5, Hutch's standing desk fund. I should use one of those. I should get one of those. So you're saying they need to lie? Well, no, I don't think that. I think the next time that the Democrats control, the Congress, if they get into a situation like Biden did, where there's just a crazy amount of people showing up at the border, then they have to actually do something. So, yeah. But yeah, this is, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think progressive, the voter base, the progressive voter base, do you think they'll get pissed if one of their favorite candidates or one of their preferred candidates answers in the affirmative, yes, I will help pass legislation to secure the border? I think it'll irritate them, but I don't know if it would destroy the movement. They will call it right-wing border policy. Yeah, that's true. Mystic Max with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. I put the email in React's channel. All you have to do is click expand. No, I already know I already read that email, but I don't know. Are we really saying that Bill Clinton sucked, or that that Donald Trump sucked Bill Clinton's cock? We're not actually saying that, right?
I think that would do a lot to get voters to trust us more in immigration.
Yeah, I think it's a really tough one. And of course, I'm sure you noticed that even Bernie saying that, he got some blowback for saying,
absolutely,
if we don't have a border, we don't have a country. And I get that argument because, a country is not just borders. But when you ask people, do you want a secure border and do you want the government to have control over the border? Of course, they say yes.
Yeah.
I also think, by the way, I have been hair on fire about the deportations and what ICE has been doing. I think if you care about that and you're a Democrat who wants to talk about that, one way to be able to do that is to have more credibility on the border issues and on immigration writ large. Like I think that if I was to criticize the Biden administration, and I know that how they handled the border is probably more complicated than people might think. And I think people are like, okay, the groups push them one way and they let everyone in, and and I think it was a little more complicated because our immigration system is a mess. The asylum process is a mess. It's been like that for decades. But I do think they saw the issue as, and this happens across a range of issues where sometimes Democratic positions are unpopular or people trust Republicans more, is we think, okay, since people don't trust us on it and since it's a tough issue, let's just not talk about it and let's not have a message on it, as opposed to figuring out a message that you feel comfortable saying whenever you get asked about it or whenever it comes up, because you don't always control when the...
Yeah. I did not pre-watch this, but I feel smart now. They just need to have an answer. Like, you can't go into a town hall unprepared as a Democratic candidate. I don't care what district you live in. You need to prepare for that question. What are you going to do to make sure that the border is secure, and how are you going to handle illegal immigration? You have to have an answer, and it has to be an answer that pleases people. I don't think you can duck that answer. You don't have a border, you don't have a country. I mean, I don't know. That phrase is whatever, but
issue comes up that is popular, right? Like I think, I don't know how you can run in 2028 without talking about what ICE has been doing right now. But that doesn't mean I don't think we shouldn't say like, okay, our position is decriminalize border crossings.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between abolish ICE, which AOC, I think she does some things well. She did send a fundraising email a couple months ago calling for the abolition of ICE. I don't think that's a particularly popular policy in this country, regardless of what you think about what ICE is doing. So I think there's a wide spectrum of positions that Democrats can take. And I don't think that Democrats need to go around saying, we think that what Donald Trump is doing with ICE is amazing and we fully support it or anything. But I think, somebody who I think is a really good model, I think it's important
Mystic Max, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership, buddy.
to look at like our candidates who win in tough races. That's kind of always my default, is like, what should the Democratic Party be doing? Well, let's look at real candidates who really win tough elections. I think a person who's been really impressive on this issue is Tom Suozzi in New York. He won a tough special election. He went right at the immigration issue. He didn't avoid it at all. He made clear that he supports border security. He wrote an op-ed in the New York Times recently about, criticizing some of the Trump administration's actions, but he was doing it from a point of credibility because he has established himself as somebody who sincerely thinks that border security is important. I think a lot of Democrats don't necessarily have that credibility. So when they say, look, the Trump administration's approach isn't focusing resources on violent criminals, it's focusing resources on people who aren't really breaking any other laws other than being here, without authorization. That is a position that I think a lot of voters are going to hear differently than when it's coming from somebody who said, let's decriminalize border crossings, give free healthcare to undocumented immigrants. I think ICE shouldn't exist at all. I think that's an important distinction.
How much of the people's concerns about the Democratic Party, or the average voter's concerns about the Democratic Party, has to do with the party's ability to deliver on what they promise? And I ask that because I just saw Matt Iglesias wrote a piece based on deciding to win, where he proposed just a sample 6-point agenda for the midterms that Democrats could run on, and it's ban congressional stock trading, expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. That was a Bernie policy. Raise the minimum wage to $12, crack down on tax evasion, spend on reducing lead pollution, and guarantee abortion rights nationally before 12 weeks. He writes how some progressives might not be thrilled with that because it doesn't
Yeah.
go far enough on abortion rights and minimum wage. But I have two different issues on it. One is voters are going to know that Democrats, even if we take Congress in 26, we're not going to be able to get any of that done. We can pass it. Donald Trump's going to veto it. And does that then sort of deepen people's cynicism about politics, or at least about the Democratic Party, that these
If it does, then I'm totally blackpilled. Like, if the voters have an expectation that if the Democrats take back control of the Congress in 2026, if the voters have an expectation that Democrats are going to be able to actually pass bills or have their past legislation be signed into law by Donald Trump, then I'm just totally blackpilled. The 2026 pitch is about stopping Trump. You know, that's the big pitch. We can stop him from passing really bad bills. We can have more influence over the budget. We have more leverage to use over the budget. You know, that's effectively what we're going for in 2026. In 2028, we can talk about, you know, a big policy agenda, because obviously that's a different situation. Cow Strawn, how do I say that name? You talked about means testing yesterday and why lefties hate it. The reason is simple and logical. Means testing limits access to help to some that deserve it, and that's the greater evil than the help going to some that don't really deserve it. That's all. I mean, I don't even disagree with you. Not that I personally prefer means tested programs. I think for some issues I would probably prefer means tested, but it's just usually means tested stuff is more popular and easier to defend. It's hard to defend a universal program where you're sending taxpayer money, you know, subsidies that come from your tax money going to like a household that makes $400,000 a year. It's just difficult to defend that.
are just a bunch of politicians who said stuff to get elected and then they couldn't deliver?
So I think this gets to a lot of questions that what's very clear in the data, and what's very clear if you talk to people and just look at the country, is that there's an enormous amount of frustration with elites. There's an enormous amount of frustration with elites on both sides, both Republican elites and Democratic elites. And I think elites themselves interpret this frustration as the idea that there hasn't been enough radical change in this country yet. That, you know, either we haven't delivered socialism or we haven't delivered, you know, basically fascism or some crazy libertarian fever dream. And that's why people are frustrated at, quote unquote, the system. I think that's one way to read it. Another way to read it, which I think is much more consistent with stuff that we see at the state level, is that, you know, the most popular governors in the country are people like Phil Scott in Vermont, a Republican governor, someone like Laura Kelly in Kansas, a Democratic governor. And those are not people who are delivering absolutely radical change. What they are doing is making incremental improvements to working people's lives. And so I think there's just a temptation for people who care a lot, you know, people who follow politics. If you're listening to this podcast, if you work in politics, chances are you care a lot more about policy change than the average American does.
Yep.
And so there's a tendency to read
Yep.
frustration as a desire for exactly the kind of policy changes that you personally want. And I think it's important to say, you know, voters don't necessarily think that way. Voters want elites to be focused on the economic issues that they care about, but not to necessarily be radically overthrowing the American economic system. They want people to be working, they want, you know, politicians to be working hard to deliver concrete improvements to their personal standard of living. And I do think that we got, you know, pretty dinged in 2024 for not delivering concrete improvements to the standard of living. I don't think that all of that was our fault, but I do think some of it was our fault. But I think it's just important to see, to say, like, look, these results at the state level, they really don't line up with the idea that frustrations at the status quo mean that voters want a radical reshaping of the political and economic system of the United States.
I take that point for sure. I do wonder, just from a pure
Did that propaganda interview with Hassan go up yet?
affordability standpoint, looking at your list of popular Democratic policies, definitely popular policies that would help seniors, veterans, kids, low-income folks. If you are in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and you are worried about rent.
Li Jingjing is her name. Did the propaganda interview go up yet? Li Jingjing. No.
How did the
Did not. Okay.
Or ever buying a house, or your health care covering an illness. Like, what's what's in it for you voting for?
Not sure, but here's Hassan gooning over getting Mao's red book.
Dallas Stars fan.
Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
What is this? Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Whoa! No way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
First, no, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book. It's the Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Some may say more important than the Bible. Some may.
especially over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Okay, these were incredible. Well, they weren't very rare at the time, but this is a red book. Okay.
How many people were murdered during the Cultural Revolution?
Okay. Quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong, and this is an English version from this is, I guess, from 1966. Okay, so initially they actually started printing these. I mean, there were so many that they printed of these, and I think
I have an uncle. I almost said husband. What the fuck? I have an uncle who's an intense libertarian. He thinks that citizens, for example, should have the right to own a nuclear weapon, like a private citizen. And he used to be like a hippie, like a big old hippie. And he said he walked around carrying the little red book everywhere he went. Yeah, anyways. During the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, policies led to large-scale violence, persecution, and deaths. Commonly cited academic estimates are 400,000 to 1.5 million deaths. Some higher estimates from certain researchers are up to 2 million or more. Yeah, pretty not great. Pretty not great.
by this point they did not want the English versions to be printed. So they tried to secure all the copies back. They were trying to like get as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible. And this is really, really special. Thank you. So that's crazy. Wait, what's your name?
Jimmer, we will.
What?
You can call me Zulu.
Zulu. Thank you so much. This is incredible. Wow. This is literally what I talked about on the stream like the first day. I was like, I want one of the English copies of the OG Red Book. I actually want to get
She's like, you know, Paul.
if it's even possible, I want to get like if we can find it here, one of the early English versions.
For the mouse book.
Yeah, for the
I think you
quotation.
can find from the market today.
Yeah, because like it's very. I want the small one.
Wait, I want the
think
small
actually
one.
you can find market today.
Yeah, because they've had.
You know, for me, there's nothing wrong in theory with going to China and, you know, speaking to people that have experience living there and learning about the culture. All that is great. I would take a trip to China, you know, if I could at some point. You know, I might be interested in doing something like that. But it's the context of, you know, he is essentially behaving like Tucker Carlson in Russia. It's the same vibes. And actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I would think twice about visiting China. Now that I said it out loud, there was a Variety quote. You know, the magazine Variety, I guess, interviewed him, and there was a quote for Hassan, and it was just so fucking ironic. He said, "If something is wrong, I'm going to call it out, and if I can't call it out, then I can't do my job." That was a quote from him in an interview with Variety magazine. I'll read that again. "If something is wrong, I'm going to call it out, and if I can't call it out, then I can't do my job." That is fucking rich. Coming from someone who is currently on a glazed China tour, which it's fine to marvel at the infrastructure projects and you know, all that is the architecture, whatever. that's all well and good, but the CCP just straight up are one of the most repressive governments in the world. Orwellian is a phrase that gets thrown around too often, but it is deeply Orwellian what happens in China. There's like a tiny amount you can criticize like local government, but you are just not allowed to criticize the Chinese Communist Party. They have banned independent opposition parties entirely. If the people of China become dissatisfied with their government, they have no mechanism to replace the Chinese Communist Party. It would have to be some kind of revolution, political revolution, or a violent revolution. If you even lightly criticize the Chinese Communist Party, they can detain you for days or even weeks. They can throw you in jail. Anybody who speaks out against the Chinese Communist Party are doing so at great personal risk. Hassan is for sure not going to say one bad word about the Chinese Communist Party, which I don't even know if he would if he was here in the United States. Like, I don't know if he would have a single criticism of them. But if he did, he would not say so on this trip. Speak out about what? Tell me what's going on there to speak out about. I'll leave that to more informed people, but if you had any criticisms whatsoever of the Chinese Communist Party, you would not be free to express those opinions. They would throw you in jail. And they would certainly send Hassan's ass back to the United States. Like what? What if somebody wanted to complain about the fact that they can't complain? GG Pun Pun. Do you think it's a good system to have rules in place where you are just not allowed to criticize the uniparty that has banned all opposition parties? Do you think that that's a good system? Do you think that's a tenable system? Oh yes, let's criticize us all having savings, us all owning our own home. Listen, when I looked it up, it's like a third of the country lives in poverty, so that doesn't sound great. The government was watching his stream when he and made sure he got a red book. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. True. All right. Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah.
A Democrat.
Yeah. So, I think there's a couple things. So one thing is I think housing is a big issue, particularly in California. I saw you and some of the other co-hosts tweeting a lot about SB 79, the big housing reform bill that Gavin Newsom did end up signing. I think, look, we found that some of these national zoning reform with not on a bipartisan basis, I think would be a pretty politically controversial thing and very difficult for Democrats to do. With that said, I think we need to distinguish between things at the state level and things at the national level. Just because, zoning reform nationally, Democrats sort of preempting all state zoning laws would be unpopular, that doesn't mean necessarily that California passing zoning reform would be unpopular in California. And so I think there are things that Democrats, not all politics happens at the national level. Also, we care a lot about national politics and you care a lot about national politics, but there's other levels of politics too. And so I think, there's differences at the state level and people need to look at the public opinion of their specific place to see exactly what they can do. We'll also say, look, this isn't going to, draw tons of virality online, but I think it's a meaningful issue, which is interest rates matter to a lot of people. When there's high interest rates, it's hard to buy a home. It's hard to buy a car. And Democrats have, for whatever reason, become a lot less interested in trying to reduce the deficit than we used to be. This used to be a big issue for Democrats, trying to reduce the deficit, raising taxes on the wealthy to reduce the deficit, and reducing the deficit reduces interest rates. And that, makes it a lot easier for young people who are trying to get these loans to move on with their lives. And I think that is a concrete thing that Democrats can do for young people.
I think the question of how deciding to win theory of the case plays out in the 2028 primary is that's where I'm thinking the most.
Me too.
We need a Democratic nominee who can win over a predominantly moderate electorate in the general, right?
Yep.
Obviously, I think all of your research very, very much backs that up. The candidate also needs to be able to win over a Democratic primary.
Speaking of this topic, Nathan, what's his name? Robinson of Current Affairs, big old lefty guy, Friends with Brianna Joy Gray, that kind of guy. This is just such a telling tweet to me. So he's responding to a poll, UNH poll for Dems. I'm not sure if this is for New Hampshire or for national politics. I think it's just for New Hampshire. Which shows Buttigieg leading the pack at 19%, Newsom in second place at 15%, AOC at 14% in third place. And his reaction to this was, hopefully the soulless centrist vote. The soulless centrist vote will split between Buttigieg and Newsom. So even like, I just thought that this was so telling. That is the wrong goal to have if you want a progressive candidate to do well in the next primary. The goal should be to win a plurality of voters. The goal should be to win either a plurality or a majority of voters. That should be the goal. If they're hoping that the field will stay split in 2028 and the moderates will kind of cannibalize each other's votes, that's probably not going to happen. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't think they're going to just let the field stay split. I think in 2028, you're going to have a situation like you had in 2020, where at some point the moderate candidates will drop out and endorse the moderate with the highest chance of success. That's just politics. It's not cheating. It's just politics. And if the progressives want to do better, they need to figure out how to do better with certain demographics. That's going to be the only way that they can win. Which is why, like right now, in this moment, if somebody asks me, do you think a moderate's going to win, or do you think it's going to be more of a progressive or a populist in 2028? My answer right now is a moderate, because I just don't see any effort being made yet to address the demographic shortfalls that progressives run into in national contests. I just don't see any serious conversations about how can we make up ground with black voters? How can we make up ground with older voters? How can we appeal to more moderates that are concerned that we're too extreme? I just don't see any of those conversations happening. Maybe they are happening and I'm just not seeing them. Maybe they're happening behind closed doors. That's possible, but I think I would feel a lot more confident that a progressive could win the nomination in 2028 if they were publicly, outwardly talking about their issues. But I'm just seeing kind of more of the same. You know, I'm just seeing like nothing's really changing. So I just, until they do that, Coding Jesus, what's up, man? Until they actually have those conversations and until they happen publicly, I just, I wouldn't put too much stock in the progressives for 2028. Let me blow my nose real quick. Give me literally like 30 seconds. Yeah, this is just such a, I think, illustrative. I think it gives you a insight into their minds. Like when I read this, this reads like someone who is not at all interested in widening their tent, which seems pretty counterintuitive in electoral politics. Henry, thank you so much for a year of being a member on YouTube. Appreciate that, buddy. Okay, we're gonna finish this. We have about 10 more minutes to go, and then we get to get into the conversation with Emma Vigeland and John Lovett.
Electorate that is
Yeah.
more moderate than some progressives might think, but still fairly
They like
liberal.
Joe Biden.
Right. Still fairly liberal, especially
Still
in
liberal.
states with a lot of college educated white voters, which are at the front of the calendar. The candidate also needs to capture people's attention in order to introduce themselves to the country, break through all the noise, stand out in a crowded field. I cannot think of a moderate Democrat who's done that on a national level over the last decade. I don't count Joe Biden because he was a vice president with near universal name recognition.
Yeah.
So it's like we are running out of people in this country who
It's a
have
really tall
who
order.
have near universal name recognition that could be in politics, and the people who do get known, who get attention for exciting, people in their base, whether it's the Democratic base or the Republican base.
Yeah, look, I think both parties are dealing with some pretty perverse incentives and perverse dynamics right now. You see this, I think often I think it's easier for Democrats to be clear-eyed when we just look at the Republican side. So let's just talk about the Republican side for a second. I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the Republican primary, but what I do think is probably going to happen is that JD Vance is going to run, and there are going to be some other people who he's either going to try to sort of box out or they're going to run themselves. And in order to win that primary, he is going to have to appeal to some really dark, crazy forces in the American electorate. Forces like Nick Fuentes. I had to learn what the word Groyper meant the other day. I regrettably Googled this term. It's horrible.
Not great. Yeah, no.
It's not great. It's really bad stuff. And
This is a guy that is not very online. And to be honest with you, I'm jealous of him. I'm a little bit jealous of him. It must be nice to not be that online.
not popular. Voters do not want the Nick Fuentes view of America. So JD Vance is going to be running to his right in much the same way that Mitt Romney was running to his right in 2012. And he's going to be taking on unpopular policy positions in order to win that primary. I think there's going to be a pretty similar dynamic probably in the 2028 Democratic primary, which is that the person who's going to be able to capture social media attention, who's going to...
It is a really time, I think, in American politics right now, because both of the bases have gotten more extreme. Right-wing base has definitely gotten more extreme, and the left-wing base has definitely got more extreme. And so you have these dynamics where it's always kind of been the case, I think, as far as I understand. Somebody who has been plugged into politics for longer than me, maybe you can be more authoritative in talking about this, but I assume to some degree there's always been the dynamic of, you try to excite the base in the primary and then pivot to the center in the general. But that pivot is now more kind of jarring. Do you know what I mean? Because you do have a center in this country that are sick of the partisan fighting. They do want more bipartisan cooperation. They don't like that politics has infected every kind of arena of their life. And they're just kind of resentful about politics. Excuse me. Disdain says, could you help me understand this narrative that the left has gotten more extreme? We went from Carter to Biden in the same time frame. The right went from H.W. Bush to Trump. Well, let me avoid the word extreme then, because maybe that's a loaded term. But the base of the right-wing movement in this country have gone certainly more rightwards, and the base of the left-wing movement in this country has definitely moved leftwards. But even if I wanted to indulge your particular observation here, when you say we went from Carter to Biden, that's actually kind of a big deal. This isn't 2020. People assumed that Biden would be this super moderate guy, and then he was inaugurated and he governed as a full-throated progressive. He was like, Biden was a full-throated progressive president. He was, in terms of policy and legislative accomplishments, he was well to the left of Jimmy Carter. LMAO, what? Progressive? Sure, dude. I'm not gonna get stun locked by you, bro. You can go on a timeout. It's just an objective fact. First president who talked about trans issues. To my knowledge, first president that openly talked about trans issues as a civil rights issue. Expanded Title IX protections to trans kids. Sent DOJ lawyers into various red states and cities to fight anti-trans laws. Walked a picket line for the first time ever. The first time a president has ever walked a picket line with people that were on strike. Was wildly pro-labor. Helped negotiate the railway unions, worked behind the scenes for months to broker a deal between the companies and the railway workers to help them secure some of the things that they were asking for, paid sick leave, stuff like that. The ARP was the largest domestic social spending program since the war on poverty in the fucking 60s. Codified gay marriage. He signed a bill into law that codified gay marriage. So even if Obergefell were to fall, which it doesn't look like it's going to because the Supreme Court declined to take up that case. So it looks like gay marriage is safe for now. But let's say that the Supreme Court one day decides that they're going to take up a case and they reverse Obergefell. Well, now because of Joe Biden, even if you live in a state where they have banned gay marriage, because of the bill that Joe Biden signed into law, you can go to another state where gay marriage is legal, get married, and when you come back into your state that banned gay marriage, they have to recognize that marriage. So that's pretty fucking progressive. He was the least hawkish president since I don't even know. I really don't even know. Maybe like over 100 years. I don't even know. And on and on and on and on and on. I mean, the student loan debt, he spent political capital on forgiving student loan debt, even though it wasn't even that popular with voters. He still did that with executive authority. I mean, there's no question that he was well to the left of Jimmy Carter. I don't think he was radical. Don't mistake me. I'm not saying that Joe Biden was a radical. I'm not saying that he was too extreme. That's not what I mean. But he was certainly to the left of every president in my lifetime, easily, you know. I forgot what we were even talking about. What were we even talking about? Paul, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Don't let Trump run for the bunker. I don't really know what that means, but thank you for the membership, buddy.
And be able to capture the hearts of, you know, the progressive college educated base that I'm talking about. That person is going to be able to do that the way they're
we were talking about. Yeah. So now you have a right wing base, voter base that are, I would say they're definitely way more extreme. You know, they're like, should women have rights? You know, like that's a serious conversation that's happening in right wing circles right now. You know, do we need a constitution anymore? You know, should we reduce immigration to 0? Like these are very extreme positions to me. And on the left, there is like the base has gotten, I think, a little too extreme on some stuff, but you know, the stuff that they've gotten extreme on, well, I mean, they were certainly more extreme, I would say, in like 2020. You know, in 2020 on the primary debate stage, Julian Castro said he would decriminalize border crossings, which even if I agree with that policy, and I don't, but like, that's pretty extreme. You know, like that stuff has largely died down. You know, that was kind of like peak woke era. But you know, it's going to be really interesting to see how each of the candidate campaigns in 2020, because they are going to have to appeal to a much more ideologically partisan like base of support, and then they're going to have to pivot to the center. And so like how do you do that? Because if you get too extreme during the primary, sure, you might win the primary, but you might have turned off a lot of people in the center while doing that. And so that's going to be a difficult balancing act. More for the Democrats, I think, but yeah.
Going to do that is not by looking like Jared Golden or Marie Gluesenkamp Perez or Mary Peltola, who are all representatives who are really good at winning over voters who voted for Trump. And I think this puts Democrats in a really tricky.
You need to define the right's extreme before you label anything the left is as extreme. That doesn't compare to Trump saying he wants generals like Hitler did. I think we need to get more precise with the language. Because like repealing the 19th Amendment, that's like a debate that happens in conservative spaces online now. That's pretty fucking extreme, right? And with the left, it's like, like subsidized healthcare for undocumented migrants. That would be extreme. But maybe we need maybe we need a different kind of language. Maybe we just say too left wing. I mean, I don't know. Like both of those things are extreme, right? Daz Vidani with $5. It's fair to say the Republican Party has gotten more right wing than the Dems have gotten left wing, but Dems have definitely gotten more left wing. I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Position and really suggests that we're going to have a really hard time in 2028. So I think there's this question for Democrats, which is really just like, how do we get Democratic voters excited about we used to be able to do this, right? We used to get Barack Obama. People were really excited about Barack Obama, and he was committed to a lot fewer unpopular policies than I expect the 2028 frontrunner to be committed to. And so there's this real question for Democratic elites, which is how do we get Democratic primary voters to how do we get both Democratic elites and Democratic primary voters? How do we get everybody in the party before it's too late to realize some of the realities of public opinion? Because I think one way that this happens and how it's happened historically is that when parties lose enough times, they eventually sort of learn their lesson.
Box Stripper says, some would say that the idea that men can give birth is extreme. I don't know. I feel like that's such a... I mean, I will grant you that some people took extreme positions when it came to trans stuff, but most of these issues are virtually non-existent. It's just like, I get kind of resentful that we even have to have conversations about this, I don't think the whole premise of that is so bad faith to me, because nobody thinks that trans women can give birth. Like nobody thinks that. Like if you say the phrase men can't give birth, most people are going to be like, yeah. And then if you clarify, well, we can talk about trans men, I think it's fair to say trans men can't give birth. Or I'm sorry, trans men can give birth and men can't give birth. Like, we should be able to say these things at the same time. And that's just the end of the conversation. But then the whole conversation just gets so bogged down.
So you see this in the United States. The Democratic Party lost 5 of 6 presidential elections from 1972 to 1988, and then we got Bill Clinton. In the UK, they had a long period of losing with Margaret Thatcher, and then they got Tony Blair and they won again. They had, Jeremy Corbyn, and then eventually they ditched Jeremy Corbyn, and then they won again. So we see these sort of cycles where parties lose, and then they sort of recalibrate their positions. They start meeting the voter where they are, and then they start winning again. And then they get overconfident and triumphant, and then they start losing again, and you get these cycles. The problem for Democrats right now is that we're in a legitimately very scary time for the United States of America. And if Republicans win the 2028 presidential election, or they win, if we lose 3 presidential elections in a row, the same way that we did between 1980 and 1988,
kill me in a video game.
Some really bad things might happen. Some things that you and I are very worried about, that everybody listening to this show is, I'm sure, very concerned about. Some existential threats to democracy, perhaps. A lot of people are going to get hurt. A lot of low-income folks are going to get hurt. So I think there's this real question for Democrats, which is, are we going to be able to course correct before we lose, or is it going to take another couple losses for us to do that? And I think my biggest hope with writing Deciding to Win was to try to wake up a lot of forces in the party to some of the realities of public opinion before we lose rather than after.
I think the way that both Clinton won and Obama won is instructive because they're different.
Like the whole question of like Like, what is a woman? Why can't the left define what a woman is? It's like, you should be able to give a nuanced answer. And, you know, the answer is like an adult human female, but then also there's like trans women. And then you can describe what that is. Like, that's a perfectly acceptable answer. I don't think you would find very many people on the left that would disagree with that kind of framing. You would find like maybe a few people that would just say stuff like trans women are women, period. You don't even need to like explain it further. I don't think there's very many of those people really. I heard Destiny one time talk about it like, you know, it's like a chair. You know, like a chair is a chair, but then you have like, there's a reclining chair and a this chair and a that chair. Like that was the way he described it. And that one stuck out to me. I remembered that one.
Clinton in 92 was like very intentional and public about like breaking from the party.
Adult human female is a weird answer though. It kind of begs the question. Well, that's just the dictionary definition of woman, I believe. Every definition that I've ever seen. An adult female human being. Yeah.
Party and moderating, right? Like he was unafraid to talk about that he was more moderate than other Democrats.
Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Motherfucking goddamn it.
We did not consciously and intentionally talk about how Barack Obama was more moderate. And in fact, I don't think people in the primary, voters in the primary necessarily thought he was the most moderate candidate because we were running against Hillary Clinton and she sort of had an establishment vibe. Yep. I do think that the one thing I take from that is there were certain ways that Barack Obama signaled to people that perhaps he was more progressive. I mean, first of all, his name was Barack Hussein Obama. He was a black man from Chicago. So I think identity wise, that probably signaled to people that perhaps he was more progressive. And then I think when you're talking about substance,
Mystic Max says, I live on Long Island, which might as well be its own state with how conservative it is. How do I explain to my Republican friends that trans issues don't matter? Well, I don't even know if I would. I'm in my era of like IRL me. I don't really try to change people's minds. I fire up the stream and I talk about the things that I believe in, but if I'm out there in the world and I'm engaging with people, I don't really spend a lot of time trying to change people's minds. I find it most of the time it's a waste of time. But like if it's your like friend, right? I think the strongest case that you can make is like if you want to say that the like trans issues are massively overstated and overblown, which isn't to trivialize, like trans people do face all kinds of horrifying discrimination in recent years, and the Democratic Party should have their back, and we shouldn't just talk about the issues like, oh, you know, just don't talk about it. It's not, you know, but like when it comes to like the trans sports issue specifically, I think the easiest way to make that case is to say that there are less than 10. This is just a fact. This is what the president of the NCAA said. There are less than 10 trans athletes in all of collegiate sports. That's roughly 500,000 athletes. And at most, there's 9. So quick math on that. We've looked this up before, but it's like 0.0005 or something like that. 9 divided by 500,000 is 0.001% of all collegiate athletes are trans. And so I might say something like that, and then I would springboard into, you know, I would use that to segue into the claim that Republicans deliberately obfuscate and make the issue 1,000 times bigger than it actually is because they want to distract people from the fact that their policies are not very popular. Like Republican policies, except for like tax cuts, but Republican policies are just pretty broadly unpopular for the most part. Apart from like, you know, maybe crime, you know, like addressing crime, like that's kind of evergreen for conservative politics. Like you just talk about how you're gonna, you know, stop more crime and be more punishing to the bad guys, and or like border security, you know, that stuff is not unpopular, but everything else is just really unpopular. And so they focus on a virtually non-existent issue. I mean, the issue of trans people in collegiate sports is virtually non-existent. Like it is an issue that basically doesn't actually exist. Yep.
His opposition to the Iraq War went a long way, and that's an interesting issue where he read as sort of more left wing than he was because of the opposition to the war, but it was also a position that was quite popular at the time, even if people saw it as anti-war, which reads more progressive.
Look, I think the other thing about Barack Obama, not to, you guys did an amazing job, particularly on the 2012 campaign. It's very impressive stuff. With that said, I think part of the story with Obama 2008 has to be also that there was a huge recession right before the election.
Yeah.
And look, like, to be honest with you, if there's a huge recession like in 2008, starting in September of 2028, Democrats can almost certainly win the presidency without doing a single thing that I'm recommending.
And potentially another 60 vote majority. There can be like sea changes that occur in politics that are kind of outside of the party's ability to influence or control. If there's a recession, then we could very plausibly get President AOC or Warren, or someone who's more of like a populist.
Recommending. They can ignore every poll in the world.
President AOC.
President, look, if there's a huge recession into
I swear to God, I did not pre-watch this. I swear to God.
September 28, and AOC's the nominee, she's probably going to win, regardless of what she does. With that said, I would think it would be a little foolish for Democrats to count on there being a huge recession right before the election. We can't guarantee that that's going to happen. It would also be pretty bad for a lot of people if it happened. And it's just not the kind of thing we want to pin our political hopes on. So I think there's just
I don't think that's what Favreau was saying. But
it's a really important question for Democrats, which is like, we need to, and it's really hard. And I'm feeling pretty worried about our ability to do this. But we need to come to terms with political opinion before the voters deliver us another rebuke, in order to, prevent some really bad consequences for our country.
Since we're recording this before the election results, care to offer a pre-take on what, if anything, the results might tell us about the national environment, and more specifically, what are you going to be looking for?
Look, so, I don't want to overlearn lessons from off-year elections, but of course, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
it's the thing on everybody's minds.
You know what? You're right. Hurricane Sandy was another factor in the 28 election. When was Hurricane Sandy? Wait, no. What the fuck? No. I'm thinking of Katrina. Sorry. Jesus. (2005). Maybe it wasn't super salient by the time they got to 2008, but that was a really damaging moment for the Bush presidency. I remember that pretty vividly. That was bad for the Bush presidency.
So I think I've been pretty consistent in my views on this over the last couple months in my public writing. I think there's something to learn. All three of the candidates, I think, have run pretty smart, disciplined campaigns. They've all been focused on affordability, which is voters' top issue. I think Spanberger has been focused on it. Zoran Mamdani might be the most affordability-focused candidate I've ever seen in my life. I watched an incredible CNN hit he did yesterday, in which they did a lightning round and asked, tried to see how fast he could bring.
Oh, that was amazing. It was MSNBC. Ari Melber did. Sorry, it was so good.
Yes, my bad. It was amazing. It was absolutely incredible. Somebody asked him, what do you think about Trump saying he's better looking than you? He said, I'm focused on affordability. It's amazing. It's the stuff of Democratic political consultants like me. It's the stuff of our dreams. So I think that's been really impressive. And Spanberger, I think, has also done a good job in Sherrill as well, though I've been following in New Jersey a little bit less closely. What I will say that
Mikey Sherrill just expanded her lead to 14 points in New Jersey. I don't know if you guys saw that, but
is that the electorate and those states, those are all states that Kamala Harris won. We're in an off year. Donald Trump's in office. Those electorates are going to be even more blue than they were in 2024. The median voter in New York City, the median voter in Virginia, the median voter in New Jersey, that's a person who voted for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump in 2024. The median voter in the United States of America voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris in 2024. And so I think, that's just it's really important for Democrats to be clear-eyed about what we can and can't learn.
Yeah.
Zoran Mamdani, I like Zoran Mamdani a lot. I think there's a lot to like about him. He, his closing ad really got me last night. I don't know if you saw that
Same.
one, the Bob Dylan ad.
That ad was, I swear to God, one of the best political ads I've ever seen in my life. Like, Mamdani is almost too slick. It almost like, I'm almost resentful of him because he's so fucking slick. Did you guys see that ad that he did to close out his campaign with Bob Dylan? Oh, the times they are a-changing. I can't watch it because it's DMCA. It was a beautiful ad. It was fucking beautiful. I'm literally getting fucking goosebumps. I'm not even kidding. I'm literally getting goosebumps right now thinking about that ad. It was a beautiful ad. It was like 2-3 minute ad, and it was basically they were telling the story of the campaign. So the ad opens with him doing the whole man on the street thing, trying to talk to people, and he's trying to hand out like, political flyers or whatever. And people are just walking right by him and ignoring him. And then, it starts to show how the campaign changed and how over time they built up all this grassroots energy. And it's this, one of the greatest songs of all time, in my opinion. Fucking Bob Dylan, that motherfucker. And oh, the times they are changing, playing in the background, and then just crescendos with this, just all this enthusiasm. And it was just like a brilliant ad. I was like, fuck, bro, I want to do a revolution with this guy right now. Like it had that kind of impact on me. I think, and I've said this before, but I think that one of Mamdani's biggest strengths was his background in show business and entertainment. And in that way, I suppose he's similar to Donald Trump, which is kind of interesting. I do think they're kind of similar in a few ways, but not in the bad ways. I'm not saying that like he's Trumpy, but his mom was a film director. So she's directed major feature films, and he worked on at least one of those films with the Queen of Katya, with Lupita Nyong'o, if that's how you say her name. But I think his experience in production helped him a lot, because it's really obvious that the team that he hired put a extremely they placed a heavy emphasis on polish. All of those videos, all those campaign ads, they were shot really well and they were edited really well. And that, I think, makes a difference. You can tell when some campaigns just kind of phone it in, and the ads that they're putting out there, it looks like somebody who has no experience in editing threw it together in like Windows Movie Maker in like 10 minutes. And that wasn't the case with Mamdani. With Mamdani, it felt like he hired like a real film crew that had worked on legit productions. And I think that every single Democratic candidate that runs in 2026, they need to borrow that from him. They need to learn that lesson from him. Because I think that stuff really matters, especially online and short form content. If you're targeting alternative media really aggressively with TikTok and Twitter and Threads and Blue Sky and the whole thing, like that stuff, I think is really, that will make a difference between someone, scrolling down and just scrolling right past your ad. If you can grab somebody in the first like 5 minutes with a really polished shot, good cinematography, good lighting, good soundtrack, then that's like a currency. And he just did that so well, I think, his campaign.
Same.
Really got me.
Same.
With that said, he's quite unpopular nationally, I think, in the polling. So it shows that, he's, other than maybe Chuck Schumer, he might be the most unpopular Democrat nationally. So I think, again, there's this question of like, what can we learn? What can we take away? What are the good things? And what do we need to, be a little bit more careful about?
Well, I very much appreciate your contribution to the discourse, since unlike many contributions,
I'll bet you anything, guys, if we go down into the comments, the minefield. Let's check it out. These people always pretend they don't understand the difference in left-wing economics and left-wing social issues. The Democratic Party today is to the right of the Democratic Party of the 20th century on economics. That's not true. Jesus Christ. I imagine in my mind it's like a 25-year-old saying this who just has no fucking concept of what the 90s were like. Let alone the 80s, you know. That's my headcanon. Whenever I see these comments, I'm like, oh, this person's probably wasn't even alive when Bush was president. Why didn't they ask about wealth tax, but thought it was important to ask about increasing taxes for people making $75,000? Who funded this poll? This is the political consultant class that needs to be jettisoned from the conversation. So we all agree that the Dem Party has to wean itself off the consultant class, yet here you are again. If the corporate Democrats would get out of our way, isn't that like, boy oh boy. That is a very... That's like their whole political philosophy. It's just like, oh, if only the establishment, only the pesky establishment at AIPAC would get out of our way. It's a bit much for corporate Democrats to label themselves moderate and then pretend to care about what the base thinks. It's like, bro, all they did was, I mean, you understand they talked to 500,000 people? You understand that is an enormous, freakishly big sample size. These people will get so mad if you just point to like data. You should not be getting angry with someone because they asked voters what they felt about this or that policy. You should you need that information if you want to be successful. They have moved right on tax policy and campaign finance reform. That's not wrong to say. I don't know what you mean when you say they've moved right on campaign finance reform. What are you talking about? The last 3 presidential candidates for the Democratic Party ran on ending Citizens United. They're all of Jenk's alt accounts? True. I agree. Sometimes when I start talking again, it makes me want to sneeze again. No, I think we're good. Nope, we're not good. Hold on. I think we're good. I don't know. I feel like comments like these are why I don't have a lot of confidence in the movement right now. Why would I expect that the progressive movement is going to have more success if they're having this reaction to, and I'm generalizing, right? I mean, this is like the Pod Save America, you know, like subscriber base. And so maybe they're not fully representative of progressives all over the country, but I kind of suspect that they are, you know. You should, if you want, it just doesn't inspire confidence. You should try to get a sense of where the voters are at on the issues. Like, you need to do that if you're going to be successful as a candidate. Like, you have to do that. You have to look at those numbers. And they shouldn't make you angry. That's the other thing too. You need to be curious about these numbers, and they shouldn't make you angry. Just think of it like a problem to solve. You know? I think they see these numbers and they think to themselves, you know, this is just like a centrist, it's just a bunch of centrists trying to tell progressives that they're unpopular. And I don't think that's what motivates these kinds of things. And even if the progressive label has kind of baggage right now, that doesn't mean that you can't fucking turn it around if you adjust your messaging, adjust your tone, you know, adjust the kind of candidates that you elevate in primaries. Like, there's ways that you can adapt to the electorate and you should endeavor to do those things if you want to be electorally successful, but it turns into this like the fucking Michael Jordan and I took that personally meme. It's like that. I thought you were a progressive. No, I'm center right. Don't you know that? I feel comfortable at this point. I'm just, I'm working on my why I left the left video. It's taken a little bit longer than I thought. But I think it's time. I think it's time that we come out as center right. It just feels, the label feels right. I am whatever you need me to be, Cherry. If you want me to be a griper, I'm a griper. If you want me to be alt-right, sign me up. Center-right, centrist shitlib, call me that. That's fine. Hutch thinks the entire progressive platform is gender issues nowadays. I'll keep timing you out. I'll keep doing it. Over and over again. How often do I bring up gender issues? It's usually somebody in my chat that brings up gender issues. I think like the progressives have the same kind of issue that the Democratic Party has right now, where there's just this massive branding issue. The Democratic Party, the main reason why the Democratic Party is as unpopular as it is right now is because the perception is that the entire Democratic Party is like the progressive wing. They think that the progressive wing is like the median Democrat. So there's like layers of branding problems here. Also, like we have a lot of old people and there was a poll that I saw recently that showed that when you just asked voters in a vacuum how they felt about Mamdani's policies, they were reasonably popular. Like every single one of them. Free and fast buses, free childcare, rent freeze. Forgot the other one. What's the other one? Which one am I missing here? I always forget this one. What was the fourth one? Bodegas, yeah, the grocery stores. There was some poll that I saw the other day where they asked voters all over the country how they felt about the policies, and those policies were reasonably popular, ranging from like 55 to 85%. I think free childcare is enormously popular. But then when you added that it came from a Democrat, popularity for those issues went way down. And that actually replicates another poll that I saw a couple weeks ago where the same thing came up. Somebody else did a poll in a very similar kind of way. And they had a conversation with Ezra Klein. It was on his podcast. And he communicated the same thing. Like they talked to voters in more conservative districts and they asked them, how do you feel about these policies? And the policies rated very well. And then support for those policies went down on average around 10 points when you identified that the policies were being proposed by Democrats. So the Democrats' problem right now is not necessarily policy. I do think that there's some policies that are quite unpopular that we should probably back off from in national politics. But there's a branding issue. As soon as people hear that it came from a Democrat, they get turned off. Like there's something about the Democratic Party label that is turning people off. And there's probably a few different reasons for that. Is there a poll asking voters if they even know what liberal versus moderate versus progressive is? I bet it's low. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. That's a good question. I know people that, into their 30s, late 20s, they couldn't have told you the difference between a liberal and a conservative. And I think that there's fucking tens of millions of people like that. No judgment. People have different lives. Some people are focused on their families. It is, but that's fine. But we are dealing with a significant percentage of the country that are not, they just, politics is not a part of their life. I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. So we all agree that this guy don't know what left economics means. Thank you. Dude, what happened? I don't understand what happened with Pod Save, guys. If you want to know why Hassan got invited to CrookedCon, just look at the comments of their videos. I'm not sure what happened. Because their core supporters when they first launched were, these are former Obama staffers. These guys were not like Bernie or bust people back in 2016. And then just over the last 9 years, it just seems like their audience has become much more left-wing. This is just anecdotal. I can't prove it, but I used to be a pod fan back in 2017. I used to listen to all their podcasts. And then you go into the trenches of their comments, and it's just like, ugh. Like this is all a big problem to me. Like this is a big problem to me. I don't know how to fix this problem. These people are angry. They're very, very angry. They're out for blood. They feel like they've been cheated and robbed and blocked. And I don't know how that goes away. Like I almost want, like, I don't know if would it be better if AOC ran and got the nomination? Like I feel like they just need to have we need to have a progressive, someone who's decently progressive be the nominee in 2028, but not someone who's so progressive that they would turn off voters. And I don't really know how to strike that balance, because that kind of candidate, in my mind, probably wouldn't pass the purity test that the people in these comments would impose. So I don't really know how to fix this problem. I feel like we're just there's just going to be this friction, this tension that's just ongoing in Democratic Party politics. And it's not going to end until the progressives really have their day. You guys know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to make this go away. I would really love to just get along with everybody. And I don't think my standards are so high. I really don't. Just as long as whatever opinions you have are informed by something beyond vibes, as long as whatever opinions you have about policy platforms and strategy and just analysis, as long as all that is rooted in something tangible and something demonstrable and then whatever differences we have ideologically, they don't really matter to me all that much. I don't really care. But that's not what this is in the comments. Down here, it's just fucking cope. They see these numbers and they think it's all a hoax. They see numbers that Mamdani is unpopular, or Medicare for all is unpopular, and they just think that's a hoax. They just think it's just not real. And even worse, they think it's corrupt. They think that some billionaire with a conservative agenda cooked the books and fabricated these numbers, is what they think. What's going to happen here, Hutch? Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next few years, but I feel like we're on very shaky ground right now. Dazvidani with $5. If AOC lost in the general, they would just claim that moneyed interests and centrist Dems sabotaged her campaign, that they were controlled opposition. True. 100%. Yeah. You might say, yeah, the Democratic Party, we're on thin ice right now. But I'll tell you what, like, I think nights like Tuesday kind of helped with that though, because everybody feasted. Everybody feasted. Moderates had a really good night. Progressives had a really good night. Everybody ate. That was a big old barbecue and fucking everybody ate. And that, I felt, helped to mute the friction. That doesn't make any sense as an analogy, you know, like it helped to sort of smooth things out, you know. Everybody was happy. There was some kind of like nonsense bickering, but for the most part, you know, Mamdani had a good night. Spanberger had a good night. That's like an ideal situation. So if we can go into 2026, and it looks like more progressives are going to be nominated to be the candidates on many ballots all over the country. That much I think we can confidently predict. There was a progressive that just took over the mayorship in Seattle, you know, big city. How many people are in Seattle? There's only 800,000 people in Seattle. What the fuck? It's the 18th most populous city in the United States, so I guess that's technically big. I didn't realize that it's kind of like San Francisco. Huh. But we can see, you know, candidates like Plattner coming out of nowhere, and let's just set aside all the controversy. That's not the point, but the fact that someone like Plattner can rise to the top of the primary challenge in Maine, that should give you a sense of like where Democratic primary voters are. And I assume he's not going to be the only one. So I think there's going to be a lot of progressives that get nominated in 2026. And my hope is that it's another repeat of last Tuesday night where Democrats just across the board have a really good night. And if that happens, then I think that can maybe help to ease the tension. But I'm very, very, very concerned about 2028. I keep trying to sound the alarm on that. And I don't know, maybe I'm being too alarmist right now, but I see some big warning signs. I see some, you know, pretty significant warning signs going into 2028. About what? About the friction that exists within Democratic Party politics right now. Like, this stuff is kind of evidence of the friction that I'm talking about. I think that there's sort of a mismatch. There's a misalignment going on. Like, these people are furious. It's just unequivocal fury. Let me just scroll down and just read a random. Boom, here we go. If we ran Mamdani's campaign across 50 states, we'd win all 50. We need to broaden our voter base toward the populist left and stop catering our general election to Nikki Haley voters. That was just me reading a random. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's unhinged. That's a good word for it. That's a problem. That mindset is so prevalent right now. And it's not helpful. It is delusional. Let me do that again. We're going to do it again. Random comment. Here we go. This isn't as hard as people make it out. Messaging and the messenger are the problem, not the policies. As a local progressive politician in a conservative place, my fiscal conservatism crosses demographics, whereas my policies are there to effectively help people, mostly through public-private partnerships. I don't use national democratic messaging and put my policies in the category of building community and helping neighbors. Contents of those policies are very progressive, but I phrase them as nonpartisan problem-solving efforts. The National Party needs to compete rurally. The National Party should stop virtue signaling on social issues. The National Party should fight for economic justice. The National Party should run good messengers that are authentic to their constituents. You know what? I feel better. There's at least one person. There's at least one person in the replies. I mean, yeah, no notes. No notes. Yeah, I think that's a great practical, pragmatic analysis. Dylan with the tier 1 membership. Dylan, thank you so much, buddy. Bad Company with $5. Should we drop the liberal title? It's been poisoned to hell and back by the left and right. IMO, we should just stick to moderate Dem. No, I think I feel most comfortable with the, like, progressive liberal is how I would describe myself if you put a gun to my head. But if you want to simplify it, liberal is fine. I like that label for me. All right, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again. Okay, random go. I would really appreciate if you started doing chapter markers for your podcast. Okay, that doesn't work. All right, ready, go. All the people who voted against background checks should be investigated. Okay, that's not very helpful. So the best way for the left to succeed is to be the right. No. See, this is an issue because that's actually not what he said. He didn't say be right wing and then you'll win more elections. That is a kind of ridiculous caricature, like a ridiculously like reductivist take. I mean, listen. Like, if Kamala Harris becomes the nominee in 2028, which there's a very decent chance of that happening, let's just be clear. Name recognition is a big part of this thing, and people know her name, and that's very possible that she becomes the nominee. Do we really think that the left, like the people that are leaving these comments in this video, do we really think that they're gonna put their weight behind Kamala in 2028? I don't think we can count on them for that. God, just kill me in a video game right now. Now I'm thinking about it right now. I can't do another year of like killer Kamala. I can't, you know, Bomala, Kopmala. I can't. I think honestly, I think if she became the nominee, that would be pretty fucking catastrophic because I think there would be a meltdown on the left. I think they would really, really be upset about that. I think she would, in terms of like who would upset them the most, I think she would upset them the most. More than Shapiro, more than Pritzker, more than Newsom, more than Pete, and they fucking hate Pete. I think if she became the nominee, it would be just a shit show, in my opinion. That'd be so bad. How are we feeling about Pete? I'm all in. He's never gonna, well, I don't never say never, but let's put it this way. Pete has been consistently polling at 0% with black voters for years. And so the only way he could ever plausibly get the nomination is if he made massive inroads with black voters, which seems unlikely. Or he would have to convert a significant amount of MAGA voters, which seems unlikely. That guy would probably convert like the least amount of MAGA voters. I told you guys my top 4 right now, like, and I can't remember what I said actually. I said the nominee is either going to be Kamala, Josh Shapiro, Ossoff, or AOC. I think it's going to be one of those four. Shapiro, I think that's my order of likelihood. Honestly, I think it's most likely to be Kamala. And then after that, Shapiro. And then after that, Ossoff. And then after that, AOC. Do you think AOC before Newsom? I do, yeah, because I think Newsom is doing a really good job of exciting the base right now. But that's only half of the story. He has to find a way to broaden his appeal to, like middle of the road voters in crucial battleground states. And I have doubts about his national appeal. Now, he's impressed me recently, and so if he continues on the trend that he's on now, then I reserve the right to adjust my analysis a year from now. But he's got a long way to go. I think he's got a long way to go before he can win a Democratic Party primary and become the nominee. What if Harris doesn't run? Has she indicated that she'll go for 2028? I think it's pretty obvious she's going to run again. I think she made that pretty clear in a recent interview. You have to understand, she's a bit of a fighter. She's pretty scrappy. And she had been undefeated in her political career before she dropped out in 2019 because her campaign ran out of money. And early on, she was actually showing some pretty promising signs. Like her primary campaign in 2019 was actually kind of just one of the weirder ones because she started off really, really strong, I think. And then it was, I don't know what happened, but some people think it's because Tulsi, said something to her on the debate stage, but I don't think it was that. She just like fell off of a cliff, ran out of money. Actually, she didn't even fall off of a cliff. Like her standing in the primaries wasn't even horrible at the time that she dropped out, but she dropped out in like December of 2019 because the donor money just dried up and she just ran out of funds. And then she lost in 2024, but that race was not on her terms. Like she was just given the nominee and did the best that she could. But she, I think, is very prideful, and she's a fighter, and I think she wants to win. I think she definitely wants to win. I think she wants to show people that she can win. That just seems to be like her personality. And for what it's worth, I think she would be a good president. So she became the nominee. I would be disappointed, but actually, I do think that she could win. I do. I really do think she could win. She got pretty fucking close to winning, and the odds were not great for her, and the conditions were not great for her run, and she got pretty close to running. Now run her against like Vance after 4 years of Trump, I think she could easily win. Her campaign in 2020 was a mess. I don't know the details of that, but I have to use the restroom, guys. I'm gonna play this. What the fuck? Oh, that's better. There we go. I have to use the restroom. I want to play this video that just got uploaded today. A nice 2 hour and 40-minute video. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna watch Emma Vigeland and John Lovett have a conversation, and I'm not gonna get triggered. I'm just not gonna get triggered. I'm not gonna be upset. I'm gonna be perfectly fine. Give me just a couple minutes.
I think the cultural stuff is only relevant if that is ostensibly the only thing that you're bringing to the table. And unfortunately for the Democratic Party, I mean, these used to be wedge issues for a reason, right? When people are focusing on that, they're always going to go, okay, well, the Democrats are silly. Why do they care about this? This is like a tiny sliver of the population.
Kamala Harris did not run on wedge issues. This is just a lie. The idea that she was running on like identity politics or wedge issues is ridiculous and ahistorical.
Like every moment that they're talking about that is a moment where they're not talking about like affordability, where they're not talking about like a working class centered party.
Where are the Democrats that ran on trans issues?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love her. My God, you never see this. Thank you. Now that is the response. Let it out. Like just let it out, you know? And look at his face too. Like he's never ever pressed in this kind of way when he's doing his streams. He's never pressed on this shit.
Where are they? They did it.
No, I
They
agree.
did it.
Exactly, I
They
agree.
did.
Exactly, I agree. This is kind of a wild panel situation here. We got Simone Sanders, who was she on Bernie's team at some point? I know she was on Biden's team in 2020. And then I think she might have been on Bernie's team in 2016. I don't really remember. And then you got Hassan. This is just kind of a crazy frame to pause on with what's the situation here? We got Tim Miller, we got Jessica Tarlov, and these two have quickly become two of my favorite voices in politics right now. In recent years, you know, maybe if you went back several years, you could find, but in recent years, I feel like Tim Miller, I don't know if he's ever had a take that I disagreed with. And Jessica Tarlov is just doing God's work on Fox News. We saw little snippets of this conversation, and I'm less interested in Simone Sanders and Jessica Tarlov and love it. But once I found out that these two were on a panel together, I knew that it was going to get spicy at some point. And apparently it did get spicy.
Hi, everybody. Wow. I'm John Lovett. We're live at Cricket Con. All right, he's got people. Everybody here has got people everywhere, you know?
We're in the Reagan building, baby. I've co-opted your ass.
Can't lose control just yet. In his 1992 convention speech, Bill Clinton, who is perfect, said of Republicans who were at the time angry about Murphy Brown being a single mom on television, if other politicians make you feel like you are not part of their family, come on and be part of ours. Republicans were the hall monitors, we were welcoming. 3 decades later, Trump found an audience among pretty apolitical comedians and media personalities and their fans who see Democrats as pious and scolding. The Democratic Party is widely reviled. A broad survey of working class voters described Democrats as, quote, woke, weak, and out of touch. Coming out of Tuesday, which was awesome. Semaphores Dave.
Woke Sharia.
What? Yeah.
Woke Sharia, baby.
We're all living in Momdanistan now.
It's just, I think it is telling that, you know, he references Tuesday and the only race that Hassan was thinking about was Mamdani. It's just, there was one tweet from like a few days ago that I quote retweeted that just really irritated me. It was like somebody was like, whatever the tweet was, it was just like, it was a tweet that was entirely focused on New York City. And it was like basically making the case that, you know, look at New York City. If this doesn't tell you that this is where the party needs to go, then there were like thousands of elections on Tuesday, technically, I think thousands across the country, hundreds of more kind of like more higher profile elections. And for a lot of people, a lot of like super online people, there was only one election that happened last Tuesday.
Semaphores Dave Weigel put it best in summarizing the exit polls. What do you think of the Democrats? They stink. Who did you vote for? As many Democrats as possible. So where do we go from here? Joining me, our streamer and political commentator, Hassan Piker. MS Now, Simone Sanders. The Bulwark's Tim Miller. And the co-host of The Five, Fox News' Jessica Tarlov. Tim, I want to start with you, and I want to just concede that this is like a big topic, and it can be hard to tease out style from substance, strategy, ideology, but I want to start with that 2024 dynamic. You have Trump and his allies on Rogan and a whole bunch of apolitical shows and media. in hindsight, Democrats say, oh, we need Democrats that can go everywhere. They have to go everywhere just like Trump did. But then we look around and we say, well, who are the Democrats that can do that? And as a former Republican, as a pilgrim in an unholy land, who's gone from viewing Democrats being annoying as an asset to a liability, like, where is your head at?
Well, I was happy about the woke Sharia in New York, but you do have to remember that the CIA has taken over in Virginia across the river. So the deep state.
Yes. They're also funny too, man. I wish I was that funny. Lovett is just one of those people that's like really effortlessly funny. Tim's whole thing is like being super sardonic and dry, and like I think Tim is fucking hilarious.
Establishment is also on the rise.
Big tent.
Big tent. You know what, Lovett? You guys are kind of annoying, and it is something that we're dealing with. And I think that it's important to just accept it and think about it. And the fundamental question that you got to, which was. Okay, well, we need a Rogan of our own, or we got to be able to go hang out with these, folks. We got to be appealing more to the comedian set. And then it's like, well, who would go on the podcast? And then it's like, well, are you available? Are you? Like the list is kind of short, right? And so, we can't create people from scratch, but I think that it's important, when I look back at the mistakes the Democrats made that got us to this place, it's like, Biden wins in 20 when everybody's inside, right? So you didn't have to be out there. And then in 22, it's like, well, we didn't have a red wave. So it's like things are going pretty well, right? And so I just think that there was a lot of just inertia and status quo happening. And a lot of the problems that were undergirding that, a lot of things people were frustrated with about COVID or about the not as fun parts of woke Sharia, right? Like there wasn't a lot of reflection on that, and I think that it's good to reflect on it now. And I think that Tuesday was awesome, but just because we did really well on Tuesday, because Trump is fucking everything up, does not mean that we shouldn't also think about how we can continue to kind of expand out and appeal to more people.
Simone, it seems like Democrats are often in a trap, which is Trump or one of his acolytes does something genuinely offensive, whether it's attacking or undermining a democratic institution or going after a vulnerable group of people, and Democrats want to defend those people, right? But then at times, sometimes they seem like they're writing their own version of the Federalist Papers, or they are doing what is then described as identity politics. And so how do you fight back against Trump when he's attacking people, when he's making an issue of marginalized groups, without then being seen by a broader group or being focused less on, say, the economy? Like, how do you square that circle?
Well, I'm from North Omaha, Nebraska. Shout out to the Midwest people in the room. Yes, there are black people. There are black people in Nebraska all over this country, maybe not North Dakota. And so I say that because earlier this summer, a black man who is a Democrat unseated a 3-term Republican mayor in Omaha, Nebraska. And we can clap for that. His name is John Ewing. And John Ewing, I grew up knowing John Ewing. I know him very well. But in that race, like in many other races across this country that have happened since 2024, one of the issues that the Republican candidate tried to pull to the forefront were bathrooms and trans issues. And you know what John Ewing's answer was? Well, first of all, he had an answer. He put up an ad to answer the attacks, which I think is really important. You cannot let attacks go. You cannot allow your opponent, as a former strategist, you cannot have your opponent defining you and you not answering. So that's part of it. I think specifically coming out of 2024, a lot of candidates did not answer the attacks. And some people were just like, oh, no, that's not me. And it's like, well, who are you? But John Ewing put up ads and went out there and did speeches and was on the streets talking to folks doing interviews and whatnot and campaigning and saying, she's doing this because she don't want to talk about the potholes. She doesn't want to talk about the issues that are affecting you. She's want to make up this issue that I'm not talking about. She doesn't want to talk about the potholes. And so I think the answer is not to run away from the confrontation. Like, you're not about to make me, as I used to always tell candidates, don't allow these folks, anybody, any of your opponents, to make you believe that you're for an issue that you've never taken up. Like, I don't know what the hesitancy is from some of the campaigns and the strategists over the last, couple of cycles.
All right, guys, let's get into it. Large horchata. What is this? Democrats more energized for 2026 elections than Republicans, Reuters Ipsos poll finds. This is pretty predictable. This is pretty predictable. This is just how we do things in American politics. The pendulum is a very real thing. The 6-day poll, which closed on Wednesday, showed 44% of registered voters who call themselves Democrats said they were very enthusiastic about voting in the November 3rd, 2026 elections, compared with 26% of Republicans who said the same. Some 79% of Democrats said they would regret it if they didn't vote in the election, compared to 68% of Republicans. It's a pretty wide chasm of energy, and that was on full display last Tuesday night. I don't want to get cocky or anything, you guys, but I fucking told you so. Nobody likes an I told you so. Nobody likes people who gloat when they were right, but I fucking told you so. Do you guys have any idea how upset you guys made me throughout this year? How fucking triggered I was reading your comments in my chat? How many times did I tell you guys about the special election overperformance margins? If you had to roughly guess how many times. It's at least 100. At least 100 times I told you guys these special election margins are insane. Nobody talks about special elections because they're, you know, special elections. Like, oh, did you hear about that race in, you know, like the Mississippi State Assembly last night? Like, nobody gives a fuck about those. But over time, you get more and more and more elections that take place, and you get a bigger kind of wealth of data. And there was this clear trend. It even came up with a conversation that I had with Josiah, I think like 3 weeks ago, where he was really kind of he was really like, not full doomer, but he was, you know, very concerned about Democratic Party approval ratings. Came up on the podcast and I told him, I was like, the approval ratings are not good. The Democratic Party should be worried about those numbers. However, the special election performance for Democrats across the last year have been really insane, and they've been pointing to a very clear trend. Like, it seems pretty obvious that the Democratic Party voters right now are very fired up to vote, even though they're not happy with party leadership. I was saying that for fucking months. And then when we covered the election last Tuesday, I think I told you guys, I feel reasonably confident that we're going to have a really good night. But I'm not going to be satisfied unless it's like a bloodbath. Which, that let you know that I thought that that was possible. Like, we can, you know, this tonight can go very, very well for us. And I fucking told you guys. And there were so many people throughout the year that were telling me, no, this is cope. Special elections don't matter. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's not going to impact the elections. This is cope. This came up like 100 times over the last year, and I was so vindicated, and I just want some fucking credit for that. I think, in my opinion, I think my predictions are generally pretty good. That's what I think. I think my predictions are generally pretty good. And the predictions, even that I do get wrong, I don't get wrong by very much. That's what I think. And I think I deserve credit. How many people, though, come on, how many people were in my chat dooming on the timeline, dooming in the feed? I was Okay, box dropper. First of all, watch your mouth. First of all, here we go. Second of all, that was without a doubt the worst prediction I have ever made. Maybe in my life. So I got to give you that one. That was definitely the worst prediction I have ever made in my life. We were coming up to the debate. This was after 3 years of, oh my God, Biden is literally demented discourse. And I remember telling you guys, relax. Go watch his debate with Bernie Sanders when it was just him one-on-one in the primary debate. Go watch his debate with his debates with Donald Trump. He stutters a bit, you know, he's a little bit slower these days, but he's actually a really sharp debater. And he's going to be fine. I was telling you guys that for weeks. You guys were in my chat like, I don't feel good about this debate. Dozens and dozens of you guys for like weeks leading into that debate were in my chat. I don't feel good about this debate. I'm nervous. And for weeks I told you guys, no. He'll be fine. He's actually, in my defense, he was a good debater. In my defense. When you go back and you look at his old debates, he was a good debater. I mean, he wasn't like the best, but he was a good debater. He was very sharp, very well prepared. Never, you know, he was a good debater for sure. Not the best, but good. He was a good debater. And I was telling you guys for weeks, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. And then, man, let's just revisit real quick. I remember as soon as he opened his mouth, it was like 5 words, 5 words into his first sentence. And it was one of those moments where like, what's that one meme? There's one meme where there's a GIF where it's a guy going like this, and then he goes, what's that GIF? That was me internally.
You have to, but
This is, no, that's 2020. 2024 debate. Yet.
there were no.
I remember as soon as he started talking, I was like, oh boy. And my heart dropped into my fucking stomach.
It's more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right.
I was like, as soon as he started talking, I was like, oh, fuck. This is my nightmare. That was legit for someone who covers politics, you know, pays attention to every election cycle. That was legitimately one of the worst nights of my life. I don't want to be too dramatic here, but that was brutal. That was like, I just felt like absolute shit. Did you find it? This the one? Yeah. No, not this one. No, there's one where it's like, Maybe it's like an Office. Maybe it's Steve Carell. I don't know. There's one gif in particular where it's someone who's like he just gets really deflated, and I can't remember which meme that was. Okay, all right. As much as I want to revisit the 2024 debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, Grassroots Hegemon with $5. If you watched the 2012 VP debate with Biden and Ryan, he beat the brakes off of him handedly. Joe was a charismatic guy. In fact, I do remember that debate. I watched that debate live. He did wipe the floor with Paul Ryan. He mogged him in that debate. Not kidding. Look it up. Look it up. You know what? You know what? Are we really going to watch an Emma Vigeland video after reliving that? We are. Going to be a hell of a 1-2 punch. We just skip ahead a little bit here.
Both the Israelis and we know the Israel. And the interesting possibility.
Bro, he was just a different lad at that point.
The entire world would have joined us. Russia and China, all of our allies. These are the most crippling sanctions in the history of sanctions. Period. Period. When Governor Romney's asked about it, he said, we got to keep these sanctions. When you say, well, you're talking about doing more, what you're going to go to war? Is that what you want to do now?
We want to prevent war.
And the interesting thing is how they're going to prevent war. How are they going to prevent war if they say there's nothing more that they say we should do than what we've already done, number one. And number two, the loophole in terms of tax expenditures. Number two, 97% of the small businesses in America make less than $250,000. Let me tell you who some of those other small businesses are. Hedge funds that make $600-800 million a year. That's what they count as small businesses because they're pass through. Let's look at how sincere they are. Governor Romney on 60 Minutes, I guess it was about 10 days ago, was asked, Governor, you pay 14% on $20 million. Someone making $50,000 pays more than that. Do you think that's fair? He said, oh, yes, that's fair.
Who does he think he is?
So my observation of Biden is that he generally did better when he was really fired up. When he was angry or animated and he was really fired up, that was when he did the best in those kinds of settings. But he, you know, even in this clip, you can see he's kind of just like, you can see that stutter situation. But he was just, he really was a pretty good debater. He was like Hillary in the sense that
sucker over there, 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds.
My car goes faster than that, bro. I can do 0 to 60 in 2.8. I can make you go like this if you're sitting in the passenger seat. I do that to Esme sometimes just to wake her up. When we're getting on the freeway, just Grassroots Hegemon with $5. People forget Biden was hired to be Obama's pit bull. He was JD Vance when JD Vance was on the couch, or in the couch, I guess. Dosvidani with $2. They just do gruesome Newsom. That's a bit old. Sorry, that took me a while. That company with $5. Newsom is still looked at as a sleazeball IMO. Put the house on Bashir. I don't know. See, for me, like, and then Tim Blair with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. I haven't seen a lot of Andy Bashir. I do know that
That's fair.
Shut up. I do know that Andy Bashir has a smoking hot wife.
I think I knew Brittany was the one. Thought this had.
Wait, I feel. Never mind. I feel bad. They look like such a wholesome couple. I shouldn't be talking that way. Andy Bashir debate. I don't know. Have I ever seen him debate anyone? What is
From
this?
the Northern Kentucky University.
He's just Andy Bashir has a Riz deficiency that concerns me a little bit.
George and Ellen.
From Link NKY Managing Editor Megan Goth, Attorney General Cameron, you will start with this question.
The General Assembly passed legislation in 2022.
Public education. I'm a product of Kentucky's public schools, and I would not be where I am today without so many educators. I've shown how I'll stand up for public education from the time I was Attorney General, and I took Matt Bevin's sewer bill.
I mean, he's a good speaker, but first of all, and I love a good comb over. I'm a big proponent of a comb over. That was my preferred hairstyle. I would do something else with the hair. This could be improved. This situation here.
Which my opponent's running mate had championed to court to protect the pensions of every educator, police officer, and firefighter.
I mean, look, I do think we should be. How did Kentucky vote in 2024? I think we should for sure. Boy, oh boy, that is a red state. 31 points. 30.5. We'll round up to 31. Kentucky voted for Donald Trump by a margin of 31 points, and a Democrat won the governor's race in Kentucky. So I do think that we should absolutely figure out bring him into the fold in some kind of way. We should really be doing that with, like, if there are any, those should be the people that we look to first, in my opinion. As primary voters, those are going to be the people that I look to first. What kind of a state or a district are they serving in? Is it a purple state? Is it a light red state, a light blue state, dark blue, dark red? And for me, the Democratic candidates that perform really well in light blue states or dark blue states or districts, we'll say areas to combine the two, those are people that I am probably going to pass over. I'm going to be more focused on who are the Democrats that did well and who are the Democrats that did really well in light red areas and dark red areas. Those are going to be the candidates that are going to have the most mass appeal generally. And so I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if Bashir can win a primary. That's the problem. I don't know if Democratic primary voters would pick him. We'll see. All right. Anyways, love it. Had a conversation with Emma Vigeland. See how this goes.
Hey everybody, joining me today, it's Emma Vigeland from The Majority Report. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. The studio is so lovely.
There is so much to get through. We came out of a shutdown. Democrats were in disarray. Feels like another lifetime as the Epstein scandal has reemerged with a vengeance. Let's start with that. So we learned today that Republicans expect there to be mass defections on the discharge petition. This was what Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie introduced. They were scrounging their way to get to a majority, to get just a few Republicans to join. Mike Johnson refused to seat a new member of Congress because she was going to be the vote that took it over the top. Now they're going to bring it to the floor. It looks like as many as 100 Republicans could join. Trump sure is acting like someone who is worried about this. He's trying to buttonhole a bunch of members into opposing it. Doesn't seem to be working.
You say she is not our ally. So I have kind of I have thoughts about Emma Vigeland. I find myself irritated with her more and more these days. But the fact of the matter is, when the rubber hit the road in 2024, because I went back and I looked, she was pushing for Kamala. Not, you know, she wasn't like a K-Hive member. She was, I wouldn't call her a Kamala enthusiast, but she was pretty unambiguously pushing for Kamala. You know, there were a couple posts where she would say stuff like, kind of framing it as a lesser of two evils, which I think is problematic. I really don't like when people do that. Like when I look at the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party, it's like the difference between, you know, a soft newborn puppy and like a child molester. Or when I think about like the difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, I think of like a really good like stretch when you wake up in the morning, like a really just solid stretch, and like a stroke. That's how I look at the parties. And so whenever somebody says, you know, like, well, you know, harm reduction and just got to vote for the lesser of two evils, I just don't like the framing, because it's not that the Democrats never do anything that's harmful, but when we're having a conversation about the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party, it's like, you know, free rabbits for everybody, you know, just like somebody just shows up at your door and gives you a rabbit versus just getting like, you know, white phosphorus released in your neighborhood. What is this headless chicken? Hello there. You should vote for me. No, you should vote for me. I will improve your quality of life. I'll eat your kids to death. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's a good meme. This is, I got to save this one. This is good. I've never seen this. This is like, thank you for this, by the way. I feel so seen with this meme. But anyways, like Emma was, you know, she was even kind of on that hopium kick too, man. Cause I saw some people give me shit for my election prediction in 2024, and that's fair. But like when you look at her prediction, we had the same thought process. Okay. This was her election prediction. Pretty sure it's the same map that I came up with. I had Kamala winning every swing state. She included Iowa and she included Iowa. I don't know if I included Iowa. Maybe I did. I don't really remember. But she was on that hopium kick. You know, she was definitely like pro walls, you know, like she wasn't, she was like pretty good, I think, like all things considered. Coming from that kind of space online, she was pretty good. So it's really just, it's just her recent takes. I do think that October 7th was a very radicalizing event for a lot of people, and I think you know, I think she's gotten worse. And now she's just, they're just pissed, right? And we've been talking about it a lot on the stream recently, but they're looking to candidates like Fateh, was that his name? Fateh, who lost that race in Minneapolis, Plattner in Maine, Mamdani in New York City. They're, you know, they are pretty openly trying to make the upcoming elections a referendum on Israel and AIPAC. And so their whole thing, and like Cameron Kasky, that super lefty kid who survived that horrible shooting in Florida, I follow him, and he actually I don't follow him. I should follow him. He posted, you know, this is kind of where they're at. Hold on. Here, right here. If you're a Democrat running in 2026 and do not fully support an arms embargo to the state of Israel amidst their ongoing genocide in Gaza despite Trump's fake ceasefire, stop wasting everyone's time. It's over. The people have spoken. Moral clarity is winning. So they're very, you know, that, and this is just my observation, but like, I think that Israel, Palestine, Gaza, the bombing in Gaza, the death, the violence, I think that they were almost singularly focused on that issue. And I'm not making a moral judgment of that. I'm just sort of plainly telling you what I observed. I think it's fine to be an activist for a certain cause and focus 100% of your energy on one thing. If that's the thing that you feel strongly about, do it. You know, go nuts. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is what I think happened with a lot of these people, is just day in, day out, every day. They were posting about Gaza and reading about Gaza and talking about Gaza. And again, there is nothing wrong with that. Just want to reiterate that. I don't have a problem with people who do that. But then you go to the ContraPoints post about Gaza on Instagram, and I think Contra is very intelligent, and I think her observations are very good and layered, and she described what was happening with the Gaza activist movement, or the Palestinian activist movement, as it was just kind of like a cauldron for those people. It was just getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter every day. But the win conditions that they were demanding were unachievable. They couldn't, you know, the kind of activism that they were doing, there was no way for them to actually get what they wanted. And so what that ended up causing was rage, just endless rage with no outlet. The college protesters, it's one thing to protest for your college to divest from companies that do business in Israel. But then, you know, for a lot of them, it turned into like demands that couldn't possibly have been met. And then when we went into 2024 and the demands that they were putting on Kamala, it was pretty obvious that she wasn't going to support an arms embargo or go that far. And so they were making these demands that were just not going to happen. And so they just got really, really angry. And so I think after living in that kind of rage for like 2 years, they're at a point now where just everything is still kind of about Gaza. I mean, they are talking about affordability. They are talking about economic issues, as leftists do. But for them, I think they're trying to get rid of anyone in Congress who ever said anything nice about Israel. That's the main reason they don't like senators like Cory Booker. The main reason why they don't like Hakeem Jeffries. The main reason why they don't like Schumer. Slotkin, obviously, even though I think Slotkin, didn't vote for the last arms packages, I believe. Bad Company with $5. She's an ally to Dems, like Fuentes is an ally to Republicans. They'll vote for the candidate, but they have their own plans for the party. I think that's a bit too far. I think Hassan is the Nick Fuentes of the left. He's not the Joe Rogan of the left. Hassan is the Nick Fuentes of the left. Emma is not, I wouldn't say that she's like Fuentes. don't make me do the thing here, guys. I'll do it again, Glup. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. We broke this down yesterday. I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say that Hassan is closer to the Nick Fuentes of the left than the Joe Rogan of the left. And I think the reasons for that are pretty obvious. Both Hassan and Nick Fuentes are fundamentally illiberal. That's a pretty important overlap. They are both fundamentally illiberal. Nick Fuentes wants to replace liberal democracy with theocratic dictatorship. Hassan wants to replace liberal democracy with an authoritarian socialist state. That's a really important overlap. That's the most important overlap that I'm thinking of. It has nothing to do with ideologies. Obviously, their ideologies are very different. They obviously believe in very different. They have a different sense of the world, and they have a different sense of how the world should be. Like, very different, obviously. But that overlap is more what I'm talking about, and also sort of like what they represent within their respective movements. I think that Nick Fuentes is a bigger deal in conservative politics than Hassan is in left-wing politics. Obviously, because you look at Nick Fuentes and now everybody's talking about him. It's like the conservative movement in this country is having a moment right now. And really both wings are having a moment right now, but that I'd say their moment is a bit more significant than what's going on with us in left-wing politics. They're openly discussing like mainstream prominent conservative voices that have been prominent conservative voices for decades are having conversations with each other about, should we push Nick Fuentes out or make space for him in the coalition? That conversation is happening right now over there. So as divided as I think things are on the left, there's big stuff going on over there. Stuff that has the potential to really fracture the movement and hobble conservative politics in this country. Nick Fuentes tweeted out the other day, MAGA is dead. And I mean, just, I don't know if like Twitter engagements is the best metric to determine much, but I mean, that's 128,000 likes, 11,000 dislikes, 7,000 replies. You got Tucker Carlson platforming him, you know, you got Heritage Foundation was making space for him. That's actually honestly the bigger deal. The fact that Heritage Foundation came out with that statement, sticking up for Tucker and by proxy kind of sticking up for Nick Fuentes, that is actually so significant, you guys, that the Heritage Foundation did that. Do you guys realize that? That is so significant. That tells you that Nick Fuentes is very disruptive in conservative politics right now. He's very disruptive. And it's not even that he has like critical mass to, because the guy that Favreau was talking to in the video that we just watched accurately pointed out, like most of the country totally rejects Nick Fuentes' like view of things. Most of the country is totally opposed to that, but he has so much influence still that they're having difficulties right now figuring out what to do about the whole Nick Fuentes thing. Because, you know, Nikki Haley's son, have you seen this guy? Bro, this guy is like half Indian, a third Indian. I'm not really sure what the makeup is. And I'm pretty sure he's a groiper. I'm pretty sure Nikki Haley's son is a groiper. I could be wrong. Nayland Haley is his name. And they fucking hate Indian people. So like, people of Indian descent. And if we go to his feed, it's like, it's kind of coded, but they're definitely like Groyper vibes. If the only thing you want to conserve is the GDP, then you're not a conservative. This is, okay, that's not what I'm talking about here. Not what I'm talking about there.
And to the left on others. The only difference, his mom is Nikki Haley, former South Carolina governor and presidential candidate who rose to stardom during the establishment Republican era. 24-year-old Nehlen has publicly expressed his very Gen Z opinions. Immigration, he's against H-1B visas. The economy, he doesn't have the same blind trust in capitalism and the markets. Foreign policy, well, Nikki Haley is a pro-Israel neocon, and he's ambivalent on Israel and questions our involvement in.
He's pretty explicitly against Israel when you look at his feed. Nikki Haley, what's her family background? Is she first generation? Is she second generation? Early life. She was born in South Carolina. Her father, Ajit Singh Randhawa, was a professor at Punjab Agricultural University. Where is that? Is that in India? Yeah. So he immigrated directly from India. I wonder if that was on a visa, H-1B visa. And then her mom, Raj Kaur Randhawa, is she fully Indian? Is Nikki Haley fully Indian? So she's a first generation immigrant, right? Like, so first generation means you were born here, right? Second generation is born here. We looked this up the other day and I already forgot. What does first generation mean? Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. First generation immigrant. First generation immigrant is defined as a person who is born outside of the country they are living in and is the first in their family to gain citizenship or permanent residency there. So Nikki would be a second generation immigrant and her son would be third generation immigrant, right? And he wants to end H-1B visas altogether.
Foreign wars. Religion, like a lot of Gen Zers, he's a convert to Catholicism. In a recent interview, Nehlen told Sohrab Ahmari, make no mistake, the future of Gen Z is nationalist.
Catholics we just can't catch a break, bro. We were, plagued by pedophilia scandals and now like an emergent like youth Nazi movement is coalescing around Catholicism. Tap Natus, thank you so much for $5. I'm from South Carolina. Nikki's real name is Nimrata. Her parents came over as professors. Super Me Gusta with 8 months. Thank you so much for that. Bad Company with $2. She aligns 100% with Hassan, but okay. I think she largely, you're talking about Emma. I think she largely aligns with Hassan, but she's not as, like she's on a different, like Hassan did not endorse Kamala against Donald Trump. Like he is not a reliable, you just can't count on him. At the very least, she will show up and publicly endorse a kind of leftist policy of voting for Democrats. She does a lot of damage in between the elections, but I'm saying she's not as bad as Hassan. There's a lot of lefty voices that I think are way worse than her. Like the Chapo guys are way worse than her. Hassan is way worse than her. Mike is way worse than her, right?
Under Trump, nationalism and conservatism go hand in hand. Charlie Kirk believed in that too. There's a lot of talk these days about the divisions in the party, in the Democrat Party, Schumer and Pelosi versus Zohran Mamdani and AOC. But the conservative movement also has fractures. For now, it's being held together by Trump. He's an authentic nationalist. He's a fighter who knows how to win. Charlie Kirk played the role of Gen Z whisperer, helping. And now, so much for joining us today. So why don't we start with what are these anxieties that your generation? I think I laid some of them out.
This kid may look a little goofy, but bro, he is fucking ripped. I was going through his social media feed. He has like a 16 pack and fucking this kid is ripped.
What does your generation think is the answer to these anxieties?
Well, the big problem is that we are seeing kids graduate with 6 figures in debt and not having a job to show for it. My main friend group graduated with great degrees from great schools. It's been a year and a half since graduation, and not one of them has a job, not one. And when we look at all the other statistics, we see that 58% of recent college graduates are unemployed. Of those 42% that are employed, 50% of them are having temporary.
My understanding, I could be wrong. I think I saw it in a Maddie Iglesias tweet. My understanding is that Gen Z financially are pretty much in line with the previous generations. Like they're not, my understanding, again, maybe I shouldn't even say this because I can't speak to this at all, but Maddie Iglesias was posting something the other day where they were pretty much like right in line with where the previous generations were at that age. It's a rough job market. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Great jobs.
I mean, look at what millennials walked into with the fucking recession. You know, that was a brutal job market for a lot of people my age at that time. I got insanely lucky. Like, I had a great recession. It was like fucking unbelievably good. I was thriving during that recession because it was like 2009 was when Modern Warfare 2 came out, and that's the whole YouTube thing. And yeah. Oops. What am I doing?
Or jobs that don't require a degree. And then when you look at affordability in the housing market, my parents probably bought their first house for $90,000, and now it's probably worth $400,000. I don't see how I'm ever going to own a home, and I do pretty well for myself. So it's not just me that's feeling it, it's everyone feeling it. And
does he really think he's not going to be able to own a home? Is this a bit that he's doing?
You look at the crime and the lawlessness, and just the past couple
He's Nikki Haley's son?
months, I had someone who was shot and killed outside my apartment, and I live in what is considered a very safe area. In that same couple months, you had someone who was jumped over a bad drug deal, and I'm sick and tired of having to go to CVS and have to push a button for an employee to unlock the toothpaste for me. This is America. This isn't what we do. This isn't how things work. Things should be able to work. People should have jobs. Houses should be affordable. This isn't normalcy, and the American dream is becoming less and less attainable with each passing day.
Absolutely. Just this past week, we saw the introduction by the Trump administration of the idea of a 50-year mortgage. What do you think about that?
Whatever will lower the cost of houses, because right now
That will not lower the cost of a house. Are you fucking kidding me? A 50-year mortgage?
Are prioritizing a lot of
might lower your monthly payments.
Foreigners who come in here to take jobs, who work, and especially that's something we need to do. We need to get rid of the foreign worker visas. We need to ban H-1B visas, and we need to punish companies that are not putting American workers first and are putting foreigners first. It's a massive problem.
This is just so insane. I mean, I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked here, but like Nikki Haley's son, 3rd generation immigrant. Grandparents came over here, I assume on visas as teachers. His mom is Nikki Haley, and he's talking about ending H-1B visas entirely. And, you know, talking about foreigners ruining America. It's like, what is going on in Gen Z right-wing politics? Like, what is going on? Okay, sorry. All right, let's get back to the
Emma, where are you at on the latest here?
Well, it's amazing how much of a self-inflicted wound this was. It felt like Trump could put Kash Patel, the podcaster, in charge of the FBI and thought that he could lead his supporters around like sheep and that they wouldn't be able to understand what's happening here. But This is a major problem for him, in part because so much of his brand has been built on the idea that he is in some way outside of the Republican Party, that he is a break things kind of guy. MAGA is separate from the traditional Republicans that people hate. Like, you look at the favorability for the Republicans and the Democrats, and it's quite dire. But when you have candidates, even like a Zoran Mamdani, who is eschewed by the establishment of the Democratic Party, in this current environment, that is something that elevates you. Why this hurts Trump is it makes
hold on.
Makes him a part of the elites that he always was a part of, but he branded himself as different from that.
I don't know how this is going to land with the chat, but when I look at how Mamdani has been treated by the party, by like the broader Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party, I actually see someone who is more accepted than his more progressive Democratic social adjacent predecessors. You have the Democrats posting a celebration video on their Twitter account the night after the election. Oh, what's going on with my... And he was prominently featured. His party was ran by former Warren and Obama staffers. So, like, when I look at the way that the party's treating Mamdani, you can see there are some people that are expressing concerns about him. There are some people that are speaking dismissively about him. I think Fetterman has kind of badmouthed him a bit. Spanberger kind of took like a not so subtle jab at him. You know, Schumer, I don't know if Schumer has like badmouthed him, but Schumer has gone out of his way to, you know, distance himself from Mamdani. All that is true and all of that is valid. And I don't think I think you can express your differences of opinion with Mamdani without dismissing him. And so I actually don't care that Spanberger maybe doesn't like his politics. That doesn't matter to me at all. But you can sort of, you don't have to be like, you don't have to be dismissive of him or his voters. But even with all that, I see a party that's kind of extraordinarily welcoming him into the fold. You have moderate House Speaker Jeffries, who, you know, it was a tepid endorsement, but an endorsement nonetheless. That's pretty significant. The DNC embraces him. That's true. The DNC has seemingly embraced him. And so I actually see that as progress in terms of the left flank being kind of welcomed into the fold. It's not like 100% yet, and maybe it never will be, but it's, you know, better vibes for sure than 2016, right? They recognize where the base is going. See, Bree, thank you so much for being a regular around these parts. Appreciate you coming by the stream day in and day out, but there is no indication that we have in the data right now. There's no indication that the base is moving towards Zoran Mamdani. That's not, I wish that people wouldn't make that claim. You might be right about what may happen in the future. Maybe that's where the party is going. Maybe. But there's no indication that the when you say the Democratic Party, I'm thinking the whole party, like all over the country. And that right now, there's no indication that we have. Of course, the party is going that way. But what is this based on? I think I did see these numbers. When was this taken? November 7th through 12th. So that would have been pretty shortly after the election. That would have been last Friday to like Tuesday, I think. And within the Democratic Party, are these national numbers? These are 330 Democrats. That's not, to be fair, and this isn't COPE, but that's not the biggest sample size. And that's, you know, margin of error of plus or negative 6 percentage points. However, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if his numbers went up because people like a winner. You know what'll make you popular? Fucking win an election. And you're going to be pretty popular. Or you're going to see a boost of popularity like right after you win an election. That's going to happen pretty much every time. We can wait for more data on this one, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if his numbers went way up, and he's getting like, again, I think that speaks to how much he's been welcomed into the Democratic Party, is the fact that like so many people have heard of him. So I see these numbers and I'm like, good, that's great. But we definitely shouldn't look at these kind of favorables right after an election and then make a, I don't think you can take these numbers, even if we take these numbers at face value, which 330 is not a big sample size, but like, even if we took those at face value, I don't understand how that lends legitimacy to the claim that clearly the party is moving in his direction. Like if that's true for Mamdani and NYC, why isn't it even more true for Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill? Like I could make the same claim. And you could argue that I have like a stronger claim to make. Because New Jersey and Virginia, those electorates more closely resemble the crucial battleground states than, and frankly, the rest of the electorate than New York City. New York City is very different demographically than Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Virginia, Michigan. But I wouldn't make that claim either. Like, I wouldn't sit here and tell you, oh, look at Mikey Sherrill's numbers in New Jersey, or oh, look at Spanberger's numbers in Virginia. That means clearly the party is headed in their direction. I wouldn't make that claim. So I don't understand why other people are making the claim like, oh, look at the New York City results. Clearly the party is moving towards Mamdani. I just don't understand that kind of logic. Spanberger flipped her seat, thus a shift to the left. No. But, I mean, yes, in the state of Virginia, but she won by 15 points. Why is Mamdani's election more illustrative of where the party is going? Why is his race more illustrative than Spanberger's race? No, I'm not talking to you, Deza. Bree made the claim. Bree made the claim that the base is moving towards Mamdani, and I just don't know what that is based on. It's just vibes, just pure vibes.
And so now he is a part of the cover-up, the elite cover-up that they were always speaking about amongst the base.
Really is like extraordinary. They drummed up a bunch of conspiratorial scandal. They were reading codes into Democratic emails to create Pizzagate. You had all of these Republicans,
Wayfair,
running to expose this elite pedophilia ring. Now you have the White House bringing Lauren Boebert in to try to convince her to oppose this. She walks away thinking the conspiracy
in the Situation Room.
In the Situation Room, yes.
Which means like that is very classified stuff that they're saying you would know.
or like to make it seem more legitimate, but like anybody, she walks away more convinced than ever that there's something going on here.
Because Mamdani won against a moderate Democrat in a heavily Democrat city. That's true. NYC is a D+30 city. They were D+30 in 2024 in terms of how they voted in the presidential election. But that is precisely why I think you shouldn't use his race as an indication of where the party is going. Because, again, the New York City electorate is much, much different. in terms of the composition, like the ethnic demographics. It is a very unique kind of city. Why would we look to that, a D plus 30 city, to see which way the direction of the party is going in a state like Pennsylvania that is R plus 3 in 2024? Isn't the Mamdani numbers indicative of the infighting between the centrist left and the far left? I mean, you could apply that to any race, though. There is that element in any race. I mean, I understand what you mean. His race was a bit more pronounced. But you also have to consider the fact that as impressive as his campaign was, and I'm not diminishing that by pointing out what I'm about to point out, but he was in a race against two scandal-plagued dinosaurs of the Democratic Party during an anti-establishment wave, you know? So if he was up against a healthier candidate, like who is somebody, a moderate, that would have just like stomped it out in the primaries? Take out Adams, take out Cuomo, and just replace him with a different New York politician. Like, Vishy, you might know this. Like, who would be a New York politician that would have just stomped? Maybe AOC, yeah, maybe. But, I mean, that doesn't really... I'm talking about a moderate. Like, who's a moderate New York politician that would have just stomped in those primaries? Would you rather pick Cuomo or Platner? As what? As mayor? As what? What are we talking about here?
Then we see emails that are being released where Trump and Epstein clearly had a relationship that went well beyond when he claimed it was over. It also exposes that Todd Blanche's interview of Ghislaine Maxwell was either deliberately meant to obscure their relationship, or he was not able or didn't want to know more about their relationship. Just today, just before we recorded this, so George Conway, one time Bill Clinton impeachment lawyer, noted this, that it sure seems like Todd Blanche was either a willing or an unwilling accomplice in Ghislaine's efforts to undercut or kind of underplay Trump's relationship. And he's pretty defensive about this. And well, we didn't have the information. DOJ just didn't have all this information. Well, why not? Right? Like why are you acting like a defense attorney for Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell as opposed to a prosecutor trying to get to the truth about all this?
Well, I mean, was Trump's personal attorney like yesterday. So yeah. I think like we can see how this Justice Department operates. It's incredibly naked. But because Republicans control both chambers, they allow them to get away with just broad illegalities. But, you know, about the Epstein issue, I do think that seeing these Republican defections and however many end up voting now that the discharge petition has enough signatures is going to be indicative of how weak Trump is, especially after this last round of elections, which I'm not sure if you can remember an election cycle in an off year that was this partisan, that was this aggressive in pushing back against the actions of one party, whether it's Zohran Mamdani as a Democratic Socialist in New York, or when you have Spanberger and Sherrill and the results even in Seattle, what we're seeing too. So the fact that you have Republicans that are going to defect here, you can see that his authoritarian grip on the party, or his bullying, the fact that he tries to use primary challenges with his backing as a threat against these people if they go against him, that's falling on deaf ears now. And that, I think, says a lot more about where Trump is than anything else.
Yeah, I think it was Thomas.
Based, correct, true. Trump is losing his grip, I think. Very slowly losing his grip. He could rebound, I suppose. There's a universe where he can rebound. I don't know, maybe he sends out the $2,000 stimmy checks, tariff stimmy checks, and maybe his numbers go up a little bit, but like, he's losing his grip. Like, they ignored him when he was pressuring them about the filibuster. They're obviously ignoring him about this Epstein vote. And I think probably at this point, a lot of Republicans in the Congress can see where the wind is blowing, and it's not great.
Massey, who made the point that there will be a time when Trump is gone and we will have to live with this vote. It is startling how fast we went from, is Trump going to refuse to leave office, to Trump really feeling like a lame duck. He is not able to cajole the caucus into avoiding this vote. You have people jockeying for position in a post-Trump Republican Party. You have leaks from the White House saying the president's got to tour the country to tout his economic agenda. He's cloistered in the White House, just like real lame duck shit, which is pretty amazing. You brought up the election. So we had these 5 blissful days between across-the-board victories in New Jersey, Virginia, New York City, elsewhere, public commissioners' races. We always knew and cared about public commissioner races in Georgia, Supreme Court races in Pennsylvania, a few other big races. And then that led into the 8 defections that led to the end of the shutdown and a lot of recriminations about Schumer, which felt all the more galling to people because we just got a signal from voters that they were certainly not penalizing Democrats for picking this fight. Where are you at on the Schumer of it all?
I mean, I think he's a dead man walking, I would imagine. And I would, if I were able to have the Democratic Party listen to me, I would say that there should be a vote on leadership tomorrow. I mean, this is the kind of action that creates such a fissure with the base, where the base is screaming for fight. The broader electorate is screaming for fight, as we saw in those results. And the fact that basically all they got was a promise on a vote for the extension of the ACA subsidies. And we're going to see people.
I mean, I agree with her on Schumer, but I disagree on, like, the Democrats aren't fighting right now? What are we even talking about? Like, I'm seeing fight everywhere. The longest government shutdown in history, that's not fighting because we didn't get the concession that was probably never on the table to begin with. That wasn't fighting. A 5-week, the longest government shutdown ever. Well, that was not a fight. Like, look at these numbers. Okay. Because as somebody who is somewhat defensive of the decision to end the shutdown, I think it could have gone on a little bit longer. I think you could have maybe squeezed a little more juice out of that, but I think we were at the point of pretty diminished returns in terms of the political upside of picking that fight. And so then the shutdown ends and people are like, well, we didn't get the concessions. All we got was a promise to vote. What was the point of the shutdown? That's the point of the shutdown. This is one poll. Take it for a grain of salt. Throw it in the averages and go about your day. I'll wait for other polls to see what's what, but this is devastating for Republicans. Who do you blame for healthcare premiums going up? This was a national poll done by Navigator, which is a center-left, I think, pollster, but I think they have a decent reputation as far as I understand. Who do you blame for healthcare premiums going up? 47% of the country blames GOP, 21% blames Democrats. That's a lot of people that are answering, I don't know. That's like nearly a third of the country saying, I don't know. But this is devastating for Republicans because those premiums are going up. Who do you blame for rising costs? GOP by a wide margin. Who do you blame for electricity costs going up? GOP by a wide margin. Guys, these are all issues that affect Americans every day. Maybe less so healthcare. People don't necessarily have like healthcare costs they're dealing with every day, but people do buy goods and services every day. And the vast majority, plurality of the country blames the GOP. People pay their energy bills, once a month. They can see their bills. They blame Democrats by nearly 20 points. People's healthcare premiums are going to spike. Mine are going up 15%. I've talked to some people who theirs is going up over 100%. And by a margin of 26 points, they blame Republicans. The Republicans are walking into a brutal January. And in the absence of real concessions on the tax credits, you at the very least want a pretty significant political win if you're going to shut the government down for 5 weeks. Well, this is pretty significant. That actually matters quite a bit, you guys. NRCC pollster shows massive warning signs for Republicans. For the first time in 2 years, voters whose top priority is inflation and the economy now prefer a generic Democrat for Congress, D+13, over a Republican. This is just a brutal political climate for Republicans right now. I had some people in my chat that were dismissive of the idea of like Well, what was the point of the shutdown? Well, you know, to raise salience and awareness about the issue of the premiums spiking. If you can get out there and signal to the public, this is what the Republicans are letting happen. This is what we're shutting the government down to, or helping to shut the government down to fight for. And they did that for 5 weeks, and it looks like that bore fruit, because I'm not sure these margins would have existed without the shutdown. I don't think it would have been like this. I think it would have been closer to 50-50 here. Are we still thinking we're having real elections in the future? Listen, I could somewhat understand that kind of doomer take earlier on in the Trump presidency. I don't know how you could have that take now. Like, he is so politically weak. This is not someone who has the capital to do an authoritarian takeover of the government. This is a wounded animal. You know, we are going to have midterms. He's not going to stop those midterms. He sends in federal poll watchers to blue cities. Great. That, honestly, I promise you, that would boost Democratic turnout. He cannot, I don't think he can stop what's coming. Like, I just don't. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse for him. Just what is going well for Donald Trump right now? Just one thing. He's getting a ballroom. Okay, great. What else? That's exactly, yeah, lame duck. I mean, that's what they're talking about. I mean, they were just talking about this a moment ago. It's just, I have noticed the conversation has kind of changed, especially since that last election, last Tuesday. You know, we went from having like, I don't know, are we going to have midterms, or is he going to run for a third term? And I wouldn't worry about it too much, guys. He's not doing great. Like, if Donald Trump was sitting at like 55% approval right now, then I think I would be right there with you, dooming a bit. Or God forbid if he was up at like 60% or something. But if he was above water, if he was like 52%, 53, 55%, then I would be with you guys like, fuck, I don't know. Not looking great, but he has plummeted like 40, 50 points with independents. He has completely reversed the gains that he made with Hispanic voters. He has totally reversed the gains that he made with young voters. Like, Gen Z are very disgusted by Trump at this point. He is just in my opinion, I think we're watching like a dead man walking. Like, I just think he's so diminished. But you seem to want the Dems to play it like he's at 55%. At least that's the impression that I get from all this caution. Are you talking about Plattner right now? Is that what you're talking about? I think the reason I'm caution about Graham Plattner is because he had a literal Nazi tattoo. And hasn't submitted his financial history report. It was due 8 weeks ago. And for some reason, he still hasn't submitted that. And he's hemorrhaging senior staff. And apparently his wife is on the payroll. And there's some sketchy shit possibly about like paying her instead of him so he can still get disability checks. Like, he's just there was something else that came out just today. Like, I don't know how many warning signs need to flash about Plattner before people understand that this guy is probably not the best guy to run against Susan Collins. But everybody has their own process with these things. And if the voters of Maine choose him, not my state, so.
those premiums double, triple, skyrocket, what they're going to go through with this amount of pain. And the fact that Democrats signed on to that, and there was some reporting that I had seen, I believe, from Corey Robin about how many of those Democrats were more concerned that the filibuster would be done away with. And that was what they were concerned about protecting, because Trump was basically telling the Republicans, and I think Republican leadership also wants to preserve the filibuster because it benefits them disproportionately. Under Biden, there was a period where there were 50 Democratic senators, or 2 independents that caucused with the Democrats, and 50 Republicans. And the 50 Democrats represented 40 million more people than the 50 Republicans. So you can already see the Senate as an undemocratic institution in and of itself, the fact that Montana has 2 senators and California has 2 senators. On top of that, the filibuster is another kind of undemocratic obstacle that creates the center of the Republican and the Democratic Party, or puts them in the position to eschew the left or right flank and not participate in the more direct version of democracy already. And so I think Thune and Schumer, who didn't vote for it, but clearly his fingerprints are all over this, and he was involved in these negotiations, they were more concerned with the preservation of those anti-democratic guardrails. And so why I get so frustrated about this is that...
I don't know. Vishy, Dasvidania, was there any reporting that the filibuster was a serious consideration for the senators who voted to fund the government? I just don't see it. I think this is being massively overstated. I don't think there was any real risk of the filibuster going away. I really doubt that the Democratic senators felt like that was at risk. I just don't think it had anything to do with the filibuster. I think it was literally they just wanted Snap to resume, and they knew that if the government stayed shut down for much longer, I don't know. I'm not an expert on like the civic structure of the federal government and all these agencies or whatever, but I suspect that, you know, you can kind of get away from doing you can kind of get away with doing a government shutdown for a little bit, but I assume that there's a point where it just like falls off of a cliff and the wheels just totally fall off. I assume the SNAP payments were I would assume probably the biggest consideration. Zondo said, if Trump demands it, it's fully at risk. He was demanding it, and they did not budge. Everybody talks about how, look at Trump. He's so good at whipping votes. Trump gets whatever he wants. Well, clearly not. I'll just put this up on the screen. I put it up a few times in streams in the last week, but the Washington Examiner, right-wing magazine, news outlet. This was after Democrats demolished Republicans last Tuesday. They reached out to every Republican senator and asked them where they stood on the filibuster. 11 didn't give an answer. 8 just didn't respond. I have to assume that the vast majority of both of these groups were people that just didn't want to piss Trump off by taking a firm position. Only 10 Republican senators out of a caucus of 53 signaled to or told Washington Examiner that they were open to getting rid of the filibuster to pass the budget. And then 24 Republican senators were willing to go on the record in saying no. My answer is no. That to me tells you that they were not even close to getting rid of the filibuster. Vishy, what'd you say, Vishy? Zondo is incorrect. Look at Epstein. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. If Trump is trying to demand that they don't release the Epstein stuff, and they're obviously going to rebuke him on that. I just don't think the filibuster was a consideration. I think that's nonsense.
Why did the message about democracy fall on deaf ears in 2024? How could it possibly have after January 6th? And I think
get in there and make it about Gaza. Here it comes.
One, people's material reality right now, what they're experiencing with so-called democracy, is not good. So it's hard to sell the structure when people's material conditions aren't being met. But I think the broader problem is, and you guys were all over this on the show, with Biden, was the lack of democratic responsiveness internally with the party to their own base, right? When you have only 8% of Democrats.
I'm actually surprised she didn't.
approving of Israel's military action in Gaza, over 70% saying it's a genocide in terms of voters, let alone independents. 25% only approve of Israel's military action in Gaza, per that, I believe, a Pew or Gallup poll from a few months ago. But also the base was saying Biden's too old. We want something.
That one Ta-Nehisi Coates quote just pisses me off. Oh, I hate that quote. He's like, you know, how can we trust the Democrats to, he was saying, you know, Democrats were running on protecting democracy. And he said something to the effect of, how can we trust that the Democrats will save democracy when they won't even act on genocide or something? I can't remember exactly how he said it. Just feels like one of those sound bites that means like fucking nothing.
New. And if there was a primary process.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Like one is a conflict that we are not a party to. I mean, directly. Like one is a war, a brutal and horrific and deadly military campaign, fucking 3,000 miles over there. And then, you know, and then we have like Donald Trump running. I just felt like those things, I was just like, I don't understand the point. I really don't understand how he's connecting those things.
Process where some of these issues were able to be hashed out and the public.
Like, did he literally think like, I can't trust that Democrats will preserve democracy? Did he really think that because of our foreign policy in Israel? There's no way he actually thought that. So it's just such an empty soundbite to me.
Was brought into a discourse that shows democracy. Democracy isn't just showing up at the midterms and in general elections or in primaries. There has to be a democratic responsiveness to the base. And I think Schumer really does not recognize that that should be his role.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think like that is, I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. I think there's some problems with it. Like, I want, like, you know, I have the same instinct, right? Like that's the direction I want. That feels sort of the thrust of it feels correct. But then you say, well, hold on. There have been times in which the American economy was far worse and you didn't see this sort of rattling against the cage of democracy itself, or a lack of faith in democracy itself. There's another part of the filibuster too, which is, like, I don't think Republicans are defending the filibuster because they're worried about what Democrats will do when it's gone. I think that's what maybe they tell themselves. But I think a few of these Republicans are well aware that if the filibuster goes, suddenly they don't get to blame Democrats for intransigence in the Senate.
Oh, I agree.
Suddenly
with
they
that
have to
too.
own the Republican agenda, which leads me to think, well, if we're going to get rid of this thing anyway, let's have them do it.
Right.
Of course. But let's take... It is important for the argument against Schumer that his fingerprints were all over this deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is because people want to hold Schumer responsible for the ways in which they are disappointed in the outcome of the shutdown, when really their critique of Schumer is not about this specific event, but about the weakness of his leadership going into the shutdown, right? That he is so buffeted by the different wings of the party and has so little kind of deeper loyalty with any segment of the party that he can't tell us who he voted for in the election, that he has to vote no on this deal when people think probably he was behind the scenes aware that it was happening. But what if he really did? Like, what if what is actually happening here is Chuck Schumer, the majority of his caucus never wavered, right? They wanted to do a shutdown over a range of issues. They chose healthcare because they thought it was an issue in which there might be some way to get some kind of a victory. And
I think politics is just so present in this vote. I genuinely believe, I don't know what the number is, but I genuinely believe that at least like 12 to 20 other Democrats in the Senate wanted the shutdown to end. And we're happy to let that 8 kind of fall on the sword. Maybe even more than that. Like, this is something that is driven by politics. Even like Pritzker's statement coming out and condemning it, and Newsom's statement coming out and condemning the vote to fund the government, I think that was all politics too. Clearly, Newsom, his strategy going into 2028, and pretty fucking obvious that he's running. He is looking at the polls. He is getting a sense of where the Democratic voter base is, everybody can see that the Democratic voter base is really fired up and they want the party to fight Donald Trump at every step of the way. I'm a bit out of step with the Democratic Party. You see, guys, politics is it's kind of like a game of chess. Let me explain. I said I was done with political analogies, but I will always bust out a chess analogy if I can. In chess, you guys, sometimes when you evaluate the position, like before you make any move, this is what any chess player will tell you. Before you make any move, you need to look at the board and you need to evaluate your position. And sometimes you might have a couple minor pieces that are in somewhat close proximity to the enemy king. And you might be tempted to just start attacking right away. But if you stop and you evaluate the board and you evaluate your position, you might come to the conclusion, I need probably one or two more pieces in this fight if I'm going to make a serious attack and try to go for a checkmate or something like that. You have to consider your position. And I think a lot of Democrats right now are smart enough to do that, but they're also politically savvy enough to know, especially ones like Newsom that have aspirations of higher office. Pritzker seems look like he's somewhat interested in maybe hopping in that race. Shapiro's kind of showing signs. I think there's a decent chance that Newsom agreed with those senators who voted to open the government, but put that tweet out anyways, calling it pathetic, because he knew that that would politically benefit him, because the base is just, they want fight, 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 fight. And, you know, that's just politics. That's just politics. So. But in this analogy, we aren't even agreeing on the positioning on the board. You and me, maybe we disagree, because when I look at the Democratic position right now, boy, is that a strong position. Does anybody disagree that the Democratic Party position right now is the strongest that it's been since I don't know. Do we go back to like, do we go all the way back to 2008? I think we're in a stronger position now than certainly we were in 2016. I think we're in a stronger position now than we were in 2018. I think we're in a stronger position now than we were in 2020. I think I think you'd have to go back to 2008. Now, 2008, it was stronger for the Democrats, so I'm not saying we're 2008 levels, but forget about the public approval. Forget about the approval numbers for the Democratic Party. I realize that there's a lot of dissatisfaction within the party with party leadership, and they can't ignore that. I do hope that Schumer steps down, because I think that would be a big morale boost. But this is the strongest that the party has, the strongest position, if we're looking at it like a chessboard. And I think the decision by those 8 Democratic senators to open the government, that was like a prophylactic move. We call that a prophylactic move in chess, where you don't necessarily attack, you just make a move to subtly improve your position. And then you know that if you do that enough, if you just kind of subtly improve your position, you make an attack much, much easier down the line. I think they're going to have a really strong attack against Republicans in January. That's going to be a strong attack. Dazvidani with $5 says, I'm convinced the backsliding is being driven by the media. Not that it isn't real, but that people's lack of trust in institution is from media hyperbole. I think that's a part of it, but I honestly think alternative media is doing way more. In my opinion, alternative media is doing way more to erode people's faith in institutions than legacy media. But legacy media is still they're all about like they're always trying to make it about like division and they want every race to be a horse race because it generates clicks and attention and views and viewership, and so they're not great with how they frame things. And I think the media is largely responsible for the insane double standard that exists in this country. Donald Trump is graded on this insane curve in a way that no other politician is. I used to be in a pool league, and sometimes the smart move isn't trying to make a shot you don't have of making. It's setting up your next shot and making it harder for your opponent to win. Yes! Yes. Yes. It's a very good, very similar analogy to chess. Any chess player that just like attack, you sacrifice material, you sacrifice tempo, sacrifice king safety, you sacrifice pawn structure, you sacrifice central control. Like if all you're doing is attacking, it may feel cathartic or it may feel good, but it's horrible chess. Like in chess, you do have to improve your position. You have to, it's not about attacking every opportunity you can get. Sometimes it's about, sometimes you have to make defensive moves. You have to address your opponent's move. And you just make the best decision that you can on each move. And then if there's some kind of vulnerability that pops up because your opponent overextended themselves, then maybe you can get an advantage in all kinds of different ways in chess. And I think it's the same in politics. And I think like right now, the Democrats are out of power. And so you do have to be like pretty careful because you don't have any power. Is it your position that if the government shutdown had continued, it would have ended up hurting Democrats more than conservative in terms of a chess match? I do think that if it would have gone on, like, think about it this way, okay? So there was massive disruptions at the airports, right? Flights were being canceled. There were individual airports where air traffic controllers just weren't showing up to work because they weren't getting paid. There were significant delays. You were starting to see viral videos of pilots, you know, getting on the mic and talking to the plane and talking about how disruptive things had become. That was, as I understand it, last week, that was 2% reduction in air traffic. Next week, it was projected if the shutdown would have gone on longer, that's 10%. And then the week after that, that's 20%. And so like, things were still relatively functional during the shutdown, but we were reaching the point where just the wheels totally fall off. Emergency funds run out. 0 WIC payments are going out. 0 SNAP payments are going out. 0 like federal assistance, not 0, but like a lot of the federal assistance programs. That's a level of pain that would have far eclipsed the pain and shock that happened in the last 5 weeks. You would just like fall off of a fucking cliff eventually. And at that point, I do think that you run the risk of the broad electorate just blaming both parties and being like, I don't care, just fucking figure it out. This shit sucks. I had to miss my flight to go visit my mom at Thanksgiving or something. Like, I do think that I think like the Democrats probably cashed out like right around kind of the peak of what they could have extracted politically from this fight. And I cannot stress enough the value of this. There's so much value to this, you guys. Does everybody agree? This is, to me, this is significant value. This is about to be, the healthcare premiums is about to be the most salient issue for voters in January. And then as the year goes on, people get used to the new premiums. The initial shock of the increase maybe goes away. They're still mad about it, but it's not like, But this is going to be the most salient issue in January. You're about to see so many angry Facebook posts. This shit is going to go ham on Facebook. Your Uncle Trudy is, or your Aunt Trudy is going to be posting about, like, what the fuck? I just got the bill. And this will be the most salient issue. And it's kind of woven into the larger economy, but and now plus 26 by a margin of plus 26. People will be rightfully, I should add, people will rightfully blame the Republicans for these healthcare premiums going up. That is catastrophic for Republicans. That is horrible politically for Republicans, and I don't think you would have had these numbers without that shutdown. Really doubtful. Like half of you guys, when I polled you guys, half of you guys didn't know about the tax credits expiring until the shutdown happened. Me too, by the way. I knew about the Medicaid cuts. I didn't know about the tax credits expiring. And it was the shutdown that got me to become aware of that. This is horrible for Republicans. This is a bad situation.
And then he goes in, he's already lost a couple members before it's even begun. Yeah. And he, like, if what happened, right, is he did not have the ability to cajole 5 or 6 from joining the 3 that were already against this from the outset, is that an example of your thesis, or is that something more ordinary in which really there's thin margins and he was going to lose people anyway? And really, you don't like Schumer for a variety of reasons.
Absolutely.
And you kind of want to hold him responsible for this when maybe he's not.
Well,
you know what? I think there is value. I'm just going to say it. I think there is value to inviting these people to have conversations on PodSave, because I think you never really see these kind of takes challenged from a left-wing perspective. Like, these things become like heterodox. These claims get made, these really big, bold, general claims get made about the Democratic Party all the time in lefty media, and there's never like a John Lovett in the room to push back. They're either debating MAGA, but they never, you never really see. Maybe I'm off the mark on this one, but I feel like I don't really see Emma Vigeland debating more moderate Democrats. I wouldn't even call him moderate. I think he's very clearly super progressive, but I think there is value in this kind of conversation.
I mean, I think that it would be naive to think that the Senate leader of the Democrats was not across this, and there has been reporting that he was in contact with this gang of folks daily. I think our issues with him also go back, or my issues with him and the left's broadly go back to the spring, when I think that their leverage could have been stronger than doing this in the fall. Now,
come on, what? There's no way she believes that. You think we had more? You think Democrats had more leverage to do a shutdown in March? What? What is that based on? What could that possibly be based on? Like, Trump's numbers were way higher. The Republican Party's numbers were way higher. We were still kind of freshly off of an election loss. Like, Donald Trump had just been inaugurated like a month and a half prior, and we had more leverage back then than now. What the fuck is that based on?
His theory about Trump's unpopularity is true, but I think you could have also sped run that in the spring.
It's interesting though, right? It is interesting that there was some truth.
Well, of course, but that.
Oh. Does John agree with me? I think Chucky Boy was fucking vindicated.
That's because of the nature of Trump's actions, in my view, more than the Democrats and their responsiveness to it,
right.
But or lack thereof. But I mean, the fact that he couldn't guarantee, I think, an ACA subsidy extension with this deal is a major failure. A promise on a future vote means very little. I mean, Mike Johnson is already
Emma, what do you do if the party that you're supposed to be negotiating with stonewalls you for 5 weeks? Like, what do you do? What do you do? You know what? There's a theory in politics that I want to tell you guys about, but I'll just link that article right there. Is it a failure? It's a failure in the same sense that, like, if you challenged me to punch through a steel wall and I punched it for 5 weeks, didn't even make a dent, like, yeah, that's a failure, I guess, but...
Essentially saying that they're not going to work with them on this. And this means...
Oh, okay, hold on. So... wait,
with
what?
this deal is a major failure. A promise on a future vote means very little. I mean, Mike Johnson is already essentially saying that they're not going to work with them on this. And this means that...
And yet you think that we would have been able to extract concessions on the tax credits? We can't even get a vote on the House floor, and you think we would have got real concessions on the tax credits? That feels contradictory.
This is materially going to impact people's lives. Now, overall, do I think that it's probably better for the health of the Democratic Party that these people, this gang of I forgot the exact number, but they're all, by the way, not up until 2028 at earliest or retiring.
Right.
That they are showing themselves to be more interested in the maintenance of a system that doesn't seem to be working for people than they are in fundamentally changing things, because it's not good for their political future, I think, with the where the base is at.
Hold on, sorry.
But they're all, by the way, not up until 2028 at earliest or retiring.
Right.
That they are showing themselves to be more interested in the maintenance of a system that doesn't seem to be working for people than they are in fundamentally changing things, because it's not good for their political future, I think, with the where the base is at right now. So I have a variety of different problems with Schumer.
I mean, people talk about wanting change in the abstract. Like, there's a lot of voters right now that are communicating that they want things to change in this country. You know, most people feel like we're on the wrong track. For the first time ever in American history, younger generations do not feel confident that they're going to have a better life than their parents. Pretty significant, because a big part of American DNA was just unbridled optimism for many decades. But when you start getting into the specifics, when you start proposing actual policy changes, it's pretty clear that most of the country, they don't want like profound fundamental change. You know, many do, but most don't.
Schumer, where I think that he acts more as a concierge than as somebody who is a fighter.
People want more spending power, is what it comes down to. Younger people want homes to be more affordable. For the most part, people are not asking to seize the means of production. They just want like a raise, or they want their dollar to go further. Most people are not looking for like handouts. Most people want to work and feel productive and feel pride in the things that they do. You know.
And that is not something that is going to meet the moment with the severity of what we're seeing here. The other thing that he should have been fighting on is the concept of rescissions. The fundamental structure of the body of Congress is at risk right now, because the Trump administration is essentially functionally saying, yeah, Congress has the power of the purse, sure, but we're going to decide pocket rescissions, where we're going to spend this money, even though that is literally not our role constitutionally. So beyond the material impacts on people with the ACA subsidies, the Democrats that gang of Democrats in the Senate helped participate in neutering their own body in an unconstitutional manner.
Yeah, I'll go further too in claiming that as part of the deal, undoing illegal layoffs and guaranteeing SNAP, because Trump was withholding the money when the contingency funds were there, is allowing Trump's extra legal abuses of authority.
There was also something in the CR that like banned hemp. That's been crazy disruptive. Like, somebody snuck that in there, that they banned hemp products. Now I'm about to give you a hot take. Many of you guys are not going to like this take. I don't know if this particular provision was good regulation, so I'm not going to speak to that. I don't know the particulars of what actually was banned, but when I looked it up, hold on. What was banned? Hold on. Let's establish that real quick. Hold on. Who the fuck is Ron Batura? I just got an email from someone named Ron Batura. Trump did it. The deed is done. You lost. With the subject line, America is unrecognizable. I get some weird emails sometimes. What hemp products were banned in the CR that the Senate just passed? The House has not voted on it yet, right? Like that happens, I think, next week. A spending government funding bill includes a provision that would ban the unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based or hemp-derived products. The bill changes the federal definition of hemp to include to exclude certain products and impose stricter limits on THC, THCA, and related cannabinoids. Is this about like the Delta 8 stuff? Is this mostly about like Delta 8, Delta 9, that stuff? Non-intoxicating CBD derived from hemp and industrial hemp used for fiber or grain are preserved under the legislation's language. Hemp products that meet the stricter limits have to be less than 0.3% total THC and are non-intoxicating, may continue to be legal. I'm gonna fucking, okay. Here's my hot take, all right? I don't know if this is the correct move. I'm gonna chicken out and not like stake a firm position on that. But what I will say is it's kind of crazy that like back when I was still smoking weed and getting high, I would buy Delta 8 products. Those for sure got me high. I'm just saying. I would puff on my little like Delta 8 thing. Like the first time I tried it, I was expecting something like CBD. Nope, that shit got me high. Like that for sure got me high. That is kind of crazy that we were just like kind of selling that shit unregulated. You could just walk into a gas station and buy, you know, like a Delta 8 pen and it would get you high. The standard is artificially low. What is he talking about? I'm not a crackhead. Delta 8 is like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just like technically a different chemical composition than, you know, the kind of THC that gets you high in marijuana products. Like a slightly different chemical composition or some such. And because it was a different chemical composition, you could sell it unregulated. So, you know, you could find Delta 8 products like little vape pens in gas stations and these kinds of things. And like normally with any kind of substance that like gets you high, there's like a regulation. There's like some kind of regulating. Delta 8 is like milder for sure. Like if you take a fat rip of, you know, like actual like cannabis, then you take a fat rip of Delta 8, like cannabis is going to get you more high, but Delta 8 gets you high. That shit gets you high, man. Delta 8 is illegal to have if you're in the military, I'm pretty sure. There are hundreds of cannabinoids. THC and CBD are the main ones everyone knows about. Anyways, I think they just banned those with the CR. Once that passes, it's going to be banned. It's going to be more regulated. I don't know. I feel like that's probably, I'm a little bit surprised it took that long. Cause that felt like a crazy loophole. John Voight looks like he's high in this video. Wait, what did he say? Delta 9 did not get me high, as far as I remember. Am I making this up? Because I tried Delta 9. And that didn't really do much for me. That felt more like CBD. Or I might be remembering it wrong. Am I making it up? Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. There was like, I don't know, there's like 1,000 different like THZ, CBZA, 507 TC. Like it just got a little fucking convoluted for me. But there was one that was that did not work as well as Delta 8 that I remember trying, and yeah. CBD is more of a pain relaxer. You don't get CBD doesn't do shit. Like CBD on its own. The first time I tried CBD, I fell asleep like 10 minutes later, and then after that, I really felt like it did nothing. Like I didn't feel any difference any which way with CBD.
The mayor that has taken over New York City is a Muslim that's going to take down the city that never sleeps, the city of life's dreams, this city that our ancestors brought forth in prosperity and greatness and liberty. This city will turn into a forbidden place of darkness. The blood, sweat, and tears that the city of New York was built on will turn into a virtual refugee shelter for the radical Muslim ideology. This is now the most dangerous time for our citizens of New York. This mayor will destroy this city. We are obligated to demand our rights for our private sanctuary, our businesses, our property that we all have worked so hard for. And this 35-year-old mayor has no right dictating the rules of socialism for a city built on our highest principles with brick and stone by hardworking Americans. This must be stopped, and his mayoralty should be terminated immediately. You, the people of the greatest city, New York, are in danger of losing your city to this communist fool. We, the people, must stand for the greatest nation's purpose, the honor of our flag, the red, white, and blue, and for which it stands, one nation under God, and liberty and justice for all. This country, the United States of America, is the land of our greatest achievement, the American dream. And we, the people, have put our trust in the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He and only he can stop this horror, as this Mayor Mamdani will try to destroy New York's wealth and turn it into a socialist crap city. Let this be a warning to the people. And may God bless. May God bless.
Very convoluted tone. He's going to rip us apart and impose Sharia law and take all of our money and turn it into a socialist Muslim hellscape. God bless. Just like, that's a kind of a... well, shit. I don't feel better being blessed by God at the end of that.
Outside of institutional power to make him more powerful inside of these institutions, which is, I think, the most dangerous thing you can do with someone who is trying to agglomerate authoritarian control of a government, but which again, like some of this always just to me boils down to communication, right? Because no one has done a worse, like the group of senators who made this deal have communicated it so fucking poorly and like made me sort of so angry about their logic, because their logic was really against any kind of shutdown whatsoever. Like, well, there's going to be pain. So that was always what a leverage was in a shutdown. And you have someone like Tim Kaine saying, well, I didn't know what to say. I had to look the Capitol Police in the eye, and I had to look somebody who wasn't getting snapped in the eye. And I think that's real. I understand the human pain, like sort of the humane feeling of that. But presumably you understand that these people can hear an argument, right? Like
right.
We're not children, right? Like you can explain to us, even like Schumer, like explain this to us. That if they're sort of in an older world where they're kind of still messaging like they're trying to get a paragraph into a story so that story gets in front of people, when 90% of people aren't paying attention and the 10% are too smart for what you're saying. They're already, like, the hyper engaged get it, and the people that aren't paying attention aren't going to hear about this. So why not just make an argument to the hyper engaged, who, by the way, are the people that are going to talk to their families about it, and just say,
be honest, yeah.
You know, like if Schumer had gone to the microphone and said, I'm against this deal, a few of my caucus members were never for doing the shutdown at all. They thought it was dumb. I think they're wrong. There's a disagreement. I held it together as long as possible, and then it all fell apart. But in the end, I think it's probably good politics for a bunch of Democrats to say they should have kept fighting while the government is open,
right.
And we get to refocus, right? Like there's a little bit of like, just level.
They're horrible.
Yeah, this has come up quite a bit on the stream when I kind of talk about, like, I don't really know when we talk about like political campaigns, for example, should the next Democratic president be honest with their pitch? I would prefer that, but I don't think the broader electorate finds that inspiring. I don't think pragmatism is very inspiring, especially if it's like a change climate, you know, it's like another change election. And you get up there and you're like, well, we should temper our expectations a bit, you know. I don't know if we can do that policy. Doesn't seem like we have the votes. I would like that honesty, but I just don't think it's smart political strategy. You know, I do wish the Democratic Party was more transparent and just honest about the political calculations of any given situation and just speak very plainly. You know, I think there was a way to communicate about the end of this shutdown that maybe wouldn't have made people in the base that wanted more fight, maybe it wouldn't have made them happy, but it could have I think landed a little bit better. But I don't know. I feel like most people don't want the truth in politics. They want something that's going to confirm their priors or make them feel good. And this discussion, I think, is relevant to where Mamdani is headed. Like, when he is sworn in on day one, he's going to be confronted with the realities that there are serious, probably insurmountable structural barriers for him to execute fully on his agenda. And so, how's he going to navigate that? If he isn't able to get any of those things done, if he's not able to get a rent freeze done, if he's not able to get fast and free buses done, if he's not able to get free childcare done, if he's not even able to get, you know, store run bodegas done or something, or city run bodegas done, was he wrong for promising those things? Was that a lie? You know, was it a lie that Joe Biden ran on a public option? I don't really know. I don't really know I'll leave that to better political minds, but.
At direct messaging. I mean, I think Schumer had what you're saying about the paragraph or the top paragraph or what the headline will be in the New York Times. Like, Schumer's across that, sure. Yeah. But that is already, it's just engaging with the same voter base, right? You know, Schumer infamously in 2016 said that for every blue collar worker we lose in Western Pennsylvania, we gain two.
Not the best quote.
In suburban Philadelphia, basically. Not a direct quote, I'm paraphrasing a little because my brain's a little slow today. But that, you know, strategy has been an abject failure.
Christian, are you still in here in the YouTube chat? I'm so sorry that I missed you. Thank you for the Tier 1 membership.
But the Democrats do have a corner on the hyper-educated, college-educated voters. They have that locked down, basically. My question is, and I think people on the left are talking about this a lot, is how do you expand the base? And that is where affordability as the buzzword, I think, is a step in the right direction, a focus on people's material means. But I already saw that Trump's 2024 campaign director had an interview with Politico and said, our new focus is going to be
affordability.
Yeah. So how do the Democrats create a distinction on that front? And I think that they're going to have to get more specific.
She's not wrong, but I'm sure we're gonna disagree when she gets into the particulars here. Daz Vidani with $2. It's why most candidates say they will fight for. Yeah. I think that's preferable. If you say, if you elect me, I promise I will deliver this, 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 and this. That's kind of you're setting yourself up for a little bit of disappointment there. If you elect me, I will fight tirelessly to get these things done. I will just try my hardest.
And when we're talking about the Fight Oligarchy Tour, billionaires, people's class interests, I wrote this down because I just couldn't believe it. There was an analysis I was reading in, gosh, I can't read my own handwriting, but I was reading it in the London School of Economics, and it was, here it is.
All right.
The collective network of America's top 12 billionaires now surpasses $2 trillion. And since 2020, that's an increase of almost 200%. And so, when I talk about democracy and it being connected to people's material reality, if people don't have their material needs met via democracy, that cheapens it in their eyes, and it gives rise to a political nihilism that Trump represents, where the only thing that matters, nothing's really changing in my life, so I might as well be entertained by this reality star. And people his base, I think, lives vicariously through him in a way where he says whatever he wants. They know he's lying, but there's a thrill in it for them. And so the fact that we've allowed...
I don't know if Trump's base knows that he's lying. Like his base, his super enthusiastic supporters. I don't think they think he's lying.
It's the most important part of how we structure our society to turn into this reality show that also has this sadism element in it, with ICE, with the genocide in Gaza. I mean, the darkness that he has overseen, it can't be overstated. It means that the only way that we can meet it is, I think, with a lot of what you're saying, with this more direct communication style. We don't need to treat the voters like idiots. Democrats don't need to be afraid of their ideas. They don't need to be afraid to make the case that we're going to materially change your lives. And when I go back to what Zoran did so effectively, is that he never treated those voters like idiots. You see those explainer videos he puts out there about how he wants to achieve things and how things work. That is a way to engage people civically, as opposed to making politics the reality show that benefits Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because when nothing matters, who wins? The clown.
Yeah, the part of it too, I think, is
I think it should also be said that I could be wrong. I think it is easier for a New York City mayor to get stuff done than a president. Now that might sound a bit silly, but work with me here. I don't mean in totality. Because obviously the totality of an American president, they're going to be able to do things that are much more far-reaching, much more impactful. But I mean, if there's an agenda that a mayor wants to execute on, there's going to be less hurdles for them to plow through in many cases. And then maybe in other cases, it's the inverse. But with the president, you have to... If you want legislation, you got to contend with the filibuster. And I don't know if there's an equivalent to that in local politics. It is just more, you need more political capital, more electoral seats to get stuff done, harder to forge consensus at the national level.
We really just, the opening that was left for Trump and the Republicans to fill when you had Joe Biden being unable to communicate basically at all. We just went through this election, and I think just to your point, and I think a sign to be quite hopeful is, the Trump base is the Trump base, and we have our hyper-educated, engaged group of people. Great. We love our We love our resistance. And I, cringe is caring too much, and I don't think you can.
Look, I cry on air like once a week, so I've got that locked down.
I have to be it's so funny. I am an easy cry. I cry at the end of everything. I'll cry at the end of an episode of a procedural. When I talked to Tim Miller and he got me right after the election, I do think his goal was to get me to cry, and it did work. And then of course, that's where it's like there's somebody at on the Fox News Jesse Waters beat that's like if somebody on Pod Save America cries, we got to get that footage.
They love it when a woman does it too. That's like double for them to see a woman crying. It's really fun.
Sort of the natural state. But
I'm too hysterical.
It's so emotional.
Yeah, can't trust me.
But we saw that we saw not just a turnout advantage in the midterms. We saw a bunch of people that had voted Trump come back, and I do think.
I think for me, I think I did let out one cry in private after the election. I gave myself 5 minutes to just feel sad, which I did. And then I chose to compartmentalize. I just chose to, it was like in Succession, in the last season of Succession. Wait, I shouldn't say this because it's a massive spoiler. There's a character in Succession that gives herself time to cry, literally schedules time for her to go into an office and then cry for 5 minutes and then finish the day. And that's kind of how I was. Covering that election night live was just devastating, but there's I'm working, so I felt like my job in that moment was to try to find any kind of silver lining and sort of reassure people that this isn't the end of the fight, was essentially kind of where I landed. But I do think it was either that night or the next night where I sat down and I had been kind of compartmentalizing so much that it all just I felt it kind of bubble to the surface a bit, and I just kind of let it out. And then it was just okay. She made time to cry, spoiled the gender. Yeah, it was why can't I remember their names? There's Roman, there's God damn it. Shiv. Yeah. Okay. Siobhan. Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of what is the future of the Democratic Party? And I wonder if on some level there's a synthesis here of you need a couple things in different measures in different races, but Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill represent a triumph of just good old-fashioned normal politics. They had a set of core issues. They weren't too far left. They assuaged a lot of moderate and sort of independent concerns while kind of putting forward a kind of clean, simple agenda.
Oh, I can feel Emma's blood pressure rising. I was so close to crashing out after Brian Tyler Cohen kept spamming clickbait titles after the election loss. He's just playing the game, bro. That's just YouTube.
Achievable things they could do based on the issues that were on people's minds. And then you look at what happens in New York, and you have someone really captivating a huge group of people with a much more ambitious and bold set of policies and representing kind of different kind and a new kind of politics. And I'm wondering if you see heading into both the midterms and 2028, is there a version of an agenda, like a coalition agenda, that would be something that both maybe not Zoran himself, but the base of the excited young people that got behind Zoran and the other kind of heart of the Democratic Party, which is
nope. Hope that changes. I hope that changes, but no, I don't think so. I don't think there's a policy agenda that will make both sides happy. I would love to be proved wrong on this one.
The center-left, super pro-democracy, Obama, Hillary, wine mom, more moderate person. Is there an agenda that we could get this whole coalition behind?
I mean, I think I'm more hopeful about that than I've ever been. And that's one of the glimmering, shining beacons
it's funny because she's not going to describe a compromised platform. She's going to describe her platform specifically and then try to make the case that you can apply that at the national level. And, you know, it's going to be like they should, that's where I think she said it. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but he just asked her, is there like a policy agenda that both the kind of the Bernie wing and the Biden wing can get behind, like where both parties would be happy. And so conventional thinking, you might go to, okay, well, what does that kind of compromise look like? You know, is it $13 an hour instead of 15, or is it, you know, whatever. But her mind, I think she's just going to go to, no. My politics are ascendant. My politics are clearly where the future of the party is going. And more people are going to be on board with my politics this time around. I think that's what she's going to say. I didn't pre-watch. If I had to bet money, I would bet $20 pretty comfortably that's where she's going here.
Of hope I have in this time period. I mean, I think I'm more hopeful about that than I've ever been. And that's one of the glimmering, you know, shining beacons of hope I have in this time period, because I've never seen the base so activated. And part of, you know, why I love coming on shows like this is, like, I'm a member of DSA, but I feel like we have so much more in common than what the fissures of 2016 were, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that there has been a broad understanding, and even like the role of Elon Musk, right? So in terms of coming together, let me step back about these elections. Cheryl, I was pretty surprised and pleasantly surprised to see how specifically in like the 11th hour of that race, she was really focusing on things like, I'm going to declare a state of emergency over the cost of living. I'm going to crack down on corporate landlords. It's not as far as what Zoran is saying.
This is the wrong read. Mikey Sherrill launched her campaign in March of this year, and she called it like, you know, Cheryl's affordability agenda or something. Like, she launched her campaign in and she was running on affordability the whole time. But what I think Emma is trying to do here is she's trying to say that she copied Mamdani, and that's why she was so successful. But just to be clear, we were watching Majority Report live that night as the results came in, and Emma was livid. I shit you not. What a glorious night that was. And Emma was livid because they were tuning into like NBC or something like that, and NBC was calling attention to the fact that Mikey Sherrill was appearing to massively overperform, which obviously that is what ended up happening. But early in the night, when the early results came in, the NBC anchors, the news analysts or whatever, the elections analysts, they were pointing out that, wow, she really does seem to be like really massively overperforming. And Emma would jump in and be like, no, she's not. She's just not. Like, her instinct in that moment was to downplay it as much as possible. Daji Vidania with $5. New Jersey candidates have been running on affordability since the 80s. It's an expensive ass state. I think the really important difference between Mikey Sherrill and Mamdani was running on an explicitly populist framework. It was about like the elite and the billionaires and the establishment are all kind of like colluding against you. He didn't run as a radical, but he was definitely populist. Whereas Mikey Sherrill was not populist. She was not framing it like that. She was not framing it like a class war. She was not framing it like, you know, the elite are making your life worse. It was just about like a more kind of calm, sober kind of just like, we need to figure out how to make housing more affordable. Like, it was framed like that. if we put our minds together, we can really we can come up with some solutions here.
But that was influenced, I think, a lot by his rhetoric. And Spanberger, I don't know if you could have cooked up a more advantageous situation for a Democrat in a state where a bunch of federal workers live and the Trump administration just waged all-out war on them and made them lose their jobs.
So when I looked this up, I do not think that Virginia has a higher than average percentage of government workers. I did look this up. I could be wrong. Let me look it up here. Does Virginia have do you see what she's doing here? She's minimizing both of these campaigns. Let's just be clear. It's subtle, but she's doing the narrative here. The narrative is that the left-wing populists are where the energy's at, where the excitement's at, and where the Democratic Party will find success in the future if they only adopt our policies. So she is doing what I said she would do, by the way. But when she was talking about Mikey Sherrill, she implied that Mikey Sherrill, was successful because in her mind, she copied Mamdani, which is just, that's not true. When you go back and you look through what Mikey Sherrill was saying early on in the campaign, she was very laser focused on affordability and, and then now with Spanberger, she's saying, oh, Spanberger was just lucky because she lives in a state where there's a lot of government workers, but I don't think per capita Virginia has like a higher than average amount of federal workers. I could be wrong about that. I am very wrong about that. Just to be clear. My initial cursory Google search gave me the wrong impression because it does have a shitload of federal workers. 321,516 federal employees, which represents about 10.2% of the state's civilian workforce. That is very high. Okay.
But still immensely exciting. And even, Jay Jones, the fact that those texts being leaked didn't kill that campaign means that, and we're seeing this with Graham Plattner too. The voters are like, we don't care. We want fighters. That's it.
Well, there's some conflicting polls about that, but
can I?
Yeah.
I want to let you get to the.
Sure.
We're still in a dependent clause. I hear that. I feel like both Graham Plattner and Jay Jones, like Jay Jones' apology, he got to a more effusive apology. Maybe it wasn't as first. Graham Plattner has been kind of prostrate. Like he just laid himself out and be like, I didn't know. And people can people like in politics, of course, you attack apology as being either like kind of fake or kind of obviously there's a motivation. Fine. Okay. Let's go to philosophy and let's go to 101 and be like, is there altruism? Like they've said the right thing.
Yeah.
Like I remember people would be like, oh, I can't believe Virginia elected someone so shameless as Jay Jones. Like Jay Jones said, and I quote, I am ashamed, right? Like there's a little bit too of like, whether you take them at their word or not, either the voters or the people that are making these apologies, I want there to be some like kind of acknowledgement that the Republican antipathy to just saying you're sorry is politically costly.
100%.
Like it's people say sorry and it works. That's good.
Right. Well, it's actually kind of what they say about the censorious left. Right.
Yeah.
But the left is actually, or liberals are way more interested in like something like restorative justice.
Sometimes.
But no, I'm actually.
I'm with you.
That's been my critique. I mean, I think that we have to.
These people's preferred outcome was Zohran, Fateh, and Wilson. And winning and everyone else losing. They won't say that on these shows, but it's the truth. I'm not going to assume that she wanted the Democratic candidates to win or to lose in New Jersey and Virginia. I don't know. I feel like that's very speculatory and not really based on anything. I doubt that. I doubt that. Because again, you know, she was encouraging her audience to vote for Kamala in 2024. And so like, she's not like a fucking tanky. I don't think she's an acceleration. She is not an accelerationist. But where I'll meet you in the middle is, I think she definitely wanted Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill's margins to be much smaller. And she wanted Mamdani's margins to be much bigger. And then the opposite happened. And I think that bugged them because it fucked with the narrative. And so the way that she copes with that is by accusing Sherrill of stealing Mamdani's thunder and Spanberger of being buoyed by the percentage of federal workers that are in Virginia. So like her instinct even now, after they significantly overperformed, her instinct is to like diminish that.
To zoom out, and how I want to zoom out is building the broadest based coalition based on class, right? And then having a variety of different kind of perspectives. Even Dan Osborne in Nebraska, he's not a Democrat, he's running as an independent. He may not share all my same social issues, but he's endorsed by unions. He wants to tax billionaires. Let's bring him in. I mean, from Grand Platte.
I mean, that tells you right there that I think this is why, again, I find her opinions frustrating, but I put her in a significantly different category than Hassan.
To Zoran Mamdani too. These are more populist candidates that I think can bring new energy into the party. But in terms of like what the overall message can be, to get back to your original question, taking away from these races and these significant victories is that affordability is a step in the right direction, but the way that we can concretely define ourselves as totally distinct from the Republicans who are
super far left policy,
about to try to co-opt this, and they're very good at co-opting Democratic messaging, is you alleviate the affordability crisis by taxing billionaires and returning that untold concentration of wealth that is over the Gilded Age levels at this point. And eventually it's going to have to come crashing down, and we will have to have an FDR-style candidate who brings more material impacts for people, is saying we're going to tax billionaires to do that because the Republicans can't do it. And we're going to create trust in social programs again. And that is through civic engagement. That's through treating voters like serious people and not talking down to them, and abandoning some of the liberal censoriousness that we were just critiquing.
Yeah, I do think I'm with you on that, though. I like just to push on it, because I do want to get to the.
Sure, we're dressed alike, but we can disagree.
Yeah, I don't like this new thing where like I keep seeing it. I saw it like a few times in the last month. This theory that it was actually the liberals that were pushing like purity language, kind of quote unquote like woke politics. I think that's what she means when she says like censorious. Is she saying like don't forgive people when they say, what does she mean when she says censorious? What is she talking about? She's saying that was coming from like woke resistant slibs, which is just amazing to me because that's not how I remember like peak woke era 2019, 2020. That was the most of that, to my recollection, was coming from like the progressives, like the insistence on particular language and kind of the scoldy tone. That's not my sense of things. Was that that was not coming from like moderate liberals. It really does think that it does seem like they're rewriting history about how the Democratic Party came to be viewed as scoldy. They're saying that was actually the resist libs, and they weren't the ones that were doing that. That's not my recollection of things.
No, I don't actually think even we are just like I don't even think it's. I'm actually not even. I'm like I want to test my own assumptions about this too, because I agree with what you're saying. But the truth is, if you look back for the last several presidential elections, maybe the rates are slightly different, but how to raise money, there's a lot of agreement, right? Elizabeth Warren had a wealth tax. Every Democrat in the last 20 years has ran on higher marginal rates for the top earners in one fashion or another.
Biden ran on higher corporate taxes. higher capital gains taxes. Kamala ran on higher corporate taxes, higher capital gains taxes, higher taxes on the wealthy. That's been a pretty consistent through line for Democratic nominees for as long as I've been alive. And you know, he's right. It's just a matter of the margins. Just how apart are you on where you think the margins should be?
You know, the classic Democratic line is we're going to stop rewarding companies that ship jobs overseas, right? Like we've had that kind of on the supply side for taxes. The challenge, right, has been what is the agenda that unites us on actual social programs. We've had debates about Medicare for all. I think it was Ro Khanna that floated an idea that I do think is going to be a place where Democrats probably land, is something like, let's, on the path to single payer, let's get Medicare eligibility to 50 plus, right? Like that to me is something. But on the like the scolding piece of this, I did this, we had CrickedCon last week, and I had this great conversation with Hassan Piker and Simone Sanders Townsend and Jessica Tarlov and Tim Miller. And they were really mixing it up. And there was this feeling of, okay, like this is what a coalition has to look like. And sometimes it's going to...
No, I just want to... I'm like Matthew McConaughey at the end of Interstellar. I'm slamming on that fucking bookshelf, just screaming no. Hassan Piker has not given any indication that he is interested in a coalition in the same way that he is. I think Hassan Piker wants a coalition, but he wants a coalition of people that look and sound, I don't know about look, but like sound exactly like him and push the same exact ideas as him. And he has very clearly demonstrated that he is not a reliable member of the coalition. Emma, for as much as she talks shit about Democrats, and I think that is a problem, because I think a lot of her, I just think that she's just so off base on a number of things. I mean, I disagree. I agree with a lot of what she's saying here, but I have plenty of disagreements with her. But she was, you know, she did demonstrate that when the rubber hit the road and it was time to actually vote, like, okay, I think we can reasonably count on her to support the Democratic ticket, despite ideological differences. Hassan? No, I mean, if you didn't understand and appreciate the threat of Trump in 2024, and if that wasn't enough to motivate you to compromise your ideology and your principles to support a candidate who is, you know, well to your right, then that's like you have failed the ultimate test. You know, like, because if he's not appreciating the risk of 2024, how the fuck am I supposed to expect that this guy's going to appreciate the risk when it's Vance at the top of the ticket or it's Rubio at the top of the ticket? You know, like, he just failed. And I don't know how much Lovett is like, I don't know how deep he goes with like the Hassan lore. Like, I just have to assume that he doesn't really know like a lot about Hassan besides the fact that he's really popular with young people and controversial. And, you know, I don't think he knows like the deep lore. I don't think he knows about like the conversation that Hassan had with like the second thought and and that other guy on the Deprogram podcast, where, you know, in that conversation, he was like, you know, social democracy. This was Hassan. Hassan was saying that him pushing social democracy was basically like a stepping stone, not the final boss. Like, he was describing social democracy as like a bad thing, which is that is like a tanky take. What did you find here? Damn, you pulled that up so quick. Holy shit, bro. Do you have that bookmark? Do you have a folder of Hassan stuff? That's crazy how fast you pulled that up.
I think that in the short term,
why is the audio so fucking low? Jesus.
in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
So the way that he describes social democratic policy, like pushing social democratic policies, is it's kind of bad to push social democratic policies. It's like he's describing it as like a necessary evil. That is fully in line with fucking tankies. That's like, which one was which? The KPD and SPD. The communists in Germany despised social democracy more than fascism, because they felt like social democracy created a gentler capitalism. They saw social democracy as something that would artificially extend the life of capitalism. Because all of a sudden the appetite for revolution goes way down if you, for example, establish NHS and give everybody healthcare and just establish like a baseline level of poverty that can be softened quite a bit with social democratic policies. And they thought that that was evil because in their minds it strengthened capitalism. And that's kind of how Hassan talks when he's around his fucking tanky idiot friends, at least. And then he goes into liberal spaces and he's like, yeah, you know, I'm all about the coalition. It's like, he's just lying. He's just lying. Or, and this is a possibility, he doesn't really strongly believe in any of this, and it's just about the money, you know? And I'm not going to write that off completely as a possibility. I mean, this guy is living a life of fabulous wealth that very few human beings in the totality of human existence have gotten to experience the kind of luxury and decadence that this man has experienced. He's very fortunate in that respect. So, you know, does he actually think that the revolution is possible? Like, does he actually believe in this political project? Or, you know, I think no matter what the answer to that question is, I think he has deluded himself into considering himself like an actual vanguard of revolutionary leftist politics. I think he for sure has deluded himself into believing that narrative about his role in like American politics. But it's possible that that is just self-deception. And really, when you get down to the bottom of it, he just likes making a shitload of money. Which, hey, this is America. You want to do that, you can do that. Hassan has never called himself a revolutionary. You obviously don't listen to him except for the clips. Bro, did you listen to that clip that we just listened to? Were you here? And I know you were here. Did you hear him say that the ultimate goal was to get America to get out of the way so that revolution could happen? Did you not hear that? I swear to God, a lot of his own followers are not even like fully aware of Hassan's openly stated power level. He hates liberal democracy. It is so obvious that he hates liberal democracy. He thinks China was based to invade and brutally reacquire Tibet. You know, he thinks China would be based if they just went into Taiwan and fucking took that shit over. He thinks that the USSR losing the Cold War was a tragedy. He hates free market capitalism. He hates the system of government that we have here with checks on authority. He's in China right now, positively like giddier than a fucking teenage K-pop fanatic. He's sitting down with literal Chinese propagandists, state-run media, like actual state-run media, talking about how all the narratives about China are just like American propaganda. Like he is like, I don't even want to call him a tanky because this guy does not live his principles, but he thinks he's a tanky. In his own mind, he's a revolutionary for sure.
I also wanted to show my audience and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies, and that it's just another normal country, just like every.
Jackson Hinkle. That's where he's at. This guy is Jackson Hinkle.
Other country is.
This is Hassan Piker, an American online streamer, influencer, and a political commentator who wields significant influence over the young demographic in the US. He's
pretty obvious that this guy got radicalized, you know, during his college years, and it's normal to take like an academic interest in, you know, socialism and Marxism. I think that's pretty fucking normal in college, you know, but this guy just, boy, did he slurp that up. And he is never going to be a part of the kind of coalition that I think Democrats need to have in order to win. Emma, maybe. Yeah, maybe. There's a much stronger case for Emma. I do think that it's not enough to just, you know, when we're kind of like shortly before an election, if Emma switches gears and starts talking about how it's important to be pragmatic when you vote, and you know, that's good that she says that, but what does that mean if for the previous like 3.8 years you've been constantly pumping your audience with anti-democratic party messaging that you hear consistently from the populist left about how the party is entirely corrupt and bought and paid for by corporate lobbyists and AIPAC, and how they secretly want to stifle progressives from taking power, and, you know, or even not so secretly, you know, more than that, because there are moderates that want to stop progressives from winning, but it goes both ways. I mean, progressives don't want the moderates to win, so it's like, that's pretty normal, it seems. But they still vote for the Democratic nominee regardless. It's not enough to just vote for the nominee. Like, Hassan Piker does political analysis for a living. You know, his whole thing is about politics, and it's not just, you know, he wants to see certain outcomes. So it goes beyond just like, you know, Asmongold comments on politics, but it's very superficial. It's like very, I don't think Asmongold actually gives a shit who wins or loses elections, or where the country goes in that kind of way. So there are loyalty tests now. I don't know about loyalty tests, but like any kind of political coalition that you want to have is going to be one that is rooted in political action and some kind of shared sense of purpose. But what good is somebody to my political coalition if they won't actually work to support the candidate? Or at the very least, not work to undermine the candidate. Like, I don't need you to go up there and say that Kamala Harris is the greatest presidential candidate that's ever lived. I don't need you to go up there and, like, you know, do like this, the Chinese like state media lady that we just saw. Like, I'm not asking you to do that for the Democratic Party. In fact, you can have grievances and talk about those grievances. That's fine. It's when you start doing the fucking narrative shit that these people live in. They live in a narrative where the only reason why their politics have not been more successful in America is because the establishment blocks them from power. It's delusional. It's totally disconnected from reality. They shield themselves from any kind of internal critique or accountability. Whenever one of their preferred candidates lose, it's because the fucking establishment fucked them, and it has nothing to do with maybe they didn't run the best campaign, or maybe that wasn't the best whatever. The Washington Post, breaking news. Attorney General Pam Bondi indicated that she has appointed a prosecutor to examine the relationships between Jeffrey Epstein and other prominent Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton, as requested by President Trump today. Oh boy, the wheels are falling off, guys. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The wheels are falling off of this presidency. He is losing it. He's like fucking Gaddafi, you know, like a month before the end.
To be pretty tense, but maybe that discomfort is just what we have to live with, and that requires the left of the party to see people like on the center and the center left, and even the pro-democracy center right as part of a coalition, which, by the way, I think has happened, right? Like, no one was fighting harder to elect Kamala Harris or Biden before her than Joe Biden, than Bernie Sanders and AOC.
I was advocating for her a lot on my show too.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
then that also requires people that are more moderate to feel comfortable with people like Zohran Mamdani being in the coalition and being less afraid of Republicans. And I don't know how we get there.
Well, that's, I think, part of where, you know, just to bring it back to that race and why it's so significant, is it lays bare the hollowness of the vote blue no matter who argument from the old guard of leadership. Because I just am amazed that Chuck Schumer still.
This is so vapid. Vote blue, no matter who, has nothing to do with a senator or any kind of has nothing to do with like national Democrats endorsing a mayoral candidate. They have nothing to do with each other. Vote blue, no matter who, is a broad strategy. You want to stop the Republican Party and you're a voter voting straight ticket Democrat. It's a recognition of how dangerous the Republican Party is. That's all that is. And I just feel like there's so many contradictions in their critiques and their analyses, because in one breath, people like Emma will talk about, I mean, Majority Report covers Trump a lot, you know, they focus on Trump. Probably 85% of their videos are focused on Trump. They still find ways to like throw in jabs at Democrats in there, but like, so they understand, like, I think they understand how dangerous Trump is, like how uniquely dangerous Trump is. And if you understand how Trump is, if you understand how dangerous he is, then you kind of already understand. Like, you're already there in terms of understanding the logic of like vote blue no matter who. That has nothing to do with a senator choosing to not endorse any candidate in a mayoral race. Like, these are just, they have nothing to do with each other. Like, New York City was never at risk of a Republican becoming mayor. The D plus 30 city. Mamdani had a double-digit lead fucking the whole time in the polls. Someone pieced together Epstein docs to show Epstein helped build the MAGA movement with Bannon. I saw a bunch of emails with Bannon. Yeah, I saw the, I don't want to talk about it. Noam Chomsky. I might have to take my picture down. Jeffrey Epstein said, I knew even before the primaries announced in meetings, lunches, and dinners just to receive a look of contempt and disbelief. Now I want my position as a political analysis, preferably the White House. Valeria Chomsky? Wait, what? Now I want my position as a political analysis, as a political analyst, preferably in the White House. Wait, no, that was from Epstein. And then his wife said, yeah, once you asked me who I would like to see talking to Noam, here's a guy. Can you arrange it? He could make good use of Noam's advices. So this was Noam Chomsky's wife trying to get Epstein to pull some strings to get him in contact with Trump. Would that have been a bad thing? I don't know. I mean, that was never in a million years going to happen.
After the election, he probably didn't vote for him, and that's probably why he doesn't want to. Because I just am amazed that Chuck Schumer still, after the election, he probably didn't vote for him, and that's probably why he doesn't want to say. He probably voted for Andrew Cuomo, a man compromised by Donald Trump, who is a sexual predator and who has been one of the biggest bullies in politics that I can think of, and who was, I mean, we don't know what he did. But the reality is that Zohran Mamdani, at the very least, I think also lifted the tides in other races across the country. This is my argument.
Let her finish? All right, fine.
I have no proof, but just from vibes.
Like that vibes.
In terms of vibes. Well, just a quick aside. You mentioned that a lot of in New Jersey, for example, Union City, which is
and then she just came out and said it. And then she just came out and said it.
An 80% Latino city, 50-point swing to Cheryl from what Kamala Harris did. So just to say, like, those
something big was happening.
Something big is happening, and that was in Texas. They're redistricting.
And she's saying that's because of Mamdani? Like, Emma, do you think there's any other reason why Hispanic voters would have dramatically moved away from Trump in the last year? Like, is there anything else going on in the country that maybe contributed to that?
Based on Trump's numbers from 2024, where he made those gains with Latino voters, that might not be the case. If you're gerrymandering and making lighter red districts versus deeper, let's see how that works out for you. I'm curious. Although Blue Texas has been a myth my whole life, so I don't know. But
one day, it's only one day it will be true. Once it's true, it was true the whole time.
Right.
Once it happens, it was always true.
Exactly.
It's a myth until it's disproven.
Exactly. Yep. I know. We sound like we're end times evangelical preachers here, but eventually we'll be right. But yeah. So what I do think that he did, though, you also saw an increase in gains in really young voters, like 18 to 29.
What did she just say?
Actually, we'll be right. But yeah. So what I do think that he did, though, you also saw an increase in gains in really young voters, like 18 to 29. And I do think that Zohran's popularity online increased engagement for those voters, even if they weren't in New York City. They were more likely to pay attention to their races when they saw this campaign that was viral, that was energetic, that was exciting. Of course, all of what he advocates for is incredibly exciting. Just the idea of public service and giving back, I think, is really important. That
if I'm gonna be making bold claims like this, I would at least try to explore that a bit. You know, there's ways that maybe you could sort of like test the veracity of that theory, right? Like, you would have to dive into the numbers, and I'm you know, there's all kinds of analyses that you could do to try to establish these connections. But like, if I look at 2018, for example, in 2018, was there a spike in youth voter turnout for Democrats during the midterms? I'm just going to guess that there was a spike because of Donald Trump. Yes, there was indeed a spike in youth voter turnout in the 2018 midterms, and especially strong support among young voters for the Democratic side. So like, we already know that Trump himself is very galvanizing. He galvanizes opposition. He galvanizes the Democratic Party. A lot of young people were totally disgusted with Trump, I think in ways that far eclipsed the kind of disgust that we saw from the older generations, which makes sense. You know, younger people typically, they're less jaded, more aspirational, more idealistic, more hopeful. Well, they used to be. I don't know. I feel like they're quite jaded these days. We saw a spike in youth voter turnout during the first Trump term, and we're seeing a spike again this time. And she's saying that Mamdani's race got a lot of young people energized to go vote for like Mikey Sherrill. Maybe on some level, I doubt that this was like a meaningful number of voters.
He engendered that. So I just can't still reckon with the fact that the leader of the Democrats in the Senate chose to reject that energy.
You could, if you just looked at the numbers. Like, you could, if you don't have to like Schumer's decision to not endorse. That's fine. I don't really have a strong opinion. I don't care. I don't think it mattered. I think it was a manufactured issue. Who cares? I don't care that AOC didn't endorse Eric Adams in 2021, and I don't give a fuck that Chuck Schumer didn't endorse Mamdani. But even if you didn't like his decision, you could try to evaluate from a neutral perspective altogether. Like, put aside the shallow, superficial analysis that the reason why Schumer didn't endorse Mamdani is because he's like evil and he doesn't want progress. Like, you can still believe that in a minute here, but just set it to the side for now and just try to look at the situation as holistically as possible and just try to understand, like I know this is going to be really painful, but just put yourself in Schumer's shoes and ask yourself, what are the things that I would be considering? Besides just the fact that he's very obviously ideologically very different from Mamdani. But you have the Senate Majority Leader. He is the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate. So he's representing, you know, he's at the top of the structure that represents the entire country. So when he does stuff, it's different than just like another New York senator doing stuff. When he does stuff, he's representing the entire party. Is it possible that there were way more moderate senators that were privately communicating to him concern about, you know, how Mamdani might make the rest of the party look? And then you can just look at like Mamdani's numbers in New York City. Like, he's slightly above 50% in terms of favorability. I think, you know, it's good to have a majority support, but he does not have an overwhelmingly big mandate at all. And then how popular is he in the state of New York? Like, he's underwater in the state of New York. So are you surprised that moderate leader of the Senate Democrats chose to just abstain from making any kind of endorsement in a divisive race for a divisive candidate? Would that really shock you? Why don't we flip the dynamic? Let's just flip it entirely. What if it was a progressive Senate Majority Leader and it was a similar kind of dynamic, but just, or the same dynamic, but just like inversed? If that was a progressive Senate Majority Leader and it was a race between an insurgent outsider moderate who was running against a progressive, would you be like trying to bully this progressive Senate Majority Leader into endorsing a moderate who won the primary? Of course you wouldn't be doing that. Of course you wouldn't be doing that. So this is not about like the principle of it. You just don't like the politics of it. You just don't like Chuck Schumer's politics. That's all it is. But she's making it this like bigger issue. Dasvidani with $2 dropped a study by Blueprint in Streamlinks. If you could build a perfect Democratic candidate in a lab, what would they look like? Well, we ran a Mad Lib style conjoint test and we had fun with this one. The most popular like biographical characteristics would be a veteran, working class, middle class, blue collar. Wait, how did they do this? So what is this? I don't understand. They ran a poll. How many people did they poll with this? Is this a poll of just like Democratic Party voters? It would be a veteran, working class, middle class, blue collar workers, small business owner, and to a lesser degree, moderate, professor, farmer. And then we go down at the very bottom is a socialist. Wait, what is this study? The very bottom down here is a socialist. That was the least favorite one. They talk about their methodology further down. Consensus emerges on what voters want Democrats to campaign on. No surprise, it's a laser focus on prices and cost of living. Read the full memo and Mad Libs on our website. We presented dozens of Biofax records, issue priorities to understand what meaningfully moves a generic Democrat's favorability. The result is a map of the traits, life choices, and policy focuses that voters reward and the ones that sink them from the starting gate. The chart below illustrate the preference effects across voters overall, Democrats, and independents. Where's the methodology? Does it say it at the bottom? Oh, about the poll. Blueprint surveyed an online sample of 3,028 voters from September 19th to September 24th, weighted to education, rendered race, survey engagement, and the 2020 election results. The survey was conducted in English, and its margin of error is 2.1 percentage points. Did online polls get better? Or are they still shady? I know Atlas, they did entirely online polls, I believe, and they were pretty close to right on the mark in 2024. Rockhob, I'm so sorry I missed you for 105 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Varies, Blueprint is pretty legit. Okay, so this is actually super interesting. I am gonna bookmark this one. So this is this all voters here? Among Democrats. This is for all voters. The least favorite characteristics were a child of immigrants. That's pretty blackpilling. Ew. Wealthy, podcaster, billionaire, and socialist. That is fucking such an American moment right here. American voters find a billionaire and a socialist equally repulsive. It's a very centrist moment right here. On their record, the top 4 things that all voters find appealing in terms of their record are guided by their commitment to science, evidence, and facts, +7. Believe it's important to find common ground, +7. Have created jobs in the private sector, +6. Have a strong record of bipartisanship, +3. I've been telling you guys, I feel like I'm having another I told you so moment. Because I think people think that things are so polarized that nobody wants bipartisanship anymore, and I keep saying that that's not accurate. Like, the median voter definitely wants the parties to work together. I've seen that consistently across so many surveys. And then the least favorite things on their record would be, are a fighter against the Republican Party, have changed their mind on important issues. Why would that be a bad thing, necessarily? Have been targeted by the Trump administration, served in the Biden administration. Again, the two bottom, well, the 3, but the 2 bottom track records that they find the least appealing are, have been targeted by the Trump administration, served in the Biden administration. And then on the issues, the most popular issues were protecting Social Security and Medicare, bringing down the prices of food, goods, and services. Why do Americans want a deflationary spiral? Open the schools. We need to open the schools. You don't want lower prices. You want higher wages. Making healthcare and prescription drugs more affordable, making housing more affordable. All 4 of the top issues here are, all related to like cost of living stuff. Fighting corruption in politics. And then the least popular issues, or I guess these are policies, right? Forgiving student loans, advocating for Israel, protecting the rights of LGBTQ community. Ooh, I don't like this. I already had a low opinion of voters, and now you're just making it worse. Advocating for Palestinians? Wait, what? That's the least. That's the least popular policy? All the ones that are in the negative: protecting Americans from harmful consequences from technology, making childcare more affordable, reducing gun violence. What is happening? What is happening to Americans right now? Getting rid of Trump tariffs, breaking up monopolies. These are all unpopular. Building more transit infrastructure, securing the border. None of this makes sense to me. I cannot make sense of this. Optimized for Democrats. So these are like the Democratic voter base. Similar results. The top 4: middle class, working class, blue collar worker, veteran, moderate, progressive. Moderate and progressive have equal I cannot make sense of this. I'm done with that. That's going to drive me insane. I have no idea what's going on with American voters. That is so incoherent. Okay. If you want to link to the poll, here it is right here. I forgot to link the video that we're watching right now.
On grounds of, I don't know, Israel ideology on that front, but God, Chuck Schumer giving back, I think, is really important that he engendered that. So I just can't still reckon with the fact that the leader of the Democrats in the Senate chose to reject that energy on grounds of.
You would be able to understand if you actually made a genuine effort to understand why he might have made that decision. But I don't think she did that. Don't think she did that. I think instead she went with the vibes and didn't even really make an effort to be neutral in the analysis.
I don't know, Israel ideology on that front, but God.
Sorry, I keep
the leader of the Democrats in the Senate chose to reject that energy on grounds of, I don't know, Israel ideology on that front, but God. Chuck Schumer said earlier this year that his job is to keep the left pro-Israel. And as I keep saying, only 8% of Democrats support Israel's military action in Gaza. So if that's your job, dude, you're failing at your real job and you're failing at your fake job.
Yeah, it's the Democratic leadership should be more afraid of losing the young people that were behind Zoran than being painted as pro-Zoran by Republicans.
100%.
That is what I believe. But and if your job, if you believe your job, right, is to try to help people understand a more nuanced view of Israel, you're not going to do it.
You didn't even notice that advocating for Israel is -14 with hold on. So for all voters, advocating for Israel was -14. And then -21 is advocating for Palestinians. For Democratic voters, this is Democratic voters, advocating for Palestinians is -24. Advocating for Israel is -27. This is bananas. I got to tell you, at face value, I'm having a difficult time accepting the results of this survey. I cannot make sense of it. You know, they say what their methodology is down there, but I don't understand these results. Unless I'm misunderstanding the values. So like, if something is like -1 or -2, does that mean that it was unpopular? Or does that mean it was less popular than the other issues? I didn't really actually, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. For independence, according to this survey, advocating for, in terms of issue focus, advocating for Palestinians is -22. Protecting the rights of LGBTQ is -18. Advocating for Israel is -18. So according to this survey, they're saying that advocating across all voters and across independents advocating for Palestinians is less popular than advocating for Israel. And for Democrats, advocating for Israel is only slightly less popular than advocating for Palestinians. I don't know what any of this means. Among independents, the least popular biofact is a socialist at -9. Among Democrats, somebody with a biofact of a socialist is -5, but that's not the least popular labels. Less popular than a socialist is a pastor, someone who's wealthy, a former Republican, a podcaster, and a billionaire is the least popular biofact. That actually makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm deeply suspicious of these results. They just either there's some fuckery, either there's some problems with the methodology, or the American voter is just an incoherent mess of contradictions. Unless somebody can help me make sense of what these numbers actually mean. Maybe I'm interpreting it the wrong way.
By avoiding the reality of
what people are seeing,
what people are feeling, how they've shifted. I talked to Mamdani about this directly, and my problem when he didn't I talked about this with him in both directions, like the ways in which anti-Semitism was used as a cudgel. And by the way, it was like incredibly rich and so cynical. God, Cuomo ran the most cynical race of any political operation in my life.
Racist.
I just have never seen something like that in my, there have been more racist campaigns. We've beaten because there have been,
but really racist for I don't know, 2024.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. No, I would say like an extraordinarily bigoted campaign.
Yeah.
But I would say the most cynical campaign I've ever seen in my whole life. And then he had the audacity to say that Mamdani was using Israel as a wedge issue. It's like, no, that's what you did. Yep. That's what you did. You made people think like you made this more salient for the voters as if he was running for mayor of Tel Aviv, which was ridiculous. But if your goal is to create a big coalition in America that opposes Israel's military campaign in Gaza, which I think is the right thing to do, to oppose funding Israel's military, one role you have as a leader is to, I think, speak out when parts of your coalition are saying things that could alienate others that would get behind you, not just because I think some of those statements were morally wrong, but because I do think they're politically alienating. And to me,
Dasvidania says, I think what this is saying is that there are certain issues that voters see as intrinsically partisan, and they skew away from those issues. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Like, there's a lot of people that don't really know a lot about Israel-Palestine. And when you think about it, I mean, there's a lot of people that there have been people who have been talking about Israel-Palestine nonstop for the last 2 years that don't know a lot about the extensive history. Okay, the bear. Jesus Christ. What are you doing, man? Qassam brigades attacking on October 7th was moral. It was the right thing to do to serve your people. Long live the resistance. Glory to the martyrs. I think you're trolling here. What are you doing? Are you trolling? What are you doing? Are you trolling? Feels like a troll. Either which way. I think we've had enough of that. Okay. And for a lot of people, I'm going to say comfortably, if we had to guess, guys, what percentage of the country do you think really has no idea about Israel-Palestine? They couldn't tell you, they couldn't point it out on a map, they couldn't tell you anything about the history. I think it's higher than 67. I think it's higher than 2 out of 3. I think it's like 80%, 85%. I'm going to say the overwhelming majority of people. And for those people, I guess it makes sense to almost equally be opposed to someone who's an Israel advocate and a Palestinian advocate, because I think for a lot of people, they get overwhelmed when they overhear arguments about the issue or they see it pop up on their feed because they just have no context and they don't understand the conversation. All they see is people screaming at each other. And so for like those people, I guess it makes sense that they would equally push that away. I guess I'm just surprised to find that many people in the Democratic Party, but I guess it shouldn't surprise me. Because if that's how we explain these numbers, then you would have to come to the conclusion that even with Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters don't know anything about this conflict. I don't know why that surprises me. Because I'm too online, that's why.
What made Zoran such an interesting figure put on...
Ace with $10. Dems and the moderate left don't need progressives like Emma and Hassan. They need to reach the center and even the right. They are too online. Hassan fans aren't the voters they need. It is the opposite. I think there's some truth to that, but like, again, I don't think we should be putting Emma and Hassan in the same camp.
It is actually the ways in which he was often doing some normal politics and coalition building outside of this issue, right? He's keeping on the police commissioner. He brought in Brad Lander. He did a ton of meetings to assuage people's concerns. He's also, I think, one mistake people made in how they ran against Zoran is they ran against the New York Post covers. But he's a much more interesting and smart and curious and thoughtful person, and was able to describe, like, really in detail defend a lot of his positions in a way I think people didn't hear. But I do think that speaks to the way we have to kind of come together
Yeah.
because I do think the left ought to be a bit.
Oh, Sora, no. What are you doing? How do we... Can we go one stream without debating Israel-Palestine? Sora says, a lot of y'all would have condemned slaves rebelling. Just don't want to. Can we stop, for Christ's sakes?
Bit circumspect at times at the work that needs to be done to persuade, right? And that requires, I think, at times compromise, while at the same time I think the center needs to learn from the enthusiasm that this kind of populism engendered. And so the solution is not going to be centrists who sound like populists. I think that helps. I think people do genuinely want that, but that's not enough. But also being populist and being charismatic and being inspiring to a big group of people that want to see them in their leaders, like that is true. But like that does not mean you don't have work to do to bring more people along, because those aren't yet majority views.
There's a lot to chew on there. I think, about Zoran's talent as a coalition builder. He has Bernie-style politics, Obama-style charisma, but he has like the city municipal.
Let's rein it in just a little bit. I mean, he's a very charismatic guy, but I think we can rein that in just a little bit.
Political, relationship building thing down that you really need. And love Bernie to death, one of the greatest, the OGs. But, he's a little cantankerous.
I was interviewing him a couple months ago, and midway through the interview, he just leaned back and went, and that hurt. That hurt.
That would break my heart in two.
It wasn't my best moment. I should have got to stop telling that story. That didn't happen.
Sure, cut it. But no, that sounds exactly like him. And he's done that on air with a bunch of other interviews. So, that is one of Zoran's talents, and I think that is part of, he's a quintessential millennial politician in many ways. Like our generation is really, when you look at polling, the most progressive consistently generation. So when
she says our generation, I think she's Gen Z, right? She's definitely Gen Z, right?
in terms of where the left needs to be smarter, I hear you on that. I think part of the problem is that we don't really have any national Democratic politicians who are leading the way on the issue of Israel's genocide in a way that matches the urgency or gives people a rhetorical framework to advocate on this issue. Now, my viewpoint is that Zoran is really the first to do that, where he talked about, when asked, do you believe Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state? He says, I believe it has the right to exist as a state of equal rights. That is my position. I think more Democrats should be speaking in that fashion, meaning one democratic state.
Wildly unpopular take. Why do you think that more Democrats should be speaking it like that? For me, I always just go back to I think the easiest way to cut through that bullshit is to just simply point out that the proposition of a single state that would just encompass everything from the West Bank to Gaza, full right of return, like that whole like pipe dream that they keep fucking focusing on for whatever reason. The easiest way that you can just cut right through that, because there's like about 1,000 different ways that you could try to point out that is, number one, not going to happen, but you know, there's 1,000 ways you could poke at that, but the easiest way is to just point out that this proposition is the least popular proposition amongst both Palestinians and Israelis. Neither side want this outcome. They do not want to share a single state. Very, that is very clear in when you dive into the numbers. So why are you, as like a Western leftist, so insistent on that outcome? Well, I think it's because they've seen historical examples of, you know, they look at like South Africa. They always do this very, very flawed comparison to South Africa. And I mean, this is flawed for just a number of reasons, but and so they think like that's the model and it has to be that. But even Nelson Mandela did not push for a one-state solution. I think that should tell you something, you know? Because you tell people, well, there's just no way that would work out. There would be way too much violence. There's just, what does that even look like to try to force them to do that? And then what you typically hear is like, well, it would look a lot like South Africa. Well, okay, well, the leader of the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa was not pushing for a one-state solution. He did not think it was workable. That should tell you something. Because they see the world as a zero-sum game. They want total victory. Yeah. They're fantasizing about like war tribunals and public hangings of, like Netanyahu, which, that's based on anger. And I think they have a right to be angry, but it's not. It's just totally disconnected from reality. There has never been that type of violence when apartheid has been abolished. I would have to take some time to look into that claim because I don't know if I want to accept that at face value. But what do you think is going to happen if you force first of all, who would even force a one state? How would that even happen? That would have to come. I mean, there's international pressure on Israel to, end the bombing and end the military campaign. There was plenty of international pressure to do that, but there was never any real international pressure to do a one-state solution. So there's no international political will to try to force a one-state solution through really punishing sanctions or military intervention. There's how do you even see that as possible? Like, where is that going to come from? Like, but again, just like the most important thing here is like, guys, Israelis don't want this and Palestinians don't want this. They do not want to share a single state. They don't want to do it. So why the insistence on that? That blows my mind. Like, why? She takes off her mask and surprise, it's Balfour. Ooh, I don't know enough about the Balfour Declaration to understand that joke. Was that the initial kind of proposed partition lines or something? Something like that, right?
And there needs to be some sort of United Nations commission that comes in, truth and reconciliation, and there's already 700,000 settlers in the West Bank.
John Lovett is not dumb. He knows this is all nonsense, so I'm curious to see how he navigates this question.
Illegally occupied by Israel since 1967, as has East Jerusalem been, and Palestinians since that period have been living under a one-state reality. And we have to be beginning to be speaking about the reality on the ground, because the two-state...
It's a one-state solution is wildly unpopular amongst Israelis and Palestinians. It's also wildly unpopular amongst Americans. And I think that's because people obviously understand that there is no way that that's going to work out well. Not going to happen. One of the main characters who carved up the Middle East. Well, I know about like the Balfour Declaration. I just can't remember all the context there.
A solution fiction is just something that bides time here and still undercuts the idea that multiculturalism is a strength. We can't be making the case in this moment of fascism that racial integration in greater Israel is a threat because this group of people can't be living aside this group of people. And a state that's maintained in terms of ethnic or racial supremacy is not one that should be supported by the Democratic Party, especially when we have a fascist in office.
Yeah, where I'm at.
Again, Lovett is not, he's not dumb. But he's also, I think, being very, very, very diplomatic in this discussion with Emma. And I think the reason, you guys, all these people down here, I think he knows his audience, and so he's being very, very diplomatic. I think in another setting he would be he would show kind of disdain or contempt, because what she's proposing is fucking ridiculous and just not workable in any realistic way. It's just a complete leftist fantasy. It's like the rapture is what this is, you know, like leftists waiting for a one-state solution with, like, you know, truth and reconciliation and, you know, war crimes tribunals, is like evangelicals waiting for the rapture. That's what it's like.
That is agree with the statement that no state has the right to deny the equal rights of anyone.
Look at him. See, that's a political answer right there.
And who lives within its borders. Full stop.
Okay, I agree that people shouldn't be oppressed. All right, let's find the common ground. I agree that people shouldn't be oppressed. Okay.
And that ought to apply to every country, including Israel. I do think, like, there's been a move against the two-state solution as fanciful, and I take those arguments.
And they make sense. You know, the West Bank encroachment does complicate a two-state solution. It's true. But it's like, as difficult as it is to imagine a two-state solution, it's about a million times more difficult to imagine a one-state solution.
At the same time, I think you could make a very good case that a one-state solution is not closer. Like, these are both, we are very far from a genuine and lasting and just peace.
I see a two-state solution as a great step to what I'm talking about. And if
I wonder if in his head, like, I feel like he's definitely practicing restraint in this moment because, you know, yeah, whatever. Anyways,
if it needs to happen as a diplomatic step to give Palestinians more rights, I'm all for it.
Yeah, all I'm at is, look, we can get to the prescriptions from here, but look, ultimately what will happen in that region will be determined by the people in that region, and what we ought to be advocating for is the human worth and dignity of every person, especially when it has been.
That's good. That's good. That's a political answer right there.
Denied to the Palestinians, and like I just think I find the kind of it almost becomes an intellectual exercise about what the future could look like. Like, we ought to have these basic principles, and I agree with you the way that Zoran.
That's all this is. It's just like, it's just a conversation between intellectuals that is totally removed from reality.
Hey Hutch, I'm catching up on today's stream since I joined a few hours late, but in the vein of what you were talking about earlier with her confidence and how Emma talks, you should watch the new Veritasium video on overconfidence.
Veritasium? I don't know what that means.
LED
20 million subscribers. What the fuck? The most dangerous cognitive bias. I'm very interested in watching this video. We're not going to have time to do it today, though.
Talks about it. There is a kind of
Friday the 17th of July.
People who describe themselves as being pro-Israel take issue with this, as it feels like a hyper focus on Israel when the equal rights and dignity of many people are denied throughout the region. But then my response to that is, well, we describe Israel as a democracy. We hold it to the standards of a democracy. I would like to continue to do that, right? Like, I to a higher standard than we hold Hamas or the Saudis, right?
Right. I mean, John Kerry said it best. I mean, I think he did say at one point, Israel can either be a Jewish state or it can be a democratic state, but they can't be both. And
John Kerry said that? Is that what he said? I mean, there's nuance here. I don't know if I entirely agree with that.
You know, that's really my position on that. I think it's also because the United States, you know, where I wish we could reorient our focus is that to Israel and what it means, of course, in terms of a form of reparations for the victims of the Holocaust, like that cultural memory, we have to be sensitive to that, especially when tensions are so heightened around this, right?
And I would just add to that,
Rob Field with 53 months. Thank you so much, buddy. I gotta say, this is probably the most civil discussion that I've heard about Israel-Palestine in the last year, which I think is a good thing. Like, I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit, but I'm kind of glad that he's composed and, you know, I'm happy to see a civil disagreement about Israel-Palestine for the first time in fucking 2 years.
The fact that Jews were expelled from countries throughout the Middle East upon the founding of Israel. And like that is like...
Although Avi Shlaim would argue that Zionism is the reason for that more.
I take it back. I want him to go scorched earth here. Bro, if you were just like an innocent Jewish person and you had nothing to do with the Nakba. You had nothing to do with the mass displacement of, 800,000 Palestinians. And then the Iraqi government seizes your property, seizes your assets, and then kicks you out of the country. That's just anti-Semitism. You didn't have anything to do with that. You're being kicked out of a country because you're Jewish. That's just textbook anti-Semitism. If that happened with any other group, any other ethnicity, any other religious group, I think Emma would not have a Emma would not have a difficult time understanding. Like, yeah, that's just full-on discrimination. But there's these blind spots for some reason. Daz Vidani with $5. The full carry quote is, if the choice is one state, Israel can either be Jewish or democratic. It cannot be both. And it won't ever really be at peace. That does not sound like a resounding endorsement of a one-state solution to me. I think he is saying the opposite in that quote. It almost sounds like she took that quote and then totally twisted the meaning. Oh my God. Breaking news. An original animated series based on Death Stranding has officially been announced. Wait, hold on. Isn't there a Death Stranding movie coming out too? I'm pretty sure they're making a movie as well. Her downplaying it is also anti-Semitism. Ugh.
But
Lovett's not going to like that. Please, Lovett. Now's the time. You got to be a little bit more assertive here, Lovett.
To that, especially when tensions are so heightened around this, right?
And I would just add to that, the fact that Jews were expelled from countries throughout the Middle East upon the founding of Israel. And that is like...
Although Avi Shlaim would argue that Zionism is the reason for that more than... But yes, I'm not going to go... I know.
I don't want... I'm not... I just think so. There's, I think back to earlier eras in which the left failed to come together to face a rising authoritarian menace, and they were not stupider than us. They were not less aware of the dangers. Maybe in some sense they were, because they hadn't lived through we have access to history that didn't exist yet. But there are genuine and real painful differences that make it hard for people to unite. And I think one way to understand, to get to the other side of that, is to just lay the complicated truth out. That's all.
I'm zooming out to say, basically, in terms of moving forward more broadly, my point is just that...
All I'm saying is that in order for me to be happy with the Democratic Party, all the candidates need to adopt my politics and take positions that are overwhelmingly unpopular. And until that happens, I'm always going to be hostile to the party. That's all I'm asking for. At the end of the day, I need everybody to just be like me and have my politics, and it's an injustice. Every day that passes where this doesn't happen is an injustice. So I don't think I'm asking for too much at the end of the day, right?
Some of the crunchiness of the messaging on the left is, in my view, because we're not seeing enough leadership. I love the squad and I love progressive members, but they're still not talking about it in the terms that I just talked about, right? And I think that would help people understand some of the left-wing position a little bit more on this.
I was making a joke, and then she fucking... That is what she's saying, right?
But on the issue more broadly, why I think there's a focus on it, why people get so riled up, is one, just because it's a genocide, but two, because I think it's a litmus test for a lot of people. They see if you can stand up and be brave on this particular issue, or you go against where a lot of like the blob or where DC is, or where moneyed interests are, or where the military industrial complex is. People genuinely view that they can trust you. You're seeing moderate members already saying, I'm swearing off AIPAC money, right? Because they see the writing on the wall here. And so I think to build a stronger coalition for Democrats, that is a really shorthanded way to create trust. And it's not just Democrats. As I mentioned those numbers earlier, independents are really, really against this as well. It's like the only positive views of Israel seem to be coming from the Republicans, and it's older Republicans too. And then the younger ones are all actually anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think the ways in which, I agree with, I think one very good reason to turn away from AIPAC.
Is this the Green Lantern that you speak of? This is what it looks like in reality. No, I don't think this is Green Lantern. This is something else. This is just echo chamber shit. That's what this is. This is just bubble shit. That's what this is. I think Emma, her kind of information ecosystem is overwhelmingly leftist. And I think she is projecting the popularity of certain policy proposals. She's just projecting that on everybody else, you know. It's the same reason why she thinks Mamdani is, you know, setting the National Democratic Party on fire with energy. The same reason. And I think she would do better. She would have better takes if she broadened her information intake, you know. That would be the only way to fix this, but I think she's just in a massive, and it is massive. I think she's in a massive hyper left-wing bubble, and she now has just really incorrect assumptions about, well, frankly, a lot of things.
Money is because it is an organization that has become basically right-wing conservative.
Yeah.
And is not a welcoming place for people who have
It's not even that I necessarily want her. I mean, I think she would do well if she listened to a variety of different takes, political takes. So if that includes Ezra Klein, fine, but doesn't have to be him. I think she should spend more time like talking. I know she debates a lot of people, like with MAGA stuff. They take callers, and I think she needs to spend more time talking to John Lovett. That's what I think. I think that would help her. She should have more conversations with John Lovett and people like him, I suppose.
Forget a nuanced pro-Israel view, right? Like they're just not. It's become a tool of the right in Israel because it's kind of propped up by a bunch of people that have pretty old-fashioned views and sort of on the subject. But like putting Israel aside as an issue, I agree that it is for some people a kind of a trust marker. Like you talked about a movement that is uniting people around class. I think ultimately, whatever the salience of this specific issue for a subset of people, we are going to win or lose on a broader message that is about the concentration of democratic power and the concentration of economic power. And I feel like as much as we can get that to be the kind of core of what we're talking about, I think the better position we'll be in.
I will say, though, that, you know, I tell this story a lot because I was 14 when Obama was running.
Yeah.
That was where my interest in politics began. I literally became obsessed with Obama, as many young people did, and that campaign. And in particular, it was the primary and Hillary Clinton having voted for the Iraq War previously and supporting it.
That actually makes so much sense, you know, like when you look at her political journey, it makes so much sense. You know, she got interested in Barack Obama in 2008 as a 14-year-old, and then probably subscribed to Green Lantern theory of politics without knowing it. And then Obama comes along, and I think, and I have nothing to prove this off of, I think she was radicalized by Occupy and then became disillusioned with Barack Obama because she believes in Green Lantern theory of politics and thinks that he should have been able to like snap his fingers and give everybody single payer. I don't know. I haven't seen any history of her with Occupy. I'm just guessing that like Occupy was like the beginning of like the radicalizing, and then that really set her on a path with Bernie. Like Bernie coming along in 2016, I think that was like the thing that really informed her political views. And it kind of, so that kind of makes sense, you know. Like I come from like the like later Clinton years and the Bush years, was the early Bush years was like my beginning stage of politics. And so her kind of political identity was shaped during a time when a lot of people were becoming disillusioned with the Democratic Party, because for a lot of people, they thought that Obama represented a much bigger change than what they felt like he promised. And so like the beginning point for her politics is like disappointment with like liberals and, you know, so-called moderates or the establishment. And my political awakening was like George W. Bush invading Iraq and, you know, killing and displacing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. And then, so it's just like I have a totally different trajectory. But this is why, in my opinion, one of the best things that you can do to have like a more informed politics is to just dive into history. Like really dive in and try to understand like how we got from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the, you know, broadly as a society, and then within the Democratic Party, you know, how has the party evolved? Go back further, go back a century, go back 2 centuries. I'm not really good at like 19th or 18th century history in the US. I have a decent sense of like 20th century US history, but I think if you have that perspective, and this kind of, you know, and this also kind of helps to contextualize her claim that the Democratic Party has not moved left. Because if your starting point is Obama, and then all you think of when you think of Obama is like failed promises and, like failed promises, I suppose. And then you see Bernie comes along, and the media makes it look like it's a much closer race than it actually was. And so maybe she's in her head thinking like, oh my God, Bernie can actually do this, when the reality was he had no fucking path. Then I guess it makes sense that she, from her perspective, like we did move right, and you can find a way to make sense of that when you try to like just put yourself in her. Of course, you know, her story is very complex, and I'm just massively simplifying something that I know nothing about. I'm just guessing, but I just like, it kind of makes sense when you think about it in that way.
I, as just a young person, I was furious. I couldn't understand how anybody could vote for what we did to hundreds of thousands, killing hundreds of thousands of people in this illegal war. And that was what generated my enthusiasm for politics.
I swear to God, I didn't pre-watch, but if I clocked her on this, I think you guys got to donate $5 to $20 each, because I feel like I earned it. Ooh, come on, please.
And I talked to other people, and many of them, you know, feel the same way. There were other aspects of the Obama campaign, of course, that were incredibly exciting, and how that got so many newer voters engaged is a lesson going forward. So I think a lot of what you're saying is absolutely right in terms of what the base needs to be. But for young people, I do think that this issue has to be addressed more substantively to make sure that we're drawing a distinction, because leaving a vacuum here, we're seeing it already. Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeting at AIPAC, I don't want to take your shekels. Yeah. Nick Fuentes is getting folded into the Heritage Foundation. When Zion...
Pump the brakes. Stop handing it to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Stop handing it to Nick Fuentes. I don't know if that's what she's doing, but...
Zionism is conflated with Judaism. We are seeing a very horrifying increase in anti-Jewish hatred across this country. And I think it's incumbent upon us to have a real clear message on this, to not allow these charlatans and bigots and Christian nationalists to fill the void.
And but what I guess we can go back and forth on this. I think that's all quite true. I just think like there is a kind of whatever, like I wouldn't say it as a consensus view, but I would say there's like a whatever median view that would say something along the lines of Israel committed atrocities in Gaza and they should receive not one more dollar for any military aid.
That's easy.
Right. Yeah. And while at the same time saying we reject anybody that embraces anti-Semitism and anybody who would claim that that not only do Palestinians have a right to live in sort of peace and dignity with equal rights, so do Israelis a right to live in peace and security, right? Like there is all I'm getting at
that's a great baseline. But what you're saying is like a lot of Democrats aren't saying that. They're not even ready to cut off funds.
Well, all I'm getting at is I think we're gonna have a big primary and we're gonna have a big debate, and I think and in the end, what I would like is for there to be
I will Minecraft myself if we get to the 2028 primaries and Israel-Palestine is presented as like the number 2 or 3 issue, I will embrace the sweet nothingness of oblivion. That would be preferable to... And I just know they're going to do it. Like, I know they're going to try to make that specific issue be like the 3rd or 2nd most salient issue, you know, like I think they'll concede that the economy needs to take priority, but they're going to try to make it like the number 2 issue. And I will jettison myself into outer space on a Jeff Bezos spaceship and just embrace the cold nothingness of space if they fucking try to turn the 2028 primaries into a referendum on fucking Israel. Swear to God.
Like a way to get to that kind of a kind of collective view so that we can focus on what we're going to do to lower healthcare prices, to get more people into Medicare, and to like kind of find a united front. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring us down that route.
No, I'm glad we did.
But it always goes back to that for me because it's hard. It's a galvanizing issue, I think.
Emma, we could keep talking, but we got to wrap it up. Are there any Epstein conspiracies we should end on? What do you think?
Democrats could be a little bit more conspiratorial. That's my hot take.
You know what? We're all fucking conspiracy theorists now.
Yeah.
Because there was a bunch of conspiracy theories that were like kind of half-baked and bananas, and here we are, and there is a cover-up at the Department of Justice. Donald Trump was president when Epstein died. They've been sitting on all this information for a while. I'll tell you, here's my question. What the fuck was Merrick Garland doing all day?
Oh my God.
What was he doing? Walking around with like a candle and a sleeping cap? Like, what the fuck?
Well, not on just this one, but like, I mean, on... we should have done what they did in Brazil. We should have prosecuted Donald Trump for trying to do a coup in this country.
We did. Jack Smith literally did. He did it too late. That one's on Merrick Garland, but
I mean, like immediately after.
It's this is something that the left understands that I think the Comeys and Garlands of the world just simply do not, which is they believe legitimacy comes with broad bipartisan acceptance, but that is moral relativism. They've accused the left of being morally relativist forever, and there's a strain of that, whatever. But man, no, legitimacy is something deeper. And just because everyone doesn't tell you that you're right, doesn't mean you aren't doing the right fucking thing.
Well, that is a good way to fold in Epstein, where it's just that it's such a low barrier to entry story for a lot of people, where it just.
I don't know if the Israel-Zionist conversation has such an easy or acceptable answer for these people. No, there isn't. No, absolutely not. Again, I go back to ContraPoints, who I think she made such important and accurate observations of the pro-Palestinian online left. And one of the big problems of their activism was that they made anti-Zionism a mandatory part of their movement. You were not considered to be like a real Palestinian activist unless you were anti-Zionist, which that's just a outdated term. It just, I don't think that term means anything anymore. I don't think Zionist or anti-Zionist, I don't think these things actually mean anything anymore. That term made sense at the end of the 19th century. That term made sense, you know, and maybe for like the bulk of the 20th century, but certainly more like the first like 50 or 60 years, you know, that term made sense. But Israel has been established as a state with borders, with internationally recognized borders for decades now, and there is no unringing that bell. It is a country. It does exist. It's going to continue to exist. So all these debates about should it exist as a Jewish state or should it exist at all, you know, are just masturbatory intellectual exercises for Western leftists with nothing of consequence. For all the debates about Zionism and anti-Zionism that happened over the last couple years in the online space, none of it mattered. None of it mattered. None of that had any impact on what happened, how it played out over the subsequent 2 years. Only someone who doesn't know what modern Zionism is would say what Hutch just said. What is the birth of Zionism? Like what is the genesis of Zionism? It was a desire for Jewish people to have their own state so they could escape horrible persecution in Europe. And that was especially relevant after World War II. You had millions of European Jewish people who, for very good reason, did not feel comfortable or safe in Europe. And obviously, I think the way that it happened, the way that the state was established was not correct. I don't know what the word is. The way that Israel was established was bad. I think we can just say that. Very bad. But at that time, if I was alive at that time and I was to like weigh in on my opinion, do I think that Jewish people should have their own state so that they can never again have to experience what they just experienced in Europe? I would have told you enthusiastically, yeah. Yeah. I would want that if I was them. I would want the same thing. Now, obviously, there are problems if, you know, the way that you make your state is by dispossessing hundreds of thousands of people. But the principle of Zionism, like, yeah, of course. I think at this point, yes. You know, if you put yourself in the mind of someone living in like 1948, you witnessed what happened. And, you know, most of the worst parts of the Holocaust weren't discovered until after the Third Reich fell. There were those unspeakable, unthinkable atrocities were happening for years, and the world didn't even know the extent of it until the Nazis just collapsed. And if you were alive at that time, you would have thought, I'm almost certain, you probably would have thought the same thing. Like, well, yeah, I mean, I think they have a good reason to want their own state, right? But we're not in 1948. We're in 2025. Israel has existed for 77 years, 78 years. They have survived multiple invasion attempts. They have a dominant military. They have the means to protect themselves and their borders, and they have the backing of enough international partners where there's no serious risk of them not being a state. So we are past that point. So if you call yourself an anti-Zionist, who gives a shit? That's like, I don't know what would be an analog there. That's like me saying I don't believe in what? I don't even know. I don't believe in America, you know? Like, I don't believe America is a you could say that, right? Like, I don't think America is a legit state. I don't think America has the right to its borders. Okay? I don't give a like, who gives a shit? Again, all those discussions, all they are is just intellectual masturbatory, completely meaningless. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Anyways, Sam Harris says Israel remains a lonely outpost of civilized ethics in the absolute moral wasteland that is the Middle. Jesus, it's a very charged conversation. So, you know, I get a little frustrated when, because I can see what's happening. I fucking see it, man. I've been telling you about it too. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. They're emboldened, and I think in ways that are bringing out like some really horrible political instincts. They saw certain bellwethers that have made them just very emboldened. Like, Emma's mindset is she's, you know, after two years of covering what's happening, I think her and her movement, they see an opening that doesn't really exist in the way that they think it does. Like, I think there is an opportunity right now to build political capital or build a movement that can kind of influence things kind of in their direction. It's certainly true that support for Israel is very low in the Democratic Party, and you know, you can actually pressure politicians to take, you know, positions. But, you know, in her mind, she's like, the ultimate goal is like the one state full right of return, kind of like, she's thinking about it in that way. When the reality is like, you know, we'll probably end up sending like less aid to Israel. Is like the best case scenario in the short term. And so, you know, they see these bellwethers like support for Israel really dropping, and Mamdani, you know, winning in New York City as pretty explicit anti-Zionist. And the growth and popularity for populist candidates like Graham Plattner, and they're trying to use that to pursue their agenda with respect to Israel. And so I do think they're gonna try to, you know, they're gonna center the politics of 2028. They're going to center the political debate within the party, because, you know, that's what we're gearing up for. In about 2 years, we're going to be kicking off an intra-party debate about the future of the party and who the candidate should be. And they're going to make that debate about two things and two things only. It's going to be about, like, you know, affordability. She doesn't like that word, but it's going to be about affordability, and then it's going to be about like ending the state of Israel as we know it. Like, and they're going to try to make that, they're going to try to force that issue to the top of the issues. And it is such a hopelessly divided issue that just feels so counterintuitive. Like, of all the issues that we're going to have an intra-party debate about, I can't think of an issue that I want to debate less than that. Because I don't see any good outcomes from trying to force that to be like the number 2 most salient issue. This reminds me of Soy Pill sent me a clip shortly after Mamdani won. It was Chapo Trap House, and one of the guys said that the number 1 reason why he was so excited about Mamdani's win was that it represented a significant shift in that, now the mayor of the city of 9 million people, I think, right? New York City, is openly anti-Zionist. Like, that was the most important outcome for him. Something that is totally inconsequential with respect to the mayorship of New York City. Like, he wasn't excited about the prospect of maybe free childcare or stronger safety nets for the people that live in New York, more affordable housing. That was not the one thing he said he was most excited for was the fact that an anti-Zionist won in a city that big. And it was like, doesn't that just perfectly encompass how self-destructive their politics are? I swear to God, if the party fucking tears itself to shreds over Israel, Palestine in 2028, and we take our fucking eyes off the ball, just shoot me into space in one of Bezos's like penis rockets. Because I just don't have the fortitude to endure that, you know. We have so many problems in this country that we can directly influence. And if we fucking torpedo this party over this fucking issue 2 years from now, and these fucking debates start, bro, I just feel like that's, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm in the movie Don't Look Up, you know? Like, I feel like I'm Jennifer Lawrence in the movie Don't Look Up. Because, and maybe this is me being doomer pilled on this issue, because when I see like the path forward, you know, I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal as the midterms, but it will be brought up. Like, I feel like when we get to the end of 2027 and the beginning of 2028, when these primary contests first start kicking off and we're doing the debates and just everyone's going to be yapping and yapping and yapping online, and I just feel like it's going to be a disaster, because I listen to their rhetoric. I pay attention to the things that they say. I pay attention to what they're talking about, what they're prioritizing, how they're speaking about issues. And I swear to God, these guys want war. Like, they want a war. And it's like, fucking, did you not learn anything from the Trump years? But that's what I feel like. I feel like there's just like this comet in the sky and I can see it, and it's just like coming right at us. I'm like, does anybody else see this comet? You know? And I wonder if Lovett sees it, because I don't think he does. I don't think he sees it. I don't think he sees what I see. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get there and things are pretty chill, and, you know, we nominate a candidate that, you know, everybody can kind of agree that is like idea. Maybe it goes off without a hitch, but fucking doubt it.
Speaks to something where they genuinely feel like there is a different set of rules for elites and what's going on with our lives, and they're not going after people in power. And I really do think that the the 21st century, or we could go back to Iran-Contra, really.
I'd rather not. I'd rather talk about, like, you know, healthcare. I don't know.
But for decades, there has been a lack of accountability for illegal conduct, the Iraq War, January 6th, Iran-Contra, Nixon. Yeah, right.
Bill Clinton lied under oath.
Exactly. And
it happened.
That undercuts people's faith in democracy too, right? When there is a lack of accountability and it builds and builds and builds because powerful people don't want accountability and they know that.
You know what? I actually just like fully endorse what she's saying here. I'm glad we ended it on this because I agree with everything she's saying right now. People have become jaded and disillusioned with politics. It's no wonder that the populist movement, populist messaging in this movement is so resonant. It's because people have lost faith in accountability. Like, you know, George W. Bush, not accountable whatsoever to just one of the worst things that the U.S. military has ever done. No accountability there. No accountability for Trump after all the shit that he did. In fact, he was rewarded after the fact. Again, he was handed the highest seat of power in the world after he did everything that he did. And on and on and on and on. It's just like, I understand why people felt like the banks weren't held accountable after the financial crash. So like Israel has not been held accountable for what they've done in Gaza. I mean, it's just like, I understand why people feel jaded. So, I mean, I think everything she's saying here is fine.
That they can get away with more. Why did Menendez commit another crime after getting away with it the first time? It's because that's what criminals do when they get away with things. And we're seeing that level of criminality with Trump right now. And it's an accumulation of decades of powerful people.
That's not real, is it? Michael Flynn's going to get, hold on. Are you guys trying to fuck my weekend up? Is that what's happening right now? It was bad enough that our tax dollars, $25 million from our tax dollars is going to the family of Ashley Babbitt. Now you're telling me that the DOJ has been in settlement talks with Michael Flynn, Trump's first national security advisor, seeking $50 million for his prosecution by ex-special counsel Robert Mueller and Stefan Passantino, a Trump White House lawyer who accused the House January 6th committee of privacy violations. Michael Flynn was charged with lying to the FBI because he lied to the FBI. That is actually a pretty serious felony. You are not supposed to lie to the FBI. And they approached him early in the Trump presidency, the first term, and they asked him, knowing the answer in advance, mind you, because they had looked at the transcripts, they asked him if he had discussed upcoming like policy. This was in December, I think, of 2016. And Obama announced new sanctions against Russia and had expelled, I think, like a dozen Russian diplomats that were stationed in the US in response to the Russian interference in the 2016 election. And then Flynn called Lavrov, his like counterpart in Russia. Mind you, Flynn is not in power at this point. He's on the transition, so, you know, he's waiting to be seated, but he called his counterpart in Russia and told them not to respond because once the Trump administration came into power, they were going to make everything right and reverse everything and blah, 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 blah. Which I'm pretty sure that violated the Logan Act, but who knows if anything matters anymore. I don't know. It's kind of quaint when we look back on that now. And then the FBI, of course, like had a transcript of this call because they were, you know, monitoring calls to Lavrov. I don't know why Flynn didn't just assume that the intelligence agencies, you know, were listening to his calls if he's gonna call Russia. And then they approached him and they asked him, you know, hey, you know, when you spoke with Lavrov, like, what did you talk about? They knew the answer. They had seen the transcripts, and he said, yeah, nothing comes to mind. Just wished him a Merry Christmas. He just lied to the FBI. And Yates, who was, what was she, the acting attorney general? I don't even remember. Sally Yates. She caught wind of this and went to the Trump administration and told them, like, you have to fire Flynn. Like, he's compromised. You cannot have a national security advisor who lied to the FBI, because that means they have leverage on him. And they didn't do that. And then I think she went public with it, and then they fired her. And then Flynn eventually resigned. That's basically what kicked off the whole sequence of events that ended up with Robert Mueller being appointed as a special counsel. But he was eventually charged with lying to the FBI because he fucking lied to the FBI, like dead to rights. And now we're going to give him $50 million. Like, the federal treasury is just a slush fund now for, we're going to give $50 million. Somebody who just got caught dead to rights lying to the FBI. That's very blackpilling. Jesus Christ. That guy filmed himself pledging allegiance to QAnon. Shit you not. You can find a video of him standing in his backyard with his family members, reading out like a pledge of allegiance to fucking QAnon. He literally grifted for QAnon money. True. Yeah.
Not being held accountable for doing things that are illegal. And I think the American public senses that.
And we have to stop because we've gone on longer than we said. But I will say, I think it's not just allowing powerful people to get away with it. It is also just a kind of celebration of power. I don't think it's a coincidence that as leaders became less and less accountable to the law, we allowed the presidency itself to become more and more powerful. That we kind of equated a president that was willing to do things that used to be Congress's purview with strength, and the law became this kind of fuzzy thing
Instead
that
of
could
buying
only be
20
described by like the Brahmin priesthood. Well, I don't know. Now we're out of time. We got to stop.
I know, but it's been great. It's been
good talking
great.
to you.
It's so great to talk to you. I'm so glad we were able to make this happen.
Yeah, me too. Emma Vigeland, thank you so much, and check out.
You know what, man? You know what? I gotta say, I've warmed up to it a little bit because you know, I'm glad that those two talked. I gotta say, like, so I understand. I think they're coming from a place of wanting to strengthen the coalition, the Pod Save guys, and they're in a very unique position where, you know, they have a ton of influence. And I genuinely, and I'm not just saying like I genuinely want them to be successful. Like, if they can help bridge the divide a little bit and maybe head off a really ugly 2028, then I support them in their efforts to try to do that. You know, some people were like, no, you can't invite Hassan to the thing, and you can't invite Emma Vigeland onto your podcast. Like, I don't know. I feel like those are the vibes that I'm getting. I feel like they are genuinely trying to. I think they're smart guys. I think they're strategic guys. I think they are motivated by, you know, a desire to have a good produce a good outcome politically. I don't think they're just I don't think they're just grifters in it for the money. And who knows, man? Maybe they can. soften the maybe they can help to like blunt the knives a little bit. I'm skeptical. I have to tell you, I'm skeptical, but like I support the intention, the goal. I think that is what they're trying to do. And who knows, maybe by engaging with these people more and inviting more dialogue, by the time we get to 2028, it will be, you know, tamer than it would have been without their efforts. So I hope they're successful, and yeah, they should keep doing that. I'm fine with that. What is this smudge? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, we already saw that, yeah. All right, guys. I did download Call of Duty. I didn't think I was going to, but I was like, you know what? Let's bust out the old mouse and keyboard. Let's, you know. Did order a new controller too, so I think I'm gonna fuck around with both. I haven't played Call of Duty in many months. I am not gonna stream the first like 3 hours of me getting my groove back, because it's not gonna go well. But I might go live tomorrow for a little niche gaming stream. Might play a little Call of Duty on Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get a little crazy with it. Play Arc Raiders instead of COD. I don't know, man. I mean, Arc Raiders looks fun, but I don't know. I'm not in that mode. Is Pisco live? Is he live on YouTube as well? Pisco's Hour. Don't see him live. Is he live on Twitch? Where is he? Lonerbox is still live? I don't think he is. I just looked. Lonerbox live, right? Lonerbox live. I don't think he's live. No, he is. What the fuck? Okay.
And are we doing the same rules that you had as well, where...
All right, we'll raid Lonerbox on YouTube. And then we'll raid Pisco on Twitch. Lonerbox live. There we go. Boom. And then on Twitch, Pisco. Is it just Pisco on Twitch? It is. Okay. Pisco. All right. Love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will be live on Sunday. I might go live tomorrow for like Call of Duty stuff. I'll let you guys know if I do. And if I don't, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Appreciate it. Bye. Love you.